The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Rubagatti.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me clearly? Very good. In opening last week, it was indicated that in continuation of the examination of witnesses connected with the Royal Australian Navy in Western Australia, at Fleet Base West and HMAS Stirling, you would hear from other witnesses with a connection to Stirling. Commissioners, this morning you will hear from Captain Gary Lawton, who up until last Friday, the 19th of May, was the commanding officer of HMAS Stirling, and further Commodore Heath Robertson, who was Captain Lawton's commanding officer and is, I understand, and remains the commander of Shore Force. That's also known as ComShore. Now, ComShore is responsible for naval bases and shore establishments and represents one of the 6 force commands, units that are home ported at HMAS Stirling. And among those others are Surf Force and also Subforce, the Submarine Force, which is responsible for submarine operations in the Navy. You'll recall, Commissioners, that last Wednesday, on the second day of the hearings in this session, you heard from Captain Bradley Francis, the Royal Australian Navy, who was the commanding officer of Subforce. Now, following the evidence of Captain Lawton this morning and Commodore Robertson, in the afternoon you will hear from Lieutenant Commander Melissa Peterson, who's the former acting commanding officer of the Joint Health Unit at WA, and also Captain Ian Young, the director of Navy's Fleet Health Directorate, and they will be appearing before you together in a panel. In the witness box now we have Captain Gary Lawton. Might the witness be sworn or affirmed?
Captain Gary Lawton, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, thank you, Captain Lawton. Now, you assumed the position of Commanding Officer of HMAS Stirling in December 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, tell me, and you left last Friday, the 15th of May, is that right?
I think Friday was the...
I withdraw that, the 19th of May, but last Friday.
Yes.
Thank you. And tell me, what is your current position?
I'm currently without portfolio, but I expect to be handing over and assuming the responsibilities of Commander of the Submarine Force on Friday.
You. On Friday, this coming Friday, thank you. And when you were the commanding officer of HMAS Stirling, you reported to Commodore Heath Robertson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And prior to being the commanding officer of HMAS Stirling, you were the director of submarine policy and plans at Navy headquarters in 2020?
Yes.
And among your other command positions, in 2019, you have been the commanding officer of HMAS Farncombe, is that right? And then from December 2017 to 2018, you were the commanding officer of HMAS Rankin.
Yes.
And you previously served as its commanding officer from 2005 to 2008, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Thank you. From 2016 to 2017, you were the Deputy Commander of the Australian Submarine Force.
Yes.
And from 2013 to 2016, you served on the training and tactical development staff of the Commander of Submarine Forces Pacific in the Pearl Harbor, Hawaii.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, Captain Lawton, would you tell the Commissioners your full name?
Gary Spencer Lawton.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement in response to NTG JAL 001 that was issued to you on the 10th of April 2023?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. That statement might be displayed. It's DEF.9999.0072.0241. Thank you. Now, do you recognise this as the first page of your statement, Captain Lawton? It's dated 21 April 2023.
That is the first page of my statement.
Thank you. And there were 2 annexures to that statement?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, are there any corrections you wish to make to that statement?
I have no corrections to make.
And its contents are true and correct?
Yes, they are true and
Thank
correct.
you. Well, I tender that statement as a public exhibit, together with a tender list, if that might be displayed, of documents that pertain to Captain Lawton's examination. Commissioners, you'll see amongst those documents a reference to the annexures and the response to that notice that we have just discussed, among other documents relevant to Captain Lawton's position, and some of which will be addressed in this examination. I tender those documents.
Thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Captain Lawton, I might just direct you to your most recent position and your role and responsibilities there. As you indicated, you reported to Commodore Robertson in that position. Now, you had direct command of about 300 personnel, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had administrative command of an additional 2,200 or thereabouts
Approximately,
personnel.
yes.
Now, would you briefly describe the differences between the personnel over whom you had direct and administrative command? Question number one. And question number two, could you describe the differences in the nature of that command?
Yeah, so the personnel that I have direct command responsibilities, or had direct command responsibilities for, were there very much to assist the service of HMAS Sterling in supporting ships, submarines, the clearance diving team, and enabling them to be able to go and do their operations. There are a vast number of other entities that are present at HMAS Sterling that we refer to as resident units, and they will very often be in the form of training schools, other entities that support fleet business, or indeed a force in its own right, such as the submarine force was a resident unit comprising some 500 people, plus those that were posted to submarines. So I didn't have direct control over those personnel within those resident units and those entities. Mine was purely for the 300 personnel that support my efforts in supporting the ships and submarines. But I had administrative command over those personnel. So I would be responsible ultimately for all sort of forms of approval with respect to living conditions, promotions, overall welfare of those personnel, including their well-being ultimately.
And how did you fulfil your responsibilities in respect of those people, those personnel, in respect of their welfare and well-being?
So, as you can imagine, with a population on the island of just the military population alone is nearly 3,000 people, and that's obviously varying throughout the year. We also have a large number of contractors that are resident on the island as a permanent basis. But within the uniformed personnel on the island and at the establishment, we are very reliant on the divisional system that's used throughout Navy and has been used throughout Navy for hundreds of years. Since the RAN came into being, there has been a divisional system. That is a teams-based approach whereby our junior sailors are administered and cared for by a divisional senior sailor, at least one, and a divisional officer, at least one, and they will then respond in turn to a head of department, to an executive officer, and to their command. Now, with a resident unit, there is no CO per se, and there may not be an XO, but there will be a hierarchical system that allows the officers in charge or the regional managers of those resident units to be able to administer to their personnel on the same basis as you would see it within a ship or a submarine, and thereby using that sort of methodology and that hierarchical structure, personnel circumstances come to my attention through those methodologies, through those processes.
So tell me, Captain Lawton, the divisional system is unique to Navy, isn't it?
That's correct.
And is the idea that it is intended, the information that is obtained in respect of those below is intended to flow up the chain, is that correct, through those divisional officers?
But through both ways, up and down.
Up and down. And are you yourself a divisional officer?
Indeed I am, yeah. I'm a divisional officer for my command warrant officer, or I was, for the command warrant officer and the executive officer. And
is it true then that within the hierarchy, every person is a divisional officer for every person immediately below them, or every group of people immediately below?
Not necessarily. There'd be some senior ranks may not have a divisional officer. That may be the case for some senior sailors, that they don't have divisional responsibilities. but almost everybody at some stage in their career or life would have been a divisional officer or within a division. And indeed, they are now, but not necessarily always a division officer in every single position that they're in.
I see. And in what circumstances someone might not be a divisional officer?
I guess they could be working remotely for another entity over in the eastern states. It's generally by exception, but there may be some positions where they don't have those divisional responsibilities because the position themselves is fairly intensive.
Yes. And tell me, who is within your division? For whom are you responsible?
When I was in command of Stirling, I had the executive officer and the command warrant officer.
So those immediately below you and not below them?
Ultimately, I had responsible for every uniform member within the Stirling command. But yeah, my direct responsibilities in the first instance were for those two individuals.
And you've said that divisional officers are responsible for the health and well-being of those below them.
Obviously, there's an individual sense of that as well, but ultimately, yeah, that's the role of the division officer, is to ensure that the personnel within his or her division are cared for in all respects, both their domestic life, their career, their health and well-being, their progression, their postings, and just their day-to-day employment.
Yes, and tell me, is there any training that is given to members in order for them to understand their duties and responsibilities as divisional officers?
So all Navy personnel receive training in the divisional system on initial entry, either at Cerberus or at Creswell. There are further courses that are done as you progress through your career that are appropriate to the rank that you're assuming, and they will also progress through practical experience in their first ships, particularly with respect to officers by being assigned as an assistant division officer within the division that they're working in within the ship or submarine.
Yes, and does that training include training in respect of matters of health and well-being and mental health care, or no?
Those are some of the aspects that are considered, yes.
In what way are they considered? What sort of training is offered?
So, for example, on our leading seamen's course, they undertake a component called Keep Your Mates Safe to watch out, which is a sort of peer support program. They undertake that aspect of during their training from an able seaman rank up to leading seaman. So that's probably the first time they're going to get exposed to divisional responsibilities once they've left that course, assume the rank as leading seaman, and have gone back to the fleet.
And is there any further training, or is it just that initial training that is offered?
There's further training that's done again with more experience and more seniority in the forms of assist training, which is another process and technique. There's ongoing we refer to it in monthly divisional meetings as well about the importance of mental health and well-being, but there is also mandatory annual awareness training that's undertaken by everybody in Navy, obviously on an annual basis.
And the references that you make in those meetings, are they ad hoc references?
They will invariably refer to another agency or our own supporting agencies on board the establishment at Stirling, where people can access support. It could be as wide-ranging as the sort of supporting agencies ashore as well that people have access to in terms of open arms and organisations such as that. So there's a number of avenues that people get exposed to where they can receive support in the case that they need to talk to someone other than a division officer, or that they feel they need to discuss something on an anonymous basis in the first instance.
I see. Now, as to the divisional system, if we can return to that in its substance, do you consider that it offers particular advantages to the structure of command and the two Navy members? If so, what are they?
I think the absolute advantage, which is where it came from originally, is that it's working very much focused on where people work within their part of ship, within their department at sea. And we've translated that ashore, obviously. But it's where you're working alongside your colleagues, particularly as a junior leader, you get that daily exposure to their well-being, and you can just naturally gain a sense of where people are at in their lives just by the way they're approaching their day-to-day business. I think that's the true strength of it. Ideally, the ability to raise those concerns very quickly up to command when someone's in serious need is one of the great benefits of the system as well.
Yes. Now, if I may take you to DEF.99.0072.0241 at 0249. Captain Lawton, this is paragraph 17 of your statement. Sorry, I withdraw that. It's paragraph 40, yeah, 17. Now, we should take you to the answer to question 14, describe the effectiveness. Paragraph 43. I'm sorry, paragraph 43. You'll see there, Captain Lawton, that you say of the divisional system that your personal view is that over the tenure of your career, the level of its effectiveness has declined. Might you say why it has declined and what can be done about it?
My personal perspective is that people have become a little less gregarious with their time. We're all subject to an electronic world these days, and I think people communicate very much through some of their personal devices a lot of the time and form a sense of community that way. My personal perspective is that is not necessarily a true community. You're very often seeing an idealised perspective of people's lives through social media. And I think just the prevalence of those devices is impacting our day-to-day relations within the workplace.
Yes, and of course the divisional system really operates at a degree of perfection, doesn't it, insofar as it requires people to be available. It requires them to approach others beneath them in an unbiased fashion and to put aside any personal conflicts they may have with that person. Does that create challenges for the divisional system and its effective operation?
I wouldn't say it's idealised. It's a practical methodology by which we communicate with people and thereby get an insight to their well-being, just through normal engagement. And the way that people present, whether they're withdrawn on arrival on Monday morning, how did your weekend go? And you can explore issues there, and then you realise that someone's got a problem and they need some assistance. It may be the case where someone's newly joined an organisation, particularly a ship undergoing workup, particularly if it's their first ship or submarine, where they're just not familiar with the environment and they're overwhelmed, and they may well feel isolated as a result of that new environment and the work that's going on. I think having that personal contact with people provides the basis of the strength of the divisional system.
And tell me, Captain Lawton, how did you as CO measure the effectiveness of the divisional system, insofar as it operated in those beneath you?
So my experience was, my opinion, the view that I formed was predicated on some of the cases that I would see that would come to me or I'd be made aware of. It seemed to me that a lot of instances, a lot of cases may have been, it could have been an intervention at an earlier time in the process, at a more junior level, whereby things could have been resolved, whether it's an unacceptable behaviour type of issue or whether it's a well-being case. That's just my sense.
And why weren't they resolved?
Well, I think potentially because of the reasons I outlined before, because people seem to have less time. To some extent, you're not forced to engage with people these days because you have this device whereby you can engage with an established community. I think those are some of the challenges that technology have brought to the workplace, and particularly to young people's lives in how they communicate and go about their day-to-day existence in the military context.
Yes, and further, the roles and responsibilities of as a divisional officer are in addition to those ordinarily undertaken having regard to position rank. Is that correct?
Yeah, so a marine engineering officer will have responsibility for his department, and he will be for want of a better description, the senior divisional officer of that department. Now, he may have two more junior engineering officers that would be the divisional officers, assisted by a number of chief petty officers and petty officers and so on, but he will ultimately have the responsibility for being the senior divisional officer within that department. But of course, he's responsible to the commanding officer for propulsion, the hotel services of the ship and so on.
And do you believe the role of divisional officer poses an additional burden then on that individual who is
No.
obliged to fill out those other?
That may be the perception of people to some extent, but I think anybody who's been in the Navy for any period of time understands the importance of the divisional system. I view it as the most important thing that we do as officers, is take care of our people.
I see. Do you consider that the Navy at the moment is facing workforce challenges in terms of the amount of work to be done and the number of people to do it?
Certainly within my former command at Stirling, we were challenged on occasions over the last few years, particularly during the COVID time, when we were supporting the civil community as directed by government. And one of the issues that we have there, in that order to proceed on those operations, people had to meet certain readiness criteria. And given the nature of HMS Stirling, where people may not necessarily always be deployable, that meant some people were going on rotations, probably more than their fair share, to be frank. That posed a management challenge to us, as did not having those people in the workforce. That led to additional work for those that were remaining in the West, because very often they were deployed interstate to support hotel quarantine, for instance, and activities like that. That meant there was an increased workload on those personnel that remained during certain periods of the pandemic.
And do you think that adversely impacted upon their ability to fulfil their role as a divisional officer and monitor the health and well-being of those beneath them?
Most of the people that we deployed, the very great majority were junior sailors and would not necessarily have divisional responsibilities. We did send some officer corps to provide that divisional oversight as best we could, depending upon where personnel were employed once they were actually deployed into those other states.
Yes, thank you. Might you summarise, please, for the commissioners, Captain Lawton, your accountability and responsibilities in respect of physical injuries at HMAS Stirling?
So I guess ultimately I come into the system for administering personnel when they are no longer able to provide effective service. Obviously, I've got an ongoing concern for personnel returning to the workplace following any period of injury, whether it's a mental health issue or physical. That sort of responsibility is more normally directed at those sort of in the more immediate vicinity of the workplace rather than at my level. But one of the command responsibilities that I had was providing the outcome of the Military Employment Classification Review Board's recategorisation of members who were no longer able to deploy or provide effective service. That may not necessarily always result in separation from the ADF. They may not be able to be deployed, but they offered employment in a specific field for a specific period of time. But the great bulk of those were J52 determinations from the Military Employment Classification Review Board that would result in separation from service.
And that does it apply equally to mental health conditions?
I would not necessarily been aware of what the separating condition was unless someone chose to tell me, or I had intimate knowledge of them from prior service. In another area of in a previous employment role, I would not necessarily know what the separating condition was unless they chose to tell me.
No, but do you accept, don't you, that you have essentially responsibilities in respect of such injuries?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just
probably
as
the majority of them would have been mental health.
of that nature.
Yeah.
And tell me, at what point, what are the boundaries between your responsibilities and when someone else takes over? Can you talk about that?
I guess no one's really taking over per se. It's my responsibility to ensure that those personnel that are separating under medical conditions are appropriately prepared for transition to civilian life, that they are aware of what the support agencies are there to support them moving forward, and to ensure that, as I've said to probably 250 people over the last 2.5 years, and so far no one has come back to me, that if you're not getting the support that you feel you need or deserve as a result of your service, please get in touch with us, and we can motivate people to assist.
And have people got in touch with you?
That's not been the case yet.
Right. Now, you accept, don't you, that you have the responsibilities, as I say, for promoting a psychologically safe workplace?
Yes.
How do you do that?
I guess by subscribing to our values and behaviours that we have as a defence force, and ensuring that they're abided to throughout any working environment. There's times when it's not a perfect environment because we're dealing with young people in a variety of environments, both at sea, ashore, and with varying degrees of experience.
And insofar as you're dealing with young people, what are some of the issues that arise, and what are your observations in respect of them?
So obviously I'm aware of the unacceptable behaviour complaints that come through an organisation as large as HMAS Stirling. I'm aware of the impacts that they can have on people. I have a role in the way we investigate such behaviours and such complaints and undertake administrative action and potentially disciplinary action for the personnel that have conducted themselves in the incorrect manner.
Turning again to the topic of physical injury, are you aware from your observation or your own experience as to whether physical injury can lead itself to psychological distress or mental health problems?
I would accept that, absolutely.
And can that arise in the context of ongoing pain and injury management?
Yes.
And do you accept that monitoring the welfare of injured members is capable of being a task that is complex?
I would hope not. To me, it seems a fairly straightforward thing to do is to remain engaged with people, particularly within your division, and they're your workmates and colleagues. I have an ongoing relationship with a former shipmate of mine to this day who was separated. And
are you of the view that those within others within the divisional system also take that view and also undertake?
That would be my full expectation. That's the foundational aspect of the divisional system, as I see it.
And how are these additional burdens that are imposed by those divisional responsibilities, how are they monitored? How do you know
I reject
that
they're an additional burden, to be honest. Those are the expectations of how we interact and work with our people.
How do you monitor them and ensure that they're properly implemented?
I guess it's the case of getting out and about and just listening to people's concerns when they haven't been listened to, or becoming aware of it through a third party, perhaps. We're quite blessed at Stirling that we have 7 chaplains that are working in and around the establishment at all levels. So some are assigned to the submarine force, or one's assigned to the submarine force, one's supports our people at the fleet support unit, and others will deploy with ships as they head north. Command Warrant Officer is also a great source of information for me as he goes about and engages with other warrant officers, other senior sailors who are working at the deck plate level within Navy, to see what's going on within within various areas within the establishment, and just day-to-day interaction of people, whether it be queuing for a coffee, out and about around the mess and so on.
So it's the case, isn't it, that it's a fairly ad hoc and unsystematic process of making those assessments and undertaking that monitoring?
I think it's the counterfactual aspect of it is the key, is that people don't make noises, or when you've got an environment where there's good working relationships and people are getting the job done, you can see from those results and from the atmosphere within those working areas and those working environments, whether they're a happy and successful workplace. Just by getting out and about, you very quickly get a sense and an impression of a workplace just by going in and doing a promotion ceremony, an award, a presentation of an award or a promotion, graduations. I get a sense anyway. I think that'd be the case of anybody with the experience that I've got within Navy, that you get a very good feel for a place and a workplace upon entry, and particularly if you've got some doubts, you ask a few questions, and you can very rapidly identify whether there's a need for further assistance. Another way is if there's a series of unacceptable behaviour reports coming out of a specific workplace, you can very rapidly get the sense of whether that's fully functioning as we would expect it to be.
But you can't assume, can you, that the workplace is a happy workplace just because you don't hear about incidents?
Excuse me. No, you can't assume. But as I say, if you're engaged with the people around the establishment, as I like to think I am, I can get a sense of, well, I believe I can get a sense of where they're at very, very quickly.
How?
Just by engaging with the people at all levels.
And can you comment on the notion of stigma and a person's unwillingness to speak about issues for fear that it will somehow impact upon their career or their future in the Navy? What's your response to that?
I can't recall. I mean, I believe it could occur. I can't recall anyone coming to me, or coming to me, but being aware of someone that's had that approach. They haven't been able to talk to anybody within the establishment to assist them with an issue that they may have.
But of course, you wouldn't necessarily become aware of it, would you?
No, exactly. I accept that, but.
Now, if I can turn to suicide behaviours and suicide amongst Navy members, and in particular suicide behaviours at HMAS Stirling, what do you see as systemic issues within Defence that contribute to those behaviours?
I don't think I could point to anything that is particularly systemic within Defence. The experience that I've had with suicidality in this position over the last 2.5 years is that it can impact anybody. Well, not anybody, but there is no particular overriding factor in those incidents other than the fact that they're serving.
Other than the fact that they're serving, are you suggesting that there's some aspect of their service that's relevant?
Well, they're the people under my command, so.
And do you have any awareness of demographics such as age, gender, sexuality, relationship status that may place a member at HMAS Stirling under greater risk?
No. To some extent, it's consistent with having a large number of young people, relatively junior people on the establishment. That's where most of the numbers are. The other cohort, and it's a very small cohort, but I would say something that stood out to me was those more seasoned and senior members who have had a physical injury that has resulted in availability of prescribed drugs, and there may have been some misuse with those, or they feel that their loss of the ability to contribute to the service as a result of the injury and their expectations that they may well be facing separation may have been a contributing factor in those cases. That's my personal perspective. Clearly, I'm not a doctor.
No,
but that is my sense for those individuals that I've encountered over the last 2.5 years at that sort of level of experience and within that sort of specific rank.
Yes, thank you, Captain Lawton. Now, the Defence has produced to this Royal Commission data concerning suicide-related incidents at HMAS Stirling. Now, that data is contained in a document that has been security classified as protected, so it's not to be displayed. But I do identify it by reference to the document reference. For ease of reference, it's DEF.9999.0055.0001 in response to NTG Def 077. Now, you're familiar with that data, Captain Lawton?
I'll have to refresh myself with it if I. Have you got? I don't believe I've got a copy with me.
We can provide a copy to you privately if you wish on
Be
screen.
useful.
Whilst that's being done, I'll note that the data records the number of suicide-related incidents at HMAS Stirling from the 1st of January 2017 to around 19 January 2023, and that's the date that this commission
Relevant
sought
period.
that information. The COs in charge over that period were in order. First, Captain Delamont,
Yes,
then Captain Morthorpe,
yeah,
and then you were in charge.
that's correct.
A very significant number of the incidents occurred while you were under your command. I'd like to know, were you made aware of them at the time?
Yes.
And speaking broadly without identifying any particular incident, and thus seeking not to identify any particular individual, what did you do at the time that you were made aware of the incident?
Ensure that they're receiving the support that they need and the treatment that they need. Quite often that's occurred before I've become aware of the incident. I have a direct reporting responsibility to Commander of Shore Force and thence to the Fleet Commander and thence to the Chief of Navy in the event of any incident of that nature.
And how did you ensure that they were receiving the treatment?
In the first instance, to make
Yeah.
sure they're receiving medical care.
And how did you do that?
By following up through their divisional staff or through the health centre,
Yes.
their whereabouts and what treatment they're actually receiving.
Did you speak to the member?
Not normally, no.
No. Did you, to the extent that they knew, did you have any interaction with their families in any case?
Not directly because of the privacy laws. I can't talk directly to family members without the consent of the member.
Did you ever on any occasion receive the consent of the member to engage with their families?
Not in an incident of suicidality.
And assuming that you received the consent of the member or the matter was not subject to any particular privacy law because it was well known, did you speak to any other members who were aware of the incident or were involved in any way in the incident?
On occasion, I did.
And for what purpose?
Reassurance of those, just checking for their welfare.
And having regard to the number of incidents, did you, without reference to any specific incident, seek to speak to any members, Navy members, about suicide and suicidality and make them aware of the supports that were available to them?
I have on occasion.
And what precipitated those occasions?
Just as a result of interaction and discussion with those that are affected.
And what were the nature of the talks that you and activities that you undertook?
For want of a better word, it's a welfare check to see how they're travelling.
Did you more broadly to a larger group of Navy members, seek to offer any support or any make available any services in relation to mental health and well-being, or seek to facilitate the availability of those services?
Not in response to a specific incident. Those services are there to support members at all times. But I don't recall sort of standing up in front of an entire community or workplace and reinforce, I think, what you're suggesting.
Yes.
I don't think that's probably necessarily a good way of doing business, is to get people together and then directly sort of brief them. I prefer, my style is a more personal style in those sorts of incidences, or those incidents, is to work with a team and to support the team in taking care of their people, and then reaching out when I meet people or in response to an incident at a personal level rather than a sort of directed activity.
Yes. Now, I think you mentioned that some of the members were already receiving health care, did you not? Some of the members who were the subject of those incidents.
Some personnel have been receiving care, yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that some of those personnel were known to the Navy Fleet Health Directorate?
That would be the case, yes.
So in those circumstances, but between their becoming known to Navy Fleet Health Directorate and their having engaged in the suicide-related incident, did you have any reason to engage with Navy Fleet Health Directorate in respect of the member?
No.
And if I understand this, the Navy Fleet Health Directorate, their remit pertains to members serving in the maritime environment, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so not members posted to HMAS in garrison at HMAS Stirling?
No, but some of those members may have been posted to a ship at Stirling, but they would be residing ashore when the incident occurred. So there's as a result of those sorts of incidences, invariably there's a posting action that goes to that would take the person away from the seagoing environment to support them in that instance. Clearly, because they'll be medically reclassified to provide the assistance and support, and Fleet Health Division may know of that circumstance.
So is that a circumstance in which a person might be known to the Navy Fleet Health Directorate but nonetheless be under your command at HMAS Stirling?
Conceivably.
Yes. And could you tell the Commissioners a little bit about how handover might happen in those circumstances and continuity of care?
So with any situation where a person is landed from a West Coast-based ship or submarine as a result of an injury or a situation which could be a personal crisis, and they would be required to return from a deployment, I would expect to see a general descriptive email or message, could be a signal from the commanding officer to me, give me an outline of the situation, and more detailed information within a divisional report, depending upon the nature of or the reason why someone has returned back to Australia and then to come under my command. If it's a disciplinary action, if it's a mental health issue, or if it's a physical health issue. That repatriation for a health situation will be done through Joint Operations Command, using Air Force resources to provide an accompanying nurse or medical staff upon return to Australia, and then hand over to a facility. That could be a local health facility within a civilian community. It could be our own joint health unit at Stirling.
Thank you. Now, as commanding officer, you have the power to initiate individual welfare boards in respect of complex cases, is that correct?
Yes.
And that concerns the health and wellbeing, obviously, not for members posted to HMAS Stirling. Yes. In respect of those personnel who had experienced suicide-related incidents under your command, a number of them had been subject of individual welfare boards, is that correct?
Everybody would have received an individual welfare board afterwards, not necessarily prior.
But some of them had received individual welfare boards prior?
I couldn't provide specific details. From some of the cases that I'm familiar with, that would be my expectation. Some of them would have received them.
And how did you become aware that they were the subject of individual welfare boards prior to their having engaged in suicide-related behaviour?
Because the staff that conduct the IWBs are the maritime human resource staff that work for me, and I get a summary of all those personnel that are under some form of risk at what I call a command welfare board. The nomenclature has changed in recent years,
Yes.
but I still rely, given the number of boards that we undertake at HMAS Stirling, I still rely on that overview on a weekly basis, depending upon the number of members in need. Sometimes that can be moved out to fortnightly because there aren't that many members at risk, for want of a better word.
And you're updated on the status of each and every individual welfare board weekly, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have reason to engage with the individual members consequent upon those updates? And if so, why and how?
Invariably no, because of the number of them and the level of detail that they go into and the time they take. I would not be able to fulfil my normal responsibilities if I was to get engaged at that level, unfortunately.
But what's the purpose then of keeping you updated? What do you then do with that information?
I so to provide a sanity check, I guess, to some extent, that people are being looked after. If there's anything else that I may be aware of outside of the IWB that needs to be considered, is to ensure that due process is taking place and that we're able to, best support those members depending upon those individual cases and their individual needs.
In order to undertake that activity, does not require you to be thoroughly versed in the detail of each of those individual welfare boards and what is happening?
For some of the members at the IWB that undertake or receive an IWB, there are other factors that I'm aware of in terms of workplace behavioural issues that may not be readily apparent to other members of the IWB.
I see. And how do you engage with members of the IWB in respect of those other factors?
I generally don't engage with the other members of the IWB because it's not pertinent to their professional responsibilities in supporting those members.
So what do you do with that information together with the information you receive from the IWB?
It's about the ongoing management of the person, as there may be, we may be looking at separation, and there's a process called dual mode separation now within the ADF, where a member that may be separating under an administrative circumstance, we check, we do a desktop, or Director of Navy Health does a desktop check on that person's medical history to see if there are any other factors that may need to be considered that will result in a medical separation rather than an administrative separation.
Do you consider the IWB process to be a risk factor or a red flag for suicide or suicide-related incident?
The feedback that I've got from members that have been expressed suicidality has been that while there has been some nervousness prior to going into that sort of fora, where you've got a number of people there, and that could be obviously quite a concerning environment for people, is that the responses I've got, they valued the experience subsequently because it allowed everybody to get aligned with the treatment and support of that member. I don't recall anybody having an adverse opinion subsequent to receiving an IWB.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, so I'm just waiting for the transcript. You don't recall anybody having an adverse opinion subject to having had an IWB. Adverse opinion in respect of what?
In terms of their experience of the IWB, that it was a negative and it hasn't helped their situation.
Yes. Yet we have some members who engaged in suicide-related incidents after their IWB.
Yep.
So my question is to you, if a member is in an IWB, do you consider that a red flag for...
No, not necessarily.
No. How do you engage in monitoring of the IWB process insofar as it pertains to those under your command to ensure that they are being properly looked after and to monitor their health and well-being?
where there is a nexus with mental health at an IWB, and whether there is a possibility of treatment from a specialist facility. Those are the areas that I'm particularly concerned about, to ensure that they're able to receive that residential treatment as soon as they possibly can. And also
And what do you do?
sorry.
And what do you do?
Well, I check that they're going to get access to those support mechanisms.
And do you follow up?
Yes.
Now, you'll see that the data that has been tabulated by Defence in response to this Royal Commission lists all the various members who are involved in a suicide-related incident under your command and previous commands. Were you involved in the collation of that data?
No.
No. Have you previously made efforts to collect data along those lines?
Not in a formalised process, no. I'm pretty aware, given the numbers of those that have expressed suicidality and the subsequent outcomes of those members' circumstances.
Is there a reason why you haven't sought to tabulate it?
No, I really can't answer that.
No. Seeing the information gathered together and seeing the numbers of individuals, and particularly the significant number of people under your command, does that concern you?
Given I've got around anywhere between 1,800 and 2,400 people under my command, I think there's been 11 incidents, give or take, each year. It's concerning, but once you understand some of the circumstances behind those people, it seems to me that there's an issue there, clearly. How much of it is related to the direct work pressures that people experience, I can't say. There doesn't seem to be a consistent theme to me within a workplace or people's situations, other than some of those more senior members I mentioned earlier, that can provide any form of ruling or area to watch out for, if that makes sense. They are very unique circumstances on each and every occasion, generally.
But you accept, don't you, Captain Lawton, that no effort has been made to analyse those circumstances to ascertain whether there are any trends or themes among them?
Not within my command. I accept that, because we're probably not equipped from a professional perspective to be able to answer those questions, other than obtaining data.
Yes. So, Captain Lawton, you're aware, aren't you, that there is a new Director General position of a new branch has been created in Defence People. Do you know about that?
I need a bit more information.
All right, well, let me tell you. Brigadier Caitlin Langford has been appointed as Director General of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch. Is that something you're aware of?
I was aware of the establishment of the branch. I wasn't aware of the appointment.
I see. Now, I'm not going to ask you questions about Brigadier Langford's evidence. I observe that she's given a statement to this Royal Commission, and she'll be giving evidence to this Royal Commission in the coming days, in particular in relation to the establishment of that branch and her roles and responsibilities. But I'll say this for the moment, and I just want you to assume that this is the position that she and the department has taken. Her current functions are to develop a new branch, this Mental Health and Wellbeing branch, and co-design with the Department of Veterans Affairs a new Defence and Veterans Mental Health and Wellbeing strategy. And it's said on behalf of Defence that the new branch is intended to provide a point of focus at the enterprise level on mental health and wellbeing policy and programs which support the defence workforce. So for supporting oversight, governance and coordination of strategy. So with that background, Captain Lawton, I'd just like to ask you some questions. Do you accept that in order to develop and to implement such a strategy, a mental health and wellbeing strategy, it's fundamental that defence and frankly, Brigadier Langford in her new position understand obviously enough the health and wellbeing issues faced by defence personnel?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you also accept that that understanding can only be gained by monitoring and analysing data and information pertaining to the physical health and mental health needs of defence personnel?
Yes.
And that, of course, includes Navy members. So against that background, would you tell the commissioners what you have done to ascertain the health and wellbeing status relevant to members under your command in a systematic way, so not in an ad hoc way, in a way that can be fed up the chain, as it were, to support those strategies?
Within my command context, I've not done anything to feed information up the chain, because I'm not aware of the counterfactuals of those that may be presenting to treating professionals and have been dealt with and resolved at that sort of low level. My expectation would be, given we have a joint health command that would see these personnel at risk or in need, is that is the appropriate body in which to compile that kind of information, noting the constraints of the medical in confidence and medical privacy laws.
So you don't consider that part of your command responsibility?
At this stage, there is no pull factor for me to provide that information up to higher authority.
And I think consistently with that, you don't, I believe, and I can take you to your statement, you don't access any workplace behaviour survey data or consider that?
No, I don't. Very often it's time late, and a command as large and as complex as Stirling, I think we're looking at a lot of statistics and a lot of bar charts that don't necessarily help me compared to spending time getting out into the workplaces and at the deck place.
So again, in that respect, it's been more, as you say, of that ad hoc engagement.
Yes.
Yes. And to the extent that you say it's within the health and wellbeing matters are within the remit of joint health, what have you done to engage with joint health in order to understand what's going on with your members?
Well, they are a component of the welfare board briefings that I get that consider all of our members
Yes.
as a result of the IWBs. That they provide input to that meeting there. So it's a two-way conversation about the care of those personnel in need.
So I want to suggest to you that in circumstances where your approach is a little more ad hoc, it's likely to be impacted by bias, inaccuracies that attend incomplete information, and stigma. What do you say to that?
I mean, that's a perspective you may hold. I hope that when I go out and about and engage with those personnel and I talk to other people around the matter, that bias doesn't exist, and if there's a stigma attached to it, as you said earlier, the probability is I wouldn't be aware of it. It is my expectation that personnel feel that they can get support from wherever they need it at HMAS Stirling, given the number of services that are available to people, whether it's the divisional system, whether it's chaplaincy, whether it's psychology support, whether it's a helpline, whether it's an organisation ashore that don't interact necessarily directly with the workplace, and there's a degree of anonymity, that personnel have access to support services when they need them.
I want to suggest to you that you can't, without proper monitoring and without a systemic or a systematic approach to collating the relevant information about your workforce, you can't accurately know what's going on with it. What do you say to that?
I think it depends on what you mean by monitoring. A lot of this is reliant on the member expressing that they've got some concerns to divisional staff or to a doctor, a psychologist, etc. Until people make that first move, we're never going to be able to monitor those sorts of situations and those circumstances.
So you say it's dependent on the members in large part to put their hand up and indicate that they have a problem.
And that's, to me, that's the sort of one of the biggest challenges we have is getting people, and I've been victim to it myself, of not being able to feel that you can share your situation.
And what are the barriers to their sharing their situation?
A sense that people won't understand you, won't be able to empathise with your position. They may think less of you. They may think you're not up to the job.
And why are those views held?
It's the historic probably stigma that we've had as a society regarding mental health and being somewhat different and not being able to cope, particularly in sort of organisations like defence where, you know.
And what are the factors particular to Navy that add to those barriers?
That we're a team-oriented organisation and that you feel that you're not being able to contribute to the team. And that won't be accepted, which that was my perspective in my own incident. But as soon as I spoke about it, it became apparent that was clearly not the case.
Do you think that the risk of downgrade, medical downgrade, plays a role?
That could be the case for some people, depending upon what particular area they're working in and the identity and work of that particular team, yes.
In circumstances where your engagement with your members is, as we've said, ad hoc, how can you determine stress points for individual members and seek to ameliorate them?
I mean, I can't always do that, clearly.
No.
It's really about being able to talk to people and giving them the opportunity to express themselves when I don't know them. Quite often I do know them or I know about them. So just having that ability to talk to people and just see how they're responding, see whether they're energised about a particular issue.
Yes, and insofar as you say in your statement that you've not accessed workplace performance or workplace behaviour survey data during your tenure in command, can you tell me how you determine priorities in addressing workplace concerns?
I guess probably my key measure is unacceptable behaviour complaints that will emanate from a particular area within the command. That gives me that overall sense of whether there may be a systemic issue going on within a particular workplace. And that would, I would sort of invite myself into that environment to get a little bit deeper involved.
Yeah. Now, to the extent that Defence is seeking at an enterprise level to implement a health and wellbeing strategy for its members, I want to suggest to you that whatever's done at the enterprise level, its success is, the success of the strategy is going to depend upon lower levels of command and what they do in respect of their members. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because they're directly engaged with the
Absolutely.
members, frankly. And you agree. And I want to suggest to you that in order to act conformably with a strategy that is focused on the health and wellbeing of members, you need to be quite actively, notwithstanding what other roles and responsibilities you have, monitoring the health and well-being of those members. Is that correct?
Yes.
In something other than an ad hoc way?
I mean, that's my personal monitoring of people, but there is a system, the divisional system should be supporting me in that respect as well, particularly where people start getting into, become concerned and they're going into that IWB process as a result of a report to the health centre.
But you've indicated that there are the effectiveness of the divisional system has been impacted by modern technologies.
There has been there's been an effect to the.
What then is done to ensure that the divisional system operates conformably with what is required by health and wellbeing strategy that is contemplated at an enterprise level?
I've initiated over the last sort of 18 months a quarterly forum for divisional officers where they receive a morning's worth of exposure to current policies, to new initiatives, to guest speakers within the personnel and the wellbeing space, to support those divisional staff, support their members.
What else do you think can be done in your practice as commanding officer, and particularly when you take over command of submarine force, to better align yourself with the health and wellbeing strategy at an enterprise level?
It's reinforcing the perspective that we are here to assist, and it is really strengthening the divisional system. And those other areas that support our people to understand that they can be listened to, they will be heard without bias or preconception, to enable them to be fully functioning and effective people in the ADF.
And can you tell the commissioners a little bit about these divisional forums? How are they? How many people attend? How do you know whether they're effective? What is planned with them? What was their genesis?
It was based on that sense that, as I said earlier, that issues were arising because of a lack of intervention early in a situation at the lowest levels, where things could have been, people could have been reassured that sometimes what they're experiencing is a perfectly natural reaction to being in the environment that they're in at that particular time in their career. It seems to me that a lot of the issues got elevated very, very quickly. You end up with situations where young people may be removed from a workplace at sea, a position they've looked forward to getting into since they've joined the Navy. They've been trained to go into that position. They're new in an environment, and ships and submarines may be working up where the entire team are put under specific degrees of stress to simulate action damage and being in an operational environment. And that for a number of reasons, they may feel that they've been excluded or not heard, or people have had the time to attend to their issues. That was the genesis of it, is that I was seeing people in these sort of situations of that, under some form of mental health stress, or have been removed from an environment for administrative purposes, that we could be supporting them better earlier on in their career. And I felt that if we reinforce the message and the strength of the divisional system through a forum where we're educating people and emphasising and keeping them updated to the different services that are there to support them to support their people, that would be a good thing. I think attendance has grown from in vicinity of 50 people in the first one out to about 100 personnel within the cinema. The limits on the cinema are about 135 people. The feedback I have received is that they have been useful, and they've also been welcomed by those people that we've had come in from interstate or from Canberra that are in the policy shops that lead the programs supporting people with respect to their wellbeing and welfare. And it is a useful forum, a useful nexus for people to focus on what I consider to be their most important role, as officers and senior sailors in the Navy, and that is supporting our people.
How do you know, how are you able to assess whether those forums translate into a more effective divisional system? It's difficult to measure, isn't it?
Clearly. I'd like to think that in time we will see a reduction in the number of issues that I've seen during the tenure of my command that have resulted in suicidality and unacceptable behaviours. It's a combination of those aspects that I would hope to see reducing as we move forward. I hope it's going to be a contributing factor that will benefit the well-being of our people.
Yeah, thank you. No further questions from Mayor Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
I have a few questions. Thank you, Captain. First of all, I'm just trying to better understand the divisional system, which we've, I guess, heard quite a bit about, and you've given some description of it. But if I understand it correctly, you could be the divisional officer for someone who you were also essentially their line manager or their supervisor in command.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily separate to command. It's not a...
No. That's the very point of it, is that you're aligned both as a leader, so you get the oversight of how they're performing in the workplace, but you also have this dual role to be responsible for their welfare and well-being and support through whatever issue that they may have, because you're able to affect and influence other decision makers about supporting that person.
So how is that different to the responsibility of any other line manager in other parts of defence or any other workplace? I must confess I don't quite get the distinction of why we call it a divisional system and what's different.
The divisions were originally the parts of ship back in the days of the tall ships. This system's been around for about 200 years, where personnel were divided up into different divisions on a gun deck. That's the historical legacy of the name. That name has continued to this day, and it's used in a number of navies. It's not just unique to the Royal Australian Navy. The US Navy used the same methodology, as well as the Royal Navy and so on. It is not majorly different from any other line management process, other than the fact that we live alongside our people 24/7 in the maritime environment and seagoing environment. That's not the case with Telstra. With respect, we are very intimately involved in each other's lives, and it allows that exchange of information and concern for well-being to be shared within that functional workplace, particularly on bigger ships. You can imagine somewhere in the US Navy, and this may be something you wish to explore on your overseas tour, is how they conduct their management and well-being, their care and concern for people in ships as large as aircraft carriers, where they may have 4,000 people on board. It's a system that appears to work, and I would argue does work when utilised correctly in all navies.
So I understand the intensity of it and how that might differ from the average workplace, but I guess in contemporary workplaces there is a responsibility for ensuring that there is safety, both environmental and psychological safety in the workplace. Can you tell me what's in place where you don't get on with your divisional officer? And let's face it, there are personality clashes, there are issues in workplaces from time to time, not necessarily because anyone's done anything wrong, they just don't get on. What's the line available to that person if they don't get on with their divisional officer?
They have other avenues of addressing their concerns, whether it's through the divisional senior sailor and thence to another divisional officer. In extremis, if there is a personality clash of that nature, of that severity, you could assign them into a different divisional officer or a different divisional chain if need be. In the larger departments, there will be more than one divisional officer, so it would be possible to swap people around from one area to the other.
How difficult would it be for a sailor to ask for that in practice?
I would like to think that it is relatively straightforward, and should be apparent to other members within that division, within the workplace, certainly within the confines of somewhere like a submarine, where those personality clashes are very evident. Invariably, there are witnesses to any forms of these sorts of behaviour, and it's up to us to have a strong culture where people can feel supported and coming forward and going, these two aren't getting on for whatever reason, and that person needs to be realigned within a divisional system somewhere else.
So how many times in your career would that have happened, that there's been a realignment of the divisional officer because someone's not getting along?
It's remarkably rare in the submarine context, in my experience, and that's where the bulk of my career has been, but I've seen it in ships when I was in the Royal Navy.
Okay. Can I just move to talk about the suicide-related incidents that Ms. Rubigotti took you to? You said that from your kind of perception, there's no systemic defence-related contribution. How do you know, in terms of what underlying, is there an investigation of each of those incidents to look for systemic factors? I mean, you appreciate you told us it goes off to the health system, and that there are individual welfare boards, but I'm just wondering whether there actually is an approach that looks systematically for system-related issues.
No, it doesn't exist within my command for sure. I don't think we've got people with the skill sets to actually investigate those issues. That's something that would may be useful, and it may help justify my comment that, or my belief that there is no single common factor other than the fact that they are serving and invariably young people.
So in essence, you're saying you don't really have a way to know.
I'm simply not qualified to be able to comment on those sorts of circumstances, I'm afraid, and form a conclusion.
Yeah, and you said that you work, you ensure people have access to the health system, and are getting the supports they need there, and that's great. But in essence, you're working with the team, being the health system and others, to make sure that they're getting the supports. How does that happen? Is that just through the individual welfare board process then? Like, what other feedback do you get back?
With complex cases, the divisional officer is very much an arbiter in, I feel my member's not getting supported. That would be the sort of a comment that may occur. I don't get very much of that, to be honest. I think we've done about 160 individual welfare boards during my tenure of command. I think we get a unity of purpose with respect to the ongoing support and treatment of our personnel once they've been to that IWB. It ensures alignment, which is the great value of it for both the member and also for those in command, or those on with the charge with the day-to-day management of the member as the division officer.
So how would you know if that actually wasn't occurring? And let me just put a hypothetical to you, and I stress I'm not talking about anyone at Stirling or anyone under your command, but I have had put to me in a private session a circumstance where someone, went through the individual welfare board process. There was a plan written, looked fantastic on paper. Not a single thing was implemented from that plan, despite the fact there being subsequent, welfare boards. So how do you know from the member's perspective that individual welfare board is doing what the member needs as opposed to what the system requires it to do?
I mean, there should be member buy-in and consent to that course of action. Sometimes that consent is difficult to achieve because it's not what they want. and we obviously have a duty both to the member but also to the service, and being able to fully support that member with respect to their career moving forward. I would be very disappointed if that was the case.
Isn't it a bit of a red flag, though, if the member isn't participating?
Well, they have to participate within the IWB. It's not an IWB unless the member's present.
Well, again, we've heard many instances where members don't attend the IWB.
Those are not technically IWBs then. They may be a board where they're considering and discussing an action, but the member needs to be present within the Navy context. A member needs to be present for it to be an IWB.
So do you have a particular process that you follow for those boards that are not IWBs where the member isn't participating, which perhaps might be a bit of a red flag that there's some level of risk, something going on there?
I guess that you could rather describe it as a case conference, whereby there will be some discussion without the member present about what would be the best or the optimal pathway for that member when they've come back from a period of treatment or come back to the workplace because they've been on leave of some form.
So of that 160 odd IWBs you've talked about before, how many of those would not have had a member participating?
None of them.
So how many other case conferences would you have had where the member didn't participate?
Those have varied depending upon the severity of the incident and the requirements of those member, of the requirements of that specific member in that specific circumstance. They are not a common. They're not a common factor because invariably you need to have the member present so that they have an understanding of what the supporting staff and agencies are doing for them, but also that they get an opportunity to provide their perspective and get buy into that process as well, what their own individual requirements are as a result of being at the board and getting that, as I say, that unified approach to assisting that member moving forward.
And can I just go back to a comment you made earlier on in relation to suicide-related incidents? You indicated you wouldn't routinely speak with the family member unless you had consent. Can I ask how many times you've sought that consent?
I have not sought consent on an individual with respect to suicidality. I have done for an industrial injury. The issue with suicidality is it takes some time for me to get a holistic understanding of what the situation was. There are times when I don't get an holistic understanding of what the situation was, which is regrettable, but some of these incidents, as you can imagine, are quite stressful for everybody concerned. My concern, therefore, will move to the situation where people have received some form of treatment. There's been some consideration of their medical circumstances and their ability to provide effective service to the ADF moving forward.
Captain, I'm trying to, I guess, build in my head the picture. You've got a system whereby very clear responsibility for the health and well-being of your people. But it seems to be, except if it's a suicide-related incident, when it largely gets sent off to the health and medical people to deal with, filters back into perhaps the divisional officer, the individual welfare board. But I'm not kind of getting a sense that it's coming together. And I'm sorry if this seems unfair, but it's just kind of in my head. This is currently how I'm seeing it. Does it come together at your level that where there is a suicide-related incident, you have a clear process whereby your responsibility for the health and well-being of that individual is, manifest?
I mean, it's manifest from the incident all the way through till the person is no longer under my command. Simply the way that our medical services work is that there's very little opportunity for divisional staff who are my representatives, as my personal representatives, for want of a better word, for that member within the command structure, there's little opportunity for them to get engaged while the medical response is ongoing. Now that can take several months, depending upon the nature of the case. Quite often, these incidents, more usually, these incidents occur in the quiet hours or at weekends or on leave periods, where we may not be advised or aware of a situation until the following morning because it's happened overnight and the civil emergency services have responded. It's not the case that people walk into a health centre and they may express some suicidality in those instances, which we would respond to. But it's almost as though the medical community takes over until those personnel are in a better mental state in which to return to work and then receive the support of divisional staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you. Captain, I've been having a look at your bio, which is impressive from what I'm thinking about, in the sense that you've had what looks like pretty broad experience in navies outside Australia's. You spent about 9 years in the Royal Navy, having been brought up in a naval family in Southampton, which I think is one of the Royal Navy's
Nearby,
main
Portsmouth.
historical bases.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Portsmouth is probably the principal one, but it's
Right.
20 miles down
Yes.
the road.
And then you joined the Australian Navy in 1997, but you've also done courses with the Royal Netherlands Navy, the US Navy, and had postings with the US Navy, sometimes for a matter of years.
Yes, correct.
For example, between 2013 and 2016. Have you had any continuing relationship with the Royal Navy?
Very remotely, to be frank, Commissioner.
But you have some relatively up-to-date connections with the US Navy?
I wouldn't say they're contemporary. It's been 7 years since I finished my exchange with the US Navy.
My question, though, is with that pretty diversified experience, have you noticed any different techniques in dealing with suicide and suicidality problems in other navies you've come across?
I'm afraid I can't answer that, Commissioner. My role in my last exchange with the US Navy between 2013 and 2016, and clearly suicidality has increased its importance to all navies in the last 20 years, I contend. My role there was very much focused at a tactical level and sea riding US submarines in implementing different trials and different experiments.
Okay. We're about to engage with the US as part of our terms of reference, requiring us to see what other Five Eyes nations are doing in this area. Do you have any suggestions about what to look for in this area?
I think within the US context, some of the conditions of service aspects may be important considerations for some. I think some aspects of the way that the US Navy in particular that I'm aware of approach their tolerance of behaviours at senior level is quite interesting in comparison to other navies.
Is that intolerant or tolerant?
They're a very large navy in comparison to Allied forces. It is not uncommon for them to, certainly in the submarine context, to separate or to terminate the command of a CO. They probably do that between 4 to 6 times a year, maybe more. They have a large number of submarine commands.
For what would be unlikely to attract such a response here?
Given the degree of some of the incidents, I don't really see those sorts of behaviour sets occurring within the RAN. But it's an interesting point of comparison as to how their leadership responds with what they call the cultural climate.
So are they more likely to treat cultural misbehaviour by a commanding officer of a submarine with expulsion?
Yeah, I guess it's the culture that they see that can be generated as a result of deviancy at the command levels,
Okay, thanks.
which obviously has an impact upon individuals within those commands.
Yes. The other question I had arose out of what you discussed with Commissioner Brown about the divisional system. I appreciate what you said about it, how it operates within a submarine, and that no doubt officers and other ranks are constantly in each other's presence. It's been said to me that with surface ships, sometimes there's an above deck and a below deck approach, and commissioned officers mightn't too often go below decks, and that people might get up to behaviour there that wouldn't be accepted if the commissioned officers were more visible and moving around within the ship more. Do you have any comment on that?
I wouldn't like to comment in the Australian context, Commissioner. I simply haven't spent the time on the ships to be able to witness that for myself. My knowledge is really from the 90s. It's Cold War stuff, I'm afraid.
Yes. But within submarines, you believe that there is that constant conflict? Sorry, not constant conflict.
All the time, Commissioner, all the
constant
time.
interaction.
No,
yes.
no. It's my experience, you can't escape, you can't hide in a submarine from any form of sort of behavioural issue. I think everybody gets to know about it pretty quickly.
Okay.
That would have to be a concerted effort on both parties to avoid other members of a ship's company or submarine crew becoming aware of that issue or that breakdown in relationship.
Thanks.
Thanks, Captain. I just have a couple of quick questions. So just in relation to causes of suicide and suicidality under your command, if I may just summarise briefly what I think you've said, and correct me if I've got it wrong, that you didn't really have any way of knowing exactly why these suicides occurred. There's no single common factor, and that you didn't feel you had people with the appropriate skill sets to do the analysis. And therefore you weren't really in a position to comment on the circumstances of those suicides. Have I got that right?
If I may, Commissioner, there have been no suicides during my tenure of command.
Sorry. Generally speaking, there's suicides in the Navy. Yeah.
It would be my opinion that would require some degree of specialist knowledge, professional training and qualification to undertake. I do not believe in the Navy, as we understand it, there would be very, very few people within the nursing or medical community in Navy who even in the contemporary time are qualified to undertake that degree of forensic investigative work.
I guess my question is, who would commission or organise or ask for or request that sort of analysis so that things can be looked at in terms of identifying trends and dealing with issues?
That would necessarily need to come from the centre, from the command level, from higher command level. If we're going to, clearly we need to do it in all establishments and in all environments that affect Navy people.
Have you been party to any discussions where these issues were raised and progressed perhaps to a research or analysis program or project?
No, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Wright, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Fraser, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Rubagotti, any matters arising?
And no matters arising. I think the witness can be released from the summons.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence, Captain, and thank you for facilitating the visit by the Commission to the base. Appreciate it. You're excused from your summons to appear, obviously, today. If there's no other matters, I think we have a short break.
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you. We'll adjourn.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Commissioners, we now turn to the evidence of Commodore Robertson. Commodore Robertson is in the witness box. Might he be sworn or affirmed?
Commodore Heath J. Robertson, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Commodore, if at any point I'm not clear, you just let me know and I'll repeat anything as might be necessary. Commodore Robertson, Commissioners, is the Commander of Shore Force in the Royal Australian Navy. As mentioned earlier, Shore Force is one of the 6 Force Command units home ported to HMAS Stirling. Commander, when did you assume that position?
On the 22nd of November last year.
Last year. Thank you. And you are responsible to the Commander of the Australian Fleet, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that Rear Admiral Christopher Smith?
That's correct.
And prior to your assuming your current role, did you hold a dual-hatted role as the Commanding Officer of HMAS Watson and then the Director of Training Authority of Maritime Warfare?
That's correct.
When was that?
That was for 2.5 years prior to taking up this position.
Thank you. And then from October 2017 to January 2020, is it correct that you served as the inaugural Chief of Defence Force Liaison Officer to the US Indo-Pacific Command?
That's correct.
Commissioners, Commodore Robertson has also served as the Director of Navy International Engagement at Navy Headquarters and as the Deputy Commandant at the Australian Command and Staff College. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And when was that?
2015, I recall.
Thank you. Commodore Robertson, were you also the Commanding Officer of HMAS Parramatta and HMAS Perth?
That's correct.
And might you tell the Commissioners when that was?
2008 to 2009, I was the CO of HMAS Perth, and then from 2009 to 2011, the CO of HMAS Parramatta.
Thank you. Commissioners, there is a tender list in respect of Commodore Robertson. You see that there. And if I may tender those documents, please.
Thank you. They'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Commodore Robertson, would you explain to the Commissioners what Shore Force is?
So just a slight technical. Last week we changed the name to Support Force. I'm now Commodore Support Force, or Commander Support Force.
Thank you for that clarification.
In very simple terms, it supports the fleet. It is an enabling force commander within Fleet Command.
So it was merely a change of name, not a change of remit in any way?
It reflects the evolution from its origins, where it was simply for the establishments, and now we have a bigger portfolio. The position has been upgraded from a captain to a commodore, and it has expanded in its remit. It will continue to do so, subject to outcomes of the Fleet Command review, which is underway at the moment.
And if I could trouble you on this point a little bit further, for the layperson, when you say it's an enabler of Fleet Command, what does that involve? Perhaps you could expand a little.
So if you think about the sharp end of it being the ships, the submarines, the dive teams, it's through supporting them through the bases, through my support ships, and through inshore capabilities such as tugs and target towing vessels and all those sorts of things. In addition to that, it's looking after our people that are ashore.
I see. And tell me, how many personnel come within Support Force?
It's approximately 800 in terms of the functional command, and
Yes.
then there's about 13,000 across it that are under the administrative authority of Support Command.
Thank you. And how do these various units, including Support Force, fit in with the Navy structure more broadly?
Could you repeat the question, please?
How does Support Force, together with the other units that are home ported at HMAS Stirling, fit within the Navy structure more broadly?
So all the bases and all the ships come under the remit of the Fleet Commander. So we sit within there. Is that in terms of the functional command that I have with Shore Force or Support Force, is that that is the base COs, their functional teams that work for them, and other directorates that work directly for me all fit under the fleet commander, and as do the other force commanders, one that looks after Surf 4, mine hunters, submarines, etc.
I see. And would you describe to the Commissioners your role and responsibilities as the Commander of Support Force?
My role is to ensure that force generation responsibilities that the Fleet Commander has in terms of raise, train, sustain for the Chief of Navy to be is undertaken in terms of supporting the fleet to achieve that preparedness requirements.
I see. And tell me, you have mentioned a functional command and you have mentioned administrative command. Would you be able to describe to the Commissioners the differences between those types of command? And also, we've heard the term direct command. Is that the same as functional command? Perhaps you can address that issue.
Yes. First of all, just a slight correction to that would be is that it's not administrative command, it's administrative authority, and it's different. It's not a command authority.
Well, then I'd be grateful to you if you would explain the nuances.
Right. So if we look at command through two primary prisms, one of those is operational lens, which goes through the Chief of Joint Operations. But on the other side, that is command through the prism of raise, train, sustain, which is the preparedness of forces. That's the lane which I sit within. It starts with the full command of the Chief of Defence Force. Sitting underneath that is the Chief of Navy, who has raise, train, sustain responsibilities to the Chief of Defence Force. Sitting underneath that is operational command, which sits with the Fleet Commander, and underneath that is at what we would call at the tactical level of command is the functional command or direct command that the commanding officers of my bases have for their people. My role is that the Fleet Commander will execute his operational command over those bases either directly or through me to those commanding officers.
I see, thank you. Now, Commodore, I'd be grateful if you would address the divisional system. Now, we have heard earlier this morning a little bit about the divisional system and received a description of that from Captain Lawton, but we would be grateful to hear from you in your own words how it might be described and the benefits that it offers to Navy members, if any, and any challenges that attend the divisional system.
So the divisional system at its heart is recognition of the duty of care that we have for our people, that is beyond the job that they do every day, but looking after their welfare and their personal development.
And tell me, how does that differ from what might be present in an ordinary workplace and the requirements of duty of care to members of any other corporate or non-defence workplace?
I can't really talk to what other businesses and workforce areas may do, but in terms of the Navy, it is making sure that our people have a holistic support mechanism, not just doing their job, but making sure that they're being looked after in terms of their own welfare. So if they've got challenges at home with their family, that's being taken into account. If there are support mechanisms that can help them in that regard, that they're pointed in that direction and facilitated. It's understanding that when you join the Navy, it is a family in itself, and it's making sure we support them as such.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we've understood that the divisional system essentially follows the line of command. Am I correct in that description?
In the main, there can be slight differences to that. So, for example, on a patrol boat, you might find is that there is about 25 people on the ship. Mm-hmm. There are 2 officers, and so some of those sailors will be engineering sailors, and there's not an engineering officer on board, but they still are entitled to a divisional officer, and it'll be one of those. So it's not in their department, but it certainly is making sure that they've got a division officer. So it's not always in there, but in the main it is.
Yes. In circumstances where it is, so in the main, would you be able to speak to the Commissioners a little bit from your perspective about how a divisional officer balances his or her duties and conflicts in the management of those who are below them. So I have in mind, by way of example, conflict, say, between welfare and discipline, if they are involved in some disciplinary process with somebody beneath them. And there may be other examples.
It's important in terms of the way that we manage our people, that there is an honesty and a frankness in the way that we approach them. There's empathy, understanding in the main is that when discipline is required, it's not because the person is heinous or bad, there's just been an error of judgment or behaviour that needs to be corrected. But that does not mean you don't do that with empathy, you don't take consideration of their welfare. Having a divisional officer that understands the welfare of these people, they're in a good place to actually prevent mishaps or misadventures, or certainly unacceptable behaviour, because they understand where these people are. They understand if they're struggling in terms of their personal life, so that we can put preventive measures in, because we live with them, we work with them, and we're part of their lives.
Thank you. Insofar as divisional officers are tasked with the responsibility of the health and well-being of those who report to them, we've heard a little bit from Captain Lawton about training, very basic training that might be received in respect of healthcare. I think Keep Your Mates Safe is a training package to which you referred. But would you accept that the training, it's really a question of, it's experiential. So what is being offered by divisional officers more in the nature of a peer support as opposed to a targeted and managed welfare management system?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
They're not peers, they're generally superior in rank. They've got a role that comes with an implicit, if not directed, authority over that individual. They're supported in terms of that through the chain of command. Underneath them, there would be the divisional senior sailors working hand in glove with the divisional officers, so that we have the immediate supervisors, the divisional senior sailors and the officers in that cohort. There should be a strong understanding and empathy for the people that are being supported.
Tell me, in circumstances where there is a conflict, a personality conflict or the like between the divisional officer and the people for whom, or the person for whom they are responsible, how is that managed? And are there opportunities for reporting outside the chain of command? Might you elaborate on that?
Each one, the circumstance of that case would need to be looked at specifically. If at all possible, the preference is the lowest possible level to sort out whatever that issue is between the two individuals and do restorative action to get to resolve the dispute. And the earlier, the sooner that can be done, the more likely it is to be successful. The further that goes up the chain for resolution gets to me, there might be an outcome that is called a resolution, but it's unlikely to have both parties, perhaps not even either of them, that are happy with the outcome, because the process to go through that is obviously long, it's enduring, and there's going to be a lot of stress that are put on the individuals.
And then as to the second issue, which is the nature of reporting outside the chain of command, what opportunities are there? So if somebody has a concern with their divisional officer, to move away from that divisional officer. And
so first of all, there are workplace advisors. There are a number of those. Their names and all that will be posted on the websites and on other billboards and stuff around the base, so that people can have access to them. Separate to that, a really, really important role in the divisional system and in the command network is the command warrant officer. That is a person that sits, ensures that the lower deck and the officers are well connected. They are integral to command. They're very close to command. They'll walk the decks with command, and and their affinity and understanding of the issues our sailors are facing is essential. Anyone who receives a complaint is obliged through lawful orders that they need to refer that complaint on. So you can take that to anybody that is, and then they are obliged to support you in raising that complaint through whatever networks suits the occasion.
And how does that obligation arise and how is it monitored?
So the obligation is articulated, or is in the Australian Fleet General Orders, which is orders that are signed and authorised by the Fleet Commander. And sorry, what was your second part of the question?
And how is that obligation monitored? How is it ensured that the person that the person to whom the complaint or the concern is addressed acts upon it?
Well, the first thing is if they've said it to that person and that person doesn't react, if it's just between the two individuals, it's not there. But the fact that if you don't act on that, you have failed to comply with a lawful order. There are other ways and means. If the person can go to the chaplain, they can go to any other member on the base, they can get, if they're not happy with the response that they've got from the person they've made their complaint to, there's 2,500 other people in HMAS Stirling can go to.
And I think you mentioned among those 2,500 there are workplace advisors.
Yes.
Might you explain to the Commission the role that those advisors play and who they are? Are they part of command? Are they outside of command? Perhaps you can explore that.
So the specifics of HMAS Stirling and their makeup, I would have to defer to the commanding officer. But each command is obliged to have a certain number of those per head that's on the base. They are uniformed people that have volunteered for the role. They sit outside of the chain of command. They are trained in being able to point people in the direction. There is a workplace, amongst those there's a coordinator that looks after all of those so that the distribution of work amongst those workplace advisors is easily distributed and that they find one that can help that is going to be most acceptable to the complainant.
Do you know how many workplace advisors there are in HMAS Stirling?
No, I don't.
Do you know more broadly how many workplace advisors there are? Do they exist under support force or under your remit? Are they associated with?
No, they're not.
No, I see. Now, I just want to interpolate to ask a question. You mentioned the CEO of HMAS Stirling. Now, we know that Captain Lawton has left that role and will be moving to another role. Might you tell me who the new CEO is, or has that not yet been determined?
The new CEO took over last Friday just gone. That's Captain Kenneth Burley.
Captain?
Kenneth?
Yes.
Burley.
Thank you. Now, return now to the divisional system. What is your view on the question whether the health and well-being obligations of being a divisional officer, whether those obligations place additional burdens on the divisional officer, additional to the role that they fulfil in the work that has been assigned to them?
I wouldn't classify it as a burden. It's a responsibility. It's a privilege.
Do you think that it can, particularly in circumstances where they might be dealing with members who suffer health and well-being issues, and in particular some sort of mental or psychological distress, do you think it's capable of placing pressures on the divisional officer?
It could without training and without the entire command system working together. Yeah. So if somebody is in, there are a number of networks along those that help them out. And for example, the Unit Welfare Board is one that is done periodically at all bases. It is required to be done both within resident units and in the commands themselves. And out of that, each divisional officer will be represented at that to talk to their people and identify any of those that need extra help through it, for example, an individual welfare board. And at those individual welfare boards, there is all the support brought together to make sure there is not a single person left out there hanging trying to do all this hard work themselves, that we get all the facilities of medical, both physical, mental health, that we have rehab officers, that we've got psychologists, that we have defence family services if appropriate, that we have the command warrant officer, that we have the divisional representation and others, whatever the chaplain, for example, other areas to bring them all together, they coalesced and they work with the member attending that to make sure to get a result to everybody's mutual satisfaction that is member-centric.
And have you observed, and certainly that is the intention, have you observed circumstances where that has failed? And if you have, might you explain where some of the failings have occurred?
I have not seen failures in the individual welfare board. When I say that, it is fairly new, but I ran these as a commanding officer myself before taking up this role. I found them, they are evolving. There is a continuous improvement effort being done with them, but they provide a very, very good, and I haven't seen a better system to be able to look at our people in a 360-degree perspective that leads to outcomes that are agreed by all parties attending there, and they are agreed to by the member. And if the member wants to, the member has got the facility to bring a support person with them as well, and that just to help them through that process, but also helps them keep on track with the trusted agent.
And if I could just return to the divisional officer for a moment and come back to the individual welfare boards. To the extent that the divisional officers, I just want to explore this, do have obligations in the management of the health and well-being, including the mental health of those beneath them. There are times when, do you think the training that is provided is adequate to assist the divisional officers in fulfilling that function?
In terms of mental health, the divisional officer's responsibility is not to treat mental health. It's to help the person get the help they need for their mental health, and that would be through the Joint Health Command.
And how are they trained to identify risk factors or red flags in members who report to them?
So throughout their leadership training, commencing at the Royal Australian Navy College, that junior officers are trained in the role of being and the responsibilities of being the divisional officer. At our bases, and I know that they do this at Stirling, is that they also do continuous improvement training for those divisional officers, running 4 sessions a year, which is effectively a train-the-trainer sort of system to make sure that they remain current. In addition to that, there are things like heads-up signals, which are put out every month, which give the latest advice on changes in the divisional system and the support mechanisms and the conditions of service that affect our people to assist divisional officers provide a consistent and informed and up-to-date advice to our sailors on the help that's available to them.
Thank you. And tell me, is that training mandatory?
Yes.
And what is the nature of the training that is offered? You mentioned it's train the trainer. How does it, could you describe a little bit about its substance?
Look, when I did it, it was a long time ago, so I'm sure it's evolved, but there was role-playing when I did it. To get the up-to-date information on the content of the training, I would defer to Commodore training.
And do you know whether the training in its current form involves any training in the identification of mental health stressors or the like?
I would think so, but I have not looked at the training specifically of late. What I can talk to is the training of my commanding officers as well, is that they do a full day with the Director of Navy Psychology about that is focused on mental health risk factors and also being trauma informed.
Thank you. Tell me, Commodore Robertson, do you consider that the Australian Navy is presently facing a workforce retention issue?
Yes.
And is that true also of support force?
If you think of Shore Force as the administrative authority, which is where a lot of that retention will sit, or certainly the separation sits, is that therefore if we're 13,000 or 15,000, yes, it affects us.
Yes. And in light of that retention issue, from your observation or experience, do you think have you observed problems in the divisional system or the effectiveness of the divisional system? Do you think that's been impacted by workforce retention and shortages?
Not sure I would say the correlation between retention and the divisional system necessarily, but in terms of does workforce hollowness affect the divisional system does it degrade it? Yes, if I've got more people to look after because only 75% of the positions are manned, that means that my workload is higher than it would otherwise be if we're fully manned.
Yes. So absent the immediate recruitment of more people, how do you think the challenges to Navy's workforce retention and that hollowness might be ameliorated? And how is it done? How is it sought to be ameliorated?
So understanding the problem from a macro level is done in two areas that I am connected to, and it's a bit broader than that. So certainly we have Admiral Plath that is leading the retention task force to understand what we can do to do this across defence as a whole. Obviously there's the DPG, get the stats and data as well, but specifically who I work with on a routine basis to make sure that the measures that my commanding officers are doing are complementary to what we're trying to achieve from the Centre of Navy, is that I work closely with the Director General of Navy people. He is the one who understands the problem, the numbers, how they're tracking any one day, and is the one that analyses and gets the most out of whatever data we can, so that we can make sure we do informed decisions.
Thank you. Commodore Robertson, I want to turn now to the topic of unacceptable behaviour, if I may. Would you describe to the Commissioners what occurs when there is a report of unacceptable behaviour, number one, and number two, specifically what you do?
So unacceptable behaviour is something that is a command function. It is managed by my commanding officers. In broad terms, is what does me or my office do is that we are, for want of a better word, to just try to explain it, as a clearinghouse in terms of this. The reporting will go through my office with the Defence Incident Report, be cleared and make sure that all the appropriate measures have been taken, that is checked by my human resource officers, and then it is forwarded to the Fleet Issues Management Cell, where all of Fleet's incident reports are managed centrally.
And within that procedure, what is your role?
So using my very, very modest human resource team, which is one lieutenant that looks after the administration of 13,000 people, and one warrant officer that looks after the defence incident reports and managing those, is to make sure that is to run a filter through those, brief me every week or on occasion on the more serious ones about how these are tracking, how they're being managed, that the process is appropriate, and where are the most sensitive ones, or the ones that I need to reach in to make sure that appropriate action is being taken. But in doing so, it's really important that I do not compromise due process as this occurs, and to appreciate that at some point on the most serious ones, I'll be the decision maker.
Yes.
And that will take some time. And so for me to rush in when an incident first occurs is probably not helpful for the overall management of an incident.
Certainly. And I appreciate what you have said about the size of your human resources team and the number of possible incidents that might come through. Is there anything that is done at your level and by your team to monitor trends in unacceptable behaviour?
They do, and so across Shoreforce, if we see something particularly across a base that is common in terms of the way they're managing it, if I have concerns, then I will look at how I best manage that, or just to make sure, is there something here that's at variance to what is best practice? And on occasion, I've done fact findings into bases just to understand why their DIRs are being managed slightly different, or the outcomes seem to be higher or lower than another base, and that's occurred.
Thank you. And now I'm speaking at a level of generality, or speaking broadly here, and I hope you can address this. But when someone in command is accused of unacceptable behaviour, are they immediately stood down? If not, why not? How is that managed?
It is dependent on the conditions of the allegation and the substance that we can do in that initial stage of it. If it was a serious, for example, a serious sexual offence, yes.
Yes.
If there's somebody has complained because the CEO has raised their voice, probably not.
No. Tell me, are there policies or guidelines that that address this question, or is it more of an ad hoc assessment of the individual set of circumstances?
There are guidelines on commanding officers and when they may be removed. They are not removed from me. That is not my authority.
No.
They are appointed by the Chief of Navy, and it is the Chief of Navy who would remove them, and that may be on the advisement of the Fleet Commander, who may be on the advisement of me if we've got concerns about any behaviours.
But you're, of course, not the decision maker in that respect.
No, I'm not.
No. Now, not all cases of unacceptable behaviour will be substantiated. Does that mean that all unsubstantiated cases are by their nature acceptable, or might there be some other characterisation? Could you comment on that?
So my understanding is that of the last 12 months across Fleet, 27% of unacceptable behaviours were substantiated. Of those others, I would consider the vast majority of those were probably still not unacceptable behaviour in accordance with the CALM, which is the manual which we use as our reference, but that doesn't mean that behaviour was appropriate, and therefore there may be other action, and that could be informal cancelling, it might be a letter of reflection, it's something at that lower level where there's still or it could be in terms of just general performance reporting about how we deal with that behaviour that is not what we expect it to be, but it didn't reach the threshold of unacceptable behaviour.
Thank you. And now moving on that same topic, but moving away from the hypothetical towards and addressing what you have done in those circumstances, might you give the Commissioners some examples of how you have managed those incidents, whether it, counselling or the like?
Sorry, objection. I didn't actually catch all of the question. I think the question was how the Commodore has managed incidents, and I'm not clear whether he's being asked about what particular incidents he's being asked about. If that could be clarified, please.
Yes, certainly. So I believe that the Commodore has indicated a level of it was a hypothetical, really, that there might be a letter issued or there might be some counselling. I ask of him, could he indicate some, and not by reference to individuals, of course, but specific things he has done in response to this sort of behaviour?
I am cautious about this because the number of complaints against commanding officers who have been handpicked by the Chief of Navy to do their job should ordinarily be very low.
Yes.
And so for me to start talking about how I've managed individual cases, it's very hard for me not to be breaching privacy inadvertently. So I'm a bit cautious about that.
I understand that. Tell me, moving away from commanding officers, are there other circumstances where you've had cause to write a letter or speak to the individual or the like? So I don't want to limit it just to commanding officers, let me be clear.
Yes. So if we look at it, most of the time, incidents should be able to be managed within the command. That is their design. That is the responsibilities the Chief of Defence Force and the Chief of Navy and the Fleet Commander and all their different guidance and appointments have made it clear to them that they are responsible for the behaviour and the culture within their bases and their commands writ large. And therefore, I expect them to get on with it. On occasion, based on whether it is the rank or the seriousness of the event, the initiating officer may be the commanding officer. If it is the commanding officer, there may be therefore the requirement for me to be the imposing officer, therefore the final decision maker in an administrative outcome. On those occasions, there will be an outcome, and it will be ranging from termination, and I have terminated several people. It may be a censure. It may be a reduction in rank. I've done both of those. It may be a formal warning. I've done those as well. It could be formal cancelling. I've done those as well. It could be informal cancelling. I have not done those. It could be a letter of reflection. I've done those. And it could be performance management, and I've done those as well.
Thank you. Now, Commodore Robertson, tell me, do you receive the Fleet Command Board Workplace Behaviour Update reports?
Yes, I do.
Might I display, please, CBF.1001.0002.0413. This is a February 2023 update report. Are you familiar with that report? Might help when it's displayed, perhaps.
I am, albeit it's not the latest version.
I see. And what is the latest version, might I ask?
April 23.
Thank you. Nonetheless, if we can just refer to this for the moment, might you explain to the commissioners what these reports are by describing their intention, their purpose?
So I'm not the author, nor have I done the analysis.
I accept that.
And so this is something that is provided by the Fleet Issues Management Cell, who works for the Deputy Fleet Commander, one of my fellow one-stars within Fleet Command.
And it's provided to inform you of what's going on, is it not?
So at a Fleet Command Board, which is we gather routinely once a quarter, at those, this will be one of the standing agenda items, is to be briefed on behavioural trends and within the fleet.
And tell me, what do you do with these reports once you receive them?
The key thing is look out for how is it trending? Are there improvements? And what is the so what that comes from that?
Yeah.
One of the things that I think the Fleet Issues Management Cell is working closely with the Defence People Group and Navy people is to try to get better data that we can understand with a more fidelity about what all this means. At the moment, the data in here is quite at a macro level, and trying to make sense of it to be able to do on-the-ground, face-to-face initiatives can be a little bit challenging.
Thank you. Now, Commodore Robertson, this report states for the period from 22nd February 2022 to 21 February 2023, 342 complaints were made. Similarly, in the previous period, there were 348 complaints made. There are various updates, and you've mentioned one just recently. And those updates consistently say that workplace harassment, workplace bullying, and workplace sexual misconduct are the main reported types of unacceptable behaviour. Now, I say that in respect of updates other than the most recent one. Are you able to say from your memory whether that is information that is contained or conveyed by the most recent report?
The trends are fairly steady.
Yesterday. Thank you. And it would seem that this has been the reporting trend since at least 2021. Commodore Robertson, the February 2023 update provides a breakdown of the types of unacceptable behaviour by the various force commands. And if we turn then to .0417, you'll see there the breakdown, and it's indicated there shore force, but we know that support force has the highest numbers of unacceptable behaviour complaints. And again, the most prevalent types, it would seem, are workplace bullying, harassment, sexual misconduct and violent behaviour. Now, there might be an explanation for this to be found in the numbers. Question, is that so? Number one. And might there be other explanations, and could you identify them?
So first of all, unacceptable behaviour, even if it's a complaint that's not upheld, is unacceptable.
Yeah.
It is absolutely to the disadvantage of our ability to fight and win at sea. So every one of these, even if they're not upheld, and as I said, about 3/4 of them won't be upheld, but it's important because perception is reality for that person making the complaint, and or there was probably still not appropriate behaviour that's occurred. So we need to get on top of it. In terms of the numbers for shore force, in terms of the behaviours within shore force, they're fairly consistent with the rest of the forces. Why are the numbers bigger for shore force? Because this takes in everybody that is administratively under our authority, not just those in the functional command of support force. And therefore, 13,000 of Navy's 15,000 are therefore out of my group, that's why there are so many people within it. Some of those people that are shore-based within the other force commanders, it's fallen under them instead of us, that sort of thing. So where they actually do that specific breakdown, I would defer to the analysts. But in terms of why the numbers are there, it's because that's where most of Navy spends their working day, even if they don't report to me directly.
Thank you. Would you agree, Commodore Robertson, that when unacceptable behaviour occurs in a workplace and it is minimised, by way of example, Evine described as just name calling, right? That has the potential to create a culture where unacceptable behaviour might be viewed as permissible?
I don't think permissible is the right word. It just did not meet the definition of unacceptable behaviour unless it's been repeated, and then it's fallen into workplace bullying categorisation.
I see. Tell me, Commodore Robertson, if I could refer you to 0415 of this document. It's a table and it shows the length of time taken for an unacceptable behaviour incident to be resolved. Within this table, you'll see that the length of time greater than between 3 and 6 months and greater than 6 months. My understanding is, and correct me if this is wrong, that the CALMS dictates that complex incidents of unacceptable behaviour should be resolved in 3 months. Is that your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
Might you explain to the commissioners the potential consequences that can flow if unacceptable behaviour complaints are not resolved in a timely fashion?
It does nobody any favours, whether you're the respondent or the complainant. It just means the stress of the process is on top of the incident itself, and it just makes life difficult, and it's not acceptable, and we need to find ways to make sure this is not the case.
And do you accept too that it can have adverse consequences for Navy culture, because you might have, in the intervening period, a perpetuation of certain behaviour that hasn't been censured in a particular way?
So the closure in itself should not get in the way of that because the fact finding should have been done much earlier than the 3 months, and therefore there should be enough information there to understand whether I've got a problem which is beyond that incident and how we're managing the workplace whilst the complaint is processed and resolved.
Thank you. And if I might go now, please, to 0414 of this document. In fact, over to paragraph 17, it might be on the next page. I'm sorry. Yes, paragraph 7 there, paragraph 7, my apologies. There's a reference there to areas of improvement, or 2 areas where work remains to be done in the management of handling unacceptable behaviour complaints. I'll give you an opportunity to read that. So you can see there's a reference. The first area is the relationship between the supervisor and the peer supervisor relationship, so the position of rank and unacceptable behaviour in the Navy. And then the second area concerns sexual misconduct complaints. As to the first, might you explain to the commissioners some of the issues that can arise from the relationship between different ranks and positions? And perhaps also comment on the age of complainants, who tend to be of a younger cohort, and I'll come to that if need be.
Sorry, I'm not the author, and when I read that paragraph, it does not talk about a difference between the age of the complainant and the respondent. It just talks about the position or rank.
I'll take you to the paragraph that deals with age. So let's talk about position and rank first. Do you think that there are any particular issues that arise in relation to rank and position, and might you comment on that and how those issues can be dealt with? And can you comment on that when we have in Navy the importance of the divisional system that relies on rank and looking after those beneath the divisional officers?
In terms of it is for my management of incidents that come to me for a decision, there is no difference in terms of the rank and the consequence. I would need to refer to the author of this to understand what they meant by this particular thing, and whether it's part of this could be we've got senior people posted overseas, and how do you manage that outside of the workplace? How do you manage it when they're the director of an organisation and where it's coming from, and they're outside of that simpler chain of command? I'm not sure of the context. It's very difficult to answer.
Thank you. On the question then of sexual misconduct complaints, you'll see in that paragraph that there is a reference to there being irregularities in the Navy directive. Are you aware of those? Are you able to speak to them?
So my understanding, and again, not the author, and I'm not the expert on on the legalities, because these were legalities were at the heart of this, but it's what I understand is that the directive made, in terms of and the calm, there was just minor inconsistencies, and therefore what it meant in terms of that directive that is there, it needed to be carefully monitored that you did not make decisions that are at variance with what the calm requires, because it is the superior document. This is a subordinate document that its purpose is to provide contextual Navy-specific advice on how we go about delivering our responsibilities and accountability to process behaviours underneath the calm. But the CARM is a superior document. There were technicalities, I understand, and I would need to defer to the Fleet Issues Management cell for that advice.
I see. So to the extent that one-off comments of a sexual nature have been excluded, that has been done in order to ensure conformance between documents, not because a particular view has been taken in respect of that conduct.
So one of the key thing that come out of that Directive 9 of 22 is the mandatory issuing of a notice to show cause for termination anyone who is found to have committed, been found liable for an unacceptable, for a sexual related unacceptable behaviour complaint. For those, my understanding is in terms of those that have made an offhand comment of a sexual nature, it probably was not commensurate in terms of that offence that they should be given a notification of termination.
I see. Thank you. I want to manage the time. Sorry, just excuse me. I just want to manage the time. Might I turn now, Commodore Robertson, to workforce issues and the relationship between unacceptable behaviour and workforce issues. Do you consider that there is a relationship? And if so, how? Does it bear on workforce retention? Do you think that there is a connection there? Do you know that there is a connection there from any analysis that has been undertaken?
Could you clarify workforce issues?
So by which I mean a stretched workforce or insufficiently manned workforce, thus placing pressures on those individuals who are there to fulfil roles and positions.
Whether unacceptable behaviour complaints are diminishing the workforce as a whole in terms of being a primary cause, I could not make a statement or a judgment on that. But in terms of does workforce behaviour that is poor and inadequate affect the workforce? Does it affect morale? Does it affect our ability to fight and win? Absolutely, and there needs to be no tolerance for it. I need every single person that is driving to work or is waking up to go and watch to be looking forward to working alongside their shipmates because they trust them with their lives.
Do you think it can be a driver the other way, a driver of unacceptable behaviour, and have you observed that?
There is no excuse for unacceptable behaviour, ever.
And as to whether retention and an inadequately manned workforce can play a role in it, do you have a view?
The consequences of unacceptable behaviour are multidimensional. All of them are to the degradation of both our capacity and our lethality.
Moving away then from the topic of unacceptable behaviour to the question of tempo. And I want you to first comment on whether you consider a Navy to be a high tempo work environment, and then having commented on that, whether you have a view as to whether that tempo plays a role in retention.
In terms of objective quality evidence on this, no, I cannot answer the question.
And from your observation, are you able to provide any observational comments in respect of that question?
Yes. So there's a few of these, and you haven't mentioned it, but they're, the people, the characteristics of burnout and is, do I wait?
No, continue.
Is that character traits are a factor in that. If I walk around my headquarters at 1800 when I'm trying to get away from the office, it will be the same one or two people there that I need to tell to leave the office. And it is more about not the work that I've imposed upon them because I've told them they can stop, that they will keep doing it because they're perfectionists, they are dutiful, they are focused on doing their very, very best that they can for the Navy and for their fellow shipmates. And so there is a factor of that, and it needs to be, and I have directed to my commanding officers to make sure that everybody is getting respite, and some people need to be directed to it. Sometimes I need to direct my directors or commanding officers to take short leave because I know they've been working too hard, and I expect them to do the same for their people. The fleet commander expects me to take short leave when I've been working too hard.
I haven't cut across you, I trust. So was there something else you wanted to say on that topic?
No, I've probably forgotten the question.
No, that's all right. I'll have some more questions on burnout. Might you explain to the commissioners what the term means to you, just to give some context to what you have just said?
So my understanding of it is informed from about 2 years ago when I read a paper from a psychiatrist. I think it was Mr. Gordon or Gordon somebody. I understand he was a famous psychiatrist, so psychiatrist, forgive me. There's that, and then there's a layman's term of simply being fatigued and you've done a hard day's work or a hard month's work. The way I understand burnout, and this is more about an occupational condition, and it's not simply about being fatigued, and it's about people that are becoming depersonalised, that they're losing their sense of tone when they're engaging with people, and that their lethargy is persistent, never-ending, and therefore their ability to do their job, despite yesterday or not long ago, they were the hardest working, most effective people in the workforce. That is the way I understand burnout. And as I said, a lot of this is I've got to make sure that we're helping people help themselves, because some of our people, they joined the Navy because they want to do something bigger than themselves. They want to do something for their country, and therefore they're the sort of people that put themselves in this way if we are not careful in the way that we manage them.
Thank you. And just to assist you with your recollection, was it Professor Gordon Parker, or am I mistaken?
No, that's the one.
Thank you. And thank you for the description, as you understand it, of burnout. Might you describe its significance for Navy members? You've said, and Navy operations. Can you talk a little bit about that?
It's significant because it's our best people that are most affected by it. And it's likely to be people like your commanding officer, your operations officer, your head of department, the best hard-working chief that you've come to rely on them, and you rely on them more than you should because they've been putting their hand up and working long hours. It's something that even in the senior leadership group that we need to be mindful. In my own capstone course, we had the Chief of Defence Force and every other senior leader telling us to be mindful of this ourselves.
And how are you mindful? Is it a part of that divisional system, or are there particular mechanisms in place? Do you have assessments? How do you do that?
So within my bases, I require my commanding officers to monitor this and look after it. More broadly across my command, it is to look at those pockets that I see the most vulnerable. One of those would be the personnel support unit, which is the one that looks after the complex personnel cases. It's the one that takes people when their case is too complex to be managed by the divisional system. But those caregivers in that are ones that are prone to working far too hard as they try to look after people to potentially save lives. And as they go through this, they can be their own worst enemies as they try to help other people, but they do it at their own personal cost. Along those lines, I make sure they are obliged to do trauma training, that they're obliged to do mental health training for leaders, that they're obliged to take 3 days of short leave on top of their normal leave every year, that they're obliged to get psychological screening at least every year to make sure that we're monitoring how they're progressing.
Thank you. And we've talked about the idea of burnout, but do you consider that burnout can lead to more serious issues of psychological distress, mental ill health? Is that something you've observed?
Look, to go back to Gordon Parker's advice,
yes,
is that I think there are a few things there. And one of those was what's called worrying time, which is a great time. It's something we just call reflective time.
Yeah.
But it's having a battle rhythm that factors in this thing. The other side of it is that it's important. There were some structural things that we have in place. We have extended recreational leave by a week, so you get an extra week's leave now because we understand the arduous of working in the Defence Force and what they are. I've also encouraged commanding officers to provide short leave whenever they're in doubt, apply it, so that we can give these people that little bit extra break. Breaks them up from that never-ending battle rhythm that they put themselves within as they prosecute their duties. And so making sure that we've got structures that allow them to do that. The other side of it, from a broader perspective, is that you are generally posted every 2 years. That breaks up the cycle. So if someone is prone to burnout behaviours, the fact that I've moved them on 2 years, that's the same thing that Gordon Parker talked about, is find another employer. Yet for me, I've found a new job every 2 years for the last 36 years, but I hadn't had to change employers. And that's an opportunity that Defence provides. It's probably more accident than anything else. But
Thank you. And in discussing burnout, you've emphasised, I think, that some people are more prone to burnout than others because there's a proneness to working too hard. To what extent do you think, or have you observed within the Navy and within your commanding officers, that is a driver for burnout compared with or versus operational tempo and high workload?
they can be one and the same. But yes, amongst my commanding officers, but also my XOs and my command warrant officers and all those in positions where their decision is simply what the work they're doing today, it's about the people they're doing it for. And therefore, when you stop work, because you want to get some personal time, but it comes at the perceived expense of the person that you are thinking about, the action that you are taking, that the closure of trying to close out all those different incidents to resolve them in a time frame that is as fast as you can, but it comes at your own personal expense. Therefore, it comes at a cost of my leaders.
Yes. Tell me, how might the ADF at an enterprise level seek to ameliorate some of these issues surrounding burnout? What can be done at enterprise level and that can come down through command to be implemented to assist officers with burnout?
I think I've mentioned a few of them. We now have more leave and you have to take it. We require you to take your leave, and so that we can, so therefore it breaks up the cycle. It gets you out of the workplace. You then see that actually the workplace can get on without you, that you have delegated your role to someone else. It gives them the opportunity to stand up, and actually hopefully coming back from leave you're going to be in a better place. The extra, the short leave and giving, sometimes it's not, and along those lines, my own directive here to my commanding officers talks about how I expect them to behave. One of the things that come out of the Human Rights Council work into maritime warfare officers is about how we go about the mission at all costs, and that we needed to correct that behaviour, that we go after the mission through our people, not at the expense of our people. And understanding that, making sure you apply that to yourself as a commanding officer and a command team, not just the way that you manage your sailors, is really important.
Thank you. I note the time, and I note, Commissioners, that a break has been scheduled, so we might take a short break.
Certainly. We'll have a 10-minute break. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 10 minutes. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commodore Robertson. You mentioned before the break a leave policy that has been implemented. Please, would you tell the commissioners when that policy was implemented and by whom, when it started?
Just to clarify, do you mean the extra 5 days
Yes,
recreation leave?
yes, I do.
It's within the last 6 months, I think.
Thank you. And is it being used? Is there something that exists there that people can take, or is it something that where there is actually an uptake? Because there's a difference between the two.
So for recreation leave, it just occurs. So every day that you serve, there is a percentage of that leave that is added to your leave balance. You don't get a choice. There's no work to do. At the end of the year, you just got 5 more days of leave available to you.
And it is leave that you essentially have to take.
Yes.
I see. And you have mentioned, Commodore Robertson, that some members of Navy, particularly those who are charged with looking after complex cases, can be particularly susceptible to burnout, given, I take it, the emotional drain, some of the additional elements in managing those cases. Have I characterised that accurately?
I couldn't say it's susceptible, maybe I'm just getting the meaning right, but it's certainly something I'm very alert to.
Fine. Are there other aspects of Navy work design, other areas, whether it be the type of work or how it's done, where members can be, whether you're aware of burnout as an issue for those members?
I think leadership positions at all level, but I think it's wrapped up also in the character traits of individuals. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I think you need to factor the two of those things need to be in place. So, yeah.
Do you have a view as to whether within ADF there are particular features of Navy work that can give rise to mental health stressors or to burnout? And if so, would you comment?
Separating the two is that, so burnout, as I think we've discussed it a fair bit, but mental health, there are operations that we put our people through which are very, very difficult. And so having commanded a patrol boat back in 2000, 2001, and when we needed to do the turn back, the operation of rescuing people in harm's way, to turning around their boats, to recovering deceased people, that's tremendously traumatic, and it leads to mental health inevitably.
Yeah. And are there particular programs or plans that Navy has put in place that are Navy specific to respond to those particular traumas arising from those sorts of operations?
I would need to defer to the Director of Navy Psychology. In the main, I understand all of this is done under the Joint Health Command banner, so it's not Navy specific.
Do you, and I take your position on board, if there isn't something that is Navy specific, do you think that there would be a benefit in there being a specific program?
We're one defence force. The things that you will be you'll suffer, there might be, the differences are much more minuscule than the similarities between an integrated force. So whether it's Army, Navy, Air Force, and indeed APS at times, or even contractors, is that I think a common centralised best practice is better, because I think what I would hate to have is have to have more bureaucratic duplication of bureaucracy amongst the services, because that comes at the expense of people doing face-to-face mental health support.
Thank you. And I think there's the proposed move at an enterprise level to a health and wellbeing strategy. Now, Commodore Robertson, we've talked about operational issues. Are there other aspects of ADF work and Navy work in your experience that I might be able to describe as daily hassles or micro traumas, something that might, on a daily basis impact upon Navy personnel. Are you able to comment on that? And I can give you some examples if that would assist, and you can comment on those.
I don't want to be long-winded, so I'm cautious about my answer to this. My last job, I trained delivered half of Navy's training. And that was all maritime warfare training. If I went and spoke to my Phase 1 maritime warfare officers, they would tell me that they're doing the hardest thing in the world that anyone has ever done. When I speak to those same people doing Stage 2, they'd say that Stage 1 stuff was nothing. You should try Stage 2, sir. I would talk to them at Stage 3. They said, don't worry about Stage 2, sir. We're now doing the hardest thing ever. That was easy. When I talked to them at Stage 4, I had them in the room. I had the principal warfare officers, had people who had command, and everyone talked the other stuff was easy because it was behind them. The perception of them in that stage of their life matters. I can poo-poo it, but for them it is a reality. So yes, there's the stresses, but there is also a conditioning that goes through this process, and we just need to be mindful as we go through there that we're alert to this, to make sure that we're conditioning for the arduous of serving in the Navy, but also understanding is that, and so there's making sure that we understand this. We can't dish it. We need to understand it, acknowledge it, but also reassure them that this is a well understood pathway that they're on. Others have gone there before them, including ourselves, and to work through it and provide them support if we need to. And along that program, we've got performance coaches in there, as well as providing Navy psychological support as well.
Thank you. And I have in mind now, and I hear what you say, I have in mind separately from that, issues such as lack of autonomy or daily frictions with command, and perhaps cumulative daily stressors. Do you have a view on how they can impact on your personnel?
Could you please explain the lack of autonomy that you were referring to?
Well, first, do you consider that there is a lack of autonomy that Navy personnel lack autonomy in decision making, and that might impact them?
The best run ships, the best run bases are where delegation and their preparedness and not being risk averse, to allowing our people to be the best versions of themselves, to trusting them, but making sure they understand the operations, that leads to the best outcomes. That leads to the best bases. I say that as a former captaincy training, where I was required to train every ship and submarine and patrol boat to get to unit readiness or mission readiness, whether that's deployed to the Middle East or whatever. The best ones were where people down at the lowest levels of leadership, such as a leading seaman, were making decisions by themselves because they've got the authority and they understood what the task was. You cannot do that if you don't share and the understanding of what the mission is about. Otherwise, you have strategic sailors get you in a lot of trouble. But if you brief them well, these are well-trained people. The subject matter experts in the Navy are our sailors, not our officers. We need to trust them, we need to empower them, we need to optimise what we get out of them. I think one of the problems we can have if we don't do this right is that we lose our sailors because they're bored, because they're not getting the level of authority and the ability to take action requisite with the skill set that we've invested in them.
Thank you. And do you consider that some of those issues, apart from retention issues, can lead perhaps to mental, cause psychological stressors? Or constitute psychological stressors, I should say.
I don't. I think that leads to dissatisfaction with your work that you're doing, and maybe the employment that you're in, if we do not give them the opportunity.
Thank you. You've mentioned the importance of autonomy and its role in ensuring that Navy is well run. I'd like to talk about a topic, if I may, of organisational justice, and if I can just put some meat on that, the notion of feeling respected and valued. Could you comment on that and inform the commissioners of how Navy achieves that?
if we look from the very top, we've got a thing called Mission Command. A Mission Command can apply at all levels, but it's actually making someone responsible and accountable associated with their position and the training and experience they've got to get on with the task and achieve it and report back when it's completed at that level. Important from us at the face-to-face level is to make our people feel valued. And that is to give them a voice. Each time I address my officers and sailors at whatever base I go to, is when I ask it's now time for questions, is actually not to walk away without questions being asked. Sometimes there's an awkward silence. My record was 30 minutes waiting for someone to ask a question. But once you get one or two done, the avalanche comes, and then it opens up. The reason to encourage them to do that is to show the importance of our people having a voice. Without it, we're not going to fight and win against a potential adversary. We need them to have a voice because the smartest people, the most qualified people, our subject matter experts, and those with the plasticity of mind and thinking are our most junior people and the middle-ranking sailors. And that's where I need to get them thinking about the future fight, because the one that I come into as a Cold War in the 1980s, my learnings, my experience, is no longer valid.
And tell me, what are some of, do you consider there's some challenges and then some barriers in giving people a voice or in their voices being heard? Could you elaborate on that? What are those barriers? What are those challenges?
It's important that leaders have self-confidence and that they show confidence in their people. If they don't have the confidence that they can trust their people, that they need to own every decision, that can be a barrier because there's a risk averseness that comes out of that, not wanting to make a mistake. We need to create an environment where people are prepared to experiment, that they're prepared to give things a go, show initiative. And that comes down to my best leaders show that, and they always have done.
Thank you. Tell me, do you think, Commodore Robinson, that there are issues with mental health and wellbeing in the Navy workforce?
Yes.
And what do you think are the primary drivers of that?
It's a complex space. I'm not an expert in it, and I'm hesitant to put forward that I understand this, but it's multi-directional. What I'm focused on is trying to make sure I create an environment within my means to actually minimise the risk of it, understanding what all the causes are, but if I've got to look at it from a space that I need to have an environment where people feel they're able to talk, they feel comfortable, they feel safe, they feel this is a place they want to be because the people, they can trust those working alongside. I need the people to feel empowered to talk up. I need to create that environment, and we need to have the mechanisms in place from the reach, which is having the health services and all that. So when you're in trouble, there's somewhere readily to go and take them to. I think all those things continue to evolve and improve, and we're in a much better space now than we were only 6, 12 months, 5 years ago. It continues to improve. It's a much better space, but we only need every person that needs help. It's both minimising it, but when it does that, we can treat it well. But all the causes, there's multiple factors.
And as to those causes, and I'm not seeking here a definitive answer. I'm seeking your opinion based on your observation and experience, and it's just that. What do you see some of the drivers to be?
I'm interested to see if it changes now as we come out of COVID. Through COVID, I was surprised that the people that struggled more were not my junior people, it was more my middle-ranking officers and sailors, and particularly those that had relationship breakdowns, and therefore there was a loneliness, and they lost their tribe because we couldn't get together anymore. That was hopefully a temporal perspective, but certainly that's where I was seeing mental health conditions that were hardest to deal with, the most complex and hardest to recover from. during that 3 year period.
What do you think some of the answers could be to some of those issues?
We need to keep the connections in place, and we can't take it for granted that they're there. So things like the divisional system that you mentioned, it can't be left to run on its own way. It needs to be invested in it, both with time, resources, and people.
And you accept, of course, don't you, that the nature of defence work and Navy work is extraordinary in the sense of both its risk and demand?
It is, but I think the main thing with Navy in terms of what makes it different is just you don't need to go on operations to be dislocated from your family and loved ones. Dislocation from family and loved ones is probably the thing that sets us apart from every other employment.
Yes. And do you have any information? Have you received any information from Navy Health Psychology in respect of that and in respect of those drivers and what can be done?
Look, I think those ones I talked about is just creating the environment where people feel safe, to both that it's a supportive environment so they feel trusted in it, so you don't want to leave it. The other one is that they feel empowered to be able to put their hand up, they feel safe.
And what do you think can be done practically to address some of those impacts that arise from relationships and family? What can be done differently to make the Defence Force a more attractive and practicable workforce?
Look, one of the latest initiatives I've done is just make sure I get the right word, separated service threshold is an important one. Before that, we're just doing PERS tempo, so it was based on how much time you were spending at sea. The new measure is about reducing the amount of time that you can spend separated, but it also takes into consideration things like if you are doing defence aid to civil community and other programs like that, where you're sent on operations away from your family, sent on training away from your family, as well as the sea time. So for someone who's come back from a seagoing appointment, but they spend the next 5 months down at HMAS Cerberus from Western Australia doing training, that's not respite, that's not reconnecting with family, but it is short time. So making sure all of those factors are addressed and understanding the battle rhythm of every individual, that is now done. It's the early days, but I expect, and we're about to reduce the threshold of what we consider acceptable in that regard. I think that is the biggest measure we've done. Also at sea, I think we can do it better ashore, is looking at fatigue management. In the days gone past, people would spend time at sea, when I'd go there and I'd say, you're looking a bit tired, and they go, yes, I've only had 2 hours sleep in the last 2 days, and they wore it like a badge of honour. Changing around that actually you're embarrassed that you have not had your sleep. You know that is irresponsible because you're putting your shipmates in harm's way, that you're compromising the lethality of your ship. That has been a cultural turnaround of significance that's happened in the last 10 years. All these little bits add up to make sure the workplace is better and people are more resilient because they're less fatigued.
Thank you. Tell me, childcare, do you have any view on the importance or otherwise of childcare?
Yes, I think it's the next frontier.
You think it's what? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
The next frontier.
Yes, and what do you mean by that?
Well, at the moment, because of these stringencies of service, we provide subsidised housing that is guaranteed in the location you're going to, because you don't get to choose where you go. We tell you where you're going. So we provide you housing. We provide you free medical and dental because you don't get to choose that your GP, because they might be in another part of the country. So all these are the things that these stringencies of the service. Childcare has not caught up with that. For me, it's the next frontier. We need to make sure that people are guaranteed a childcare spot when we post them to a new location. Now, I've been working closely with the Retention Task Force to that end. There's good work that's being done, but I think it's got to be less about just reducing that disruption and that hardship, but actually making it into something that is actually a retention opportunity for us.
Thank you. And can you explain to the Commissioners a little more about the nature of the work you have been doing to advance this issue?
I've had surveys done of all my bases to understand just how, which bases where this is a more profound challenge, and I've fed that back into the task force. The task force have been working with DPG, the Defence Personnel Group, about their initiatives that they've been doing this, but there's doing very good work to try to ameliorate the hardship associated with it. My challenge to them, or request, is that they actually blue sky this to actually turn it on its head and say, why would you ever leave the Navy? Because it's the only place where you're guaranteed childcare when you go to work.
Thank you. And tell me, in undertaking that survey, are you able to indicate some of the issues that you have identified? Are we talking about the quality of care, the mere fact of its availability, long waiting lists? What do you have to say about that?
Local solutions for local problems. They're all different, and we need to look at it through those lenses. That's why each one of those bases, their experience set has moved through. So there are some bases where there are some areas in defence where childcare is on board the base. That is not the case in Navy bases, with one exception. But some places, it's in Sydney, you just can't get in there, or where you live out in the western suburbs and you're a caterer at HMAS Watson, you've got a 2-hour drive, and to get your kid in there before you get to work at 6 o'clock requires someone to open up their childcare at 4:30 in the morning. That's not going to occur.
Thank you. And tell me, would you be able to identify that one exception?
HMAS Cerberus has childcare on it.
Thank you. And tell me, do you find that there are certain cohorts that are disproportionately affected? Are they single parents, a particular rank, women versus men, age groups? Do you have any intelligence on that?
They can all be affected similarly and dissimilarly. For example, if sometimes if you're posted C and your partner happens to be a serving member, well, effectively that person's now almost a single member trying to provide that service. When it comes to a single member, how they can possibly go to C if they don't have a good, robust childcare system in their locale is going to be a real challenge. So it's everywhere. It's different. There's actually the odd base that says actually we don't have a problem. It's all okay. But they're rarer than the other. But each base is different. Needs to be all looked at local solutions.
And I must say, childcare shortages are not a defence-only issue. How is it contemplated that this problem for defence members might be addressed?
It's got to be multifaceted, and tell you the truth, I'm selfish. I don't care about the rest of the Royal Australian workforce. Is that they're my competition, and I need to be looking after my sailors and my officers to provide them somewhere that they can go and serve their country, feeling safe and confident about the welfare of their children, and that's my focus.
Thank you. Commodore Robertson, we've addressed some of the aspects of defence work, including Navy work, that give rise to stressors. Burnout is one you have mentioned. We've talked about unacceptable behaviour, and the like, some cumulative daily stressors. Could you talk a little bit more to the Commissioners about the accountability of command and individuals for managing those issues and how they might be best managed? Does it fall on the middle ranks?
No, it falls to all of us. So there's the Chief of Defence Force is in the midst of either himself or through the service chiefs and theatre commander to issue command certificates. In those command certificates, it is made abundantly clear to commanding officers that they are accountable for the culture and behaviours under their commands. And they're responsible for it. That doesn't mean, how do they do that? They need to do it through all their people. They need to both set the example, they need to walk the streets, but they need and walk the corridors of that base, but they also need to do it through all of their people. It's important to have, and a lot of that is finding champions too, is that, and how you invest in those champions of change and those champions of best behaviours. I recall having a young sailor of mine that had tragically been, and not, I don't think it wasn't in Navy, but had been the subject of a sexual assault. But she was in a place where she felt inclined and wished to talk public about it and be an example and talk to women and leaderships conferences and the like. It wasn't about just giving her permission to do that, but it was investing in her with coaching and training in terms of being able to speak publicly so that she could be the best version of herself as she did that. Those sorts of things, and then using it, and there, as long as she felt comfortable, to speak more broadly across the base. Those sorts of examples are everywhere. We have change champions, investing in them. I find Command Warrant Officers one of the strong places in that.
And Tommy, you mentioned command certificates. Are they happening now?
Yes, I understand by the 30th of June that ought to be issued.
I see. And you talk about investing in warrant officers or investing in change champions. How is that done in practice? How can you support those particular officers in that endeavour?
We've actually got so many of them. Some of the jobs that people take on, and they're just volunteers for it, just shows so much about the quality of our people. Our workplace advisors, that's not a job that's imposed on anybody. That's people putting their hand up to do something beyond their day job. When it comes to the alcohol ADPAs, which is your alcohol and drug counsellors that we have on our bases, they're just volunteers that go and do a course to do that. It's recognising those people, but not just taking for granted, but actually to highlight it, to reward them about the great work they do, because they actually save lives. And therefore, when we do commendations, and the Fleet Commander has been very strong about this, when we award commendations to people, it should not be just on the outcome they achieve, but the way they went about it. It's about the behaviours, so that, as I mentioned earlier, it's about achieving results through our people, not at their expense. And so those that achieved commendable results, but it's burnt out people or broken people, that doesn't get rewarded, but sometimes it would not be evident in a commendation. Making sure that how they did that is probably more important than the actual outcome itself.
Thank you. Commissioners, there are no further questions at the moment. Perhaps over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Commodore. I've got a few questions to ask. You talked early on about the divisional officers and their need to tackle issues with frankness and honesty, but also empathy and understanding. And you indicated that there is training provided for them to enable them to do that job. I'm curious to know how that's monitored. How do you know that the divisional officers are actually doing that role, performing that role with the honesty and frankness and empathy and understanding that you would want them to be?
So, Commissioner, obviously what I don't do is have a supervisor over the top of them when they're doing a very personal and hopefully empathetic discussion with those people. But when they do this, it should be done as a team and a lot of the circumstances. So the divisional senior sailor and the divisional officer are working hand in glove. So it's a team effort. Also, when it's more complex, it's actually they're not on their own. And so that there's a referral also going to Navy Psych, it's going to using family services and all those, the breadth of that. When they come to a unit welfare board, is that when I look through all those on a unit welfare board and working through each one of those and understanding through the response from those divisional officers, whether me or whichever commanding officer, is understanding, right, is this within their capacity or not? Have they reached out? And through those questions, it's going to become apparent that are they trying to do this all themselves? Is that because they're not, their methodology is not good enough, or simply this is someone who just tries to do it all themselves beyond the capacity and the training and the skill sets that they've got, because we've got subject matter experts. The divisional officer in many ways, for the most complex, is the facilitator. They're not the actual person that's delivering the service, because we've got experts, whether that's mental health, whether it's the GP or some other service that we should be using.
Do you regularly survey the sailors about the divisional system and whether or not they feel it supports them, whether the divisional officers actually dealing with them with empathy and understanding? I hear everything you're saying, but it's kind of coming from one perspective. I guess I'm trying to understand whether you actually get the other perspective.
Commissioner, in terms of that attitude surveys, that would be through the Director General Navy people, and I would defer to him for that. Certainly, he gives me monthly reports on all the surveys, the attitudes, and their characterisation of anything that's been done in that regard, and how they would seek support from me to execute that.
Okay. You indicated when you were talking about the unacceptable behaviour process in response to a question from Ms Rubigotti that there are defence incident reports done, they go in, you have people who check them and brief you if necessary, etc., and then they're sent up centrally. But you said sometimes you're the decision maker. I'm just wondering, do they all go up centrally, and what is the role of the centre in managing those unacceptable behaviour complaints?
And so the DIR itself is certainly not something that I make decisions on. It is understanding the occurrence that's happened, and that is reporting that up. It also then is updated periodically to make sure that how it is progressing. In amongst that, depending on what that behaviour was, in typical circumstances, a fact-finding would have been initiated by someone such, in normal cases, it would be the executive officer or someone like that at a base. They would initiate a fact-finding, and the findings that come out in that fact-finding officer would then be, and a decision would be made by the commanding officer. In more serious ones, it would come up to me for the decision-making. Out of that, there will be a notice to show cause for something that would be initiated, and the decision would come back to me at some point to do on the more complex ones. But that's aside from the division, the DIR, the Defence Incident Report, is simply, it talks about this is now at this level, there's now a notice to show cause there's the admin action now being initiated. So it's not the decision-making tool, it's simply the narrative about where it's at.
Okay, thank you. You indicated in a response to another question that when Ms Rubigotti asked you about specific examples, that you indicated a number of different responses that you personally have taken in response to unacceptable behaviour incidents, and you included within that termination. Can I just confirm that it is your decision to terminate individuals?
Yes.
So you have that authority?
Yes.
To make that decision?
Yes.
At what level does that authority commence? I appreciate you've clearly got it from what you described, but is it at your level? Is there anyone at a lower level that can make that decision?
Yes, commanding officers can do it. I think it's for able seamen, and once you get more senior to that, it needs to go up to, depends on the rank of the commanding officer as well, but there's a rank differential that needs to be imposed. And so I can't do captains, for example. That would need to go to the fleet commander or the chief of navy.
Okay, thank you.
So there are limitations.
Okay. I just wanted then to move to the issue of burnout and thinking about that. You said that one of the measures that's been implemented at the enterprise level is the extra week of leave, which you're required to take. I guess I'm just trying to reconcile that again with some of what we've heard when we've been out and about. And for example, I can recall being on patrol boats and being told by sailors that they have had their leave cancelled and not been able to take leave. So does leave get cancelled, and is there circumstances where sailors may not be able to actually take the break that they might be desiring to take?
Operational circumstances can affect this. That doesn't mean that they lose their entitlement to that leave, and certainly it would, if it's so the amount of leave that they've accrued, they will get. It just may not be at the time they expected it to get because of operational circumstances. Certainly as a commanding officer of a patrol boat back in those days, I remember being at 1 hour's notice for sea across a Christmas period, and you knew that your leave was vulnerable. But that's why we don't some ships are ORV, the operational response vessels, so it's not everybody. We try to give as much certainty to as many people as we can, but particularly over that Christmas period when we all hope to get leave, we plan to it. There is a vulnerability as we look to support Australia when it's bushfires or flood and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, and absolutely appreciate there are operational circumstances. There is also a hollowness in some of the workforce which must make that more difficult as well. What would be the longest period of time someone would have to go without being able to take leave? Is there a set kind of limit?
I can't give you the exact number, but certainly there is that it is your leave cannot get above 50 days owing. And before that, I think it's at 40 days, there needs to be a leave management plan that's put in place in consultation with your commanding officer or your supervisor. 50 days, the commanding officer is required to have directed a leave management plan to get it down. So, there are overheads, and it's important that people don't lose their leave, and that's something rather if they don't use it at their 50 days, at some point they would lose it. I think it was around the 70 days they would lose their leave. I don't think that's the case anymore, but I'd have to defer to direct the people group.
Is there something that happens with the commanding officers? So say I get to 50, I've got 50 days leave balance, I still haven't been able to take it. Is there a consequence for the commanding officer?
So every commanding officer that has people without leave, have leave at that around about that 50-day mark, is that they all get correspondence from me, which has been generated from Navy headquarters and the fleet commander saying, fix this, where is the plan? If they don't do that, they fail to obey with the lawful order that's been generated by their force commander or above.
Okay. And you indicated that one of the ways of dealing with burnout is change employers, perhaps not change employers, but in the Navy change jobs. That happens every 2 years. How do you safeguard that you're not just sending someone who actually is burnt out to the next job where their direct commanders, whatever, don't actually understand the pressures they've been under, don't understand their current state of well-being or not well-being, as the case may be, just exacerbating the whole issue?
There's a few things there. The good thing about Navy, you don't lose your leave as you go between employers. Every divisional officers need to hand over to the next divisional officer. In there are notes that are required to be maintained, and they can talk about the welfare as that separated service thresholds that we talked about. They're enduring, and so they are cross-command and centrally managed. And so and that's new. So just to how well that's evolved and how reliable it is something I cannot talk to at the moment, but it's certainly something I welcome, that it talks about somebody's their wherewithal and their welfare with a more holistic sense than it once did when it's just about sea days.
You talked about sleep deprivation. We've certainly heard a lot about sleep deprivation in the Navy. You said that there's been changes over recent years to try and address that. I have to say I've heard some fairly recent examples still of sleep deprivation being a problem. Two questions on that. One is how operationally, if it was necessary before to do, a 6-hour shift on, a 6-hour off, or whatever the ratio might be, how operationally is Navy dealing with it now? Because presumably you haven't got more people. So there's a question about the operational impact of changing that. But the second question is the cultural resistance. We've always done it that way. Why do we have to change now?
So to do that last question first, that has been the biggest challenge that I faced when I was Captain Sea Training. That you've heard about this fatigue in recent times to such an extent concerns me. I was Captain Sea Training in 2011 through to 14. So for 3 years I was in that role. and instigated at that time the fatigue management calculators that applied to everybody and that required a minimum amount of sleep. So the thing is that 5 and 7, which is akin to the 6 and 6 you talked about, we do 5s and 7s just so you get that longer break and the 7 hours off, is that it's making sure that 7 hours is not disrupted as much as possible, so it's real time off there. There's been there has been non-stop work within navies across the world, including ours, is trying to how do we master a finite number of people on a ship to deliver 24/7 operations. But we did prove, and it was in my time, it's now been 10 years since I was, the best part of 10 years since I was Captain Sea training. But I'm confident still working to that. But it used to be, it was moving about people on the state. It used to be if in the red you were directed, you needed to go to your bunk and get some sleep because you're now the red. You're unsafe to be on watch. Problem is what we had initially, that cultural thing that you mentioned, Commissioner, was about in the orange, in the amber, that people would think, well, I'm in amber, so I'm okay. No, you're not. Green is where you need to operate. So amber needed to be, a bit like leave plans, there needed to be a fatigue management plan that got you back into the green. Whether that meant going to sleep now or an hour or two, there was something a little bit more, there's a little bit more negotiation on it. But every single person on the ship, understanding where they are on their fatigue management calculator is a requirement of the regulators on board that ship. And if that is not being kept on, someone is not doing their job. That is a management requirement, and I'd expect commanding officers to be all over this.
How do you know if they are or they aren't?
There will be, when we do workups, it will become very clear how well a ship is doing that. So when Sea Training Group go on board the ships, they assess the fatigue management regime of a ship, and it's not something you can just turn on. If you haven't been practicing it, it will become evident during that, and that will reflect on the reporting that will come out for those commanding officers.
Okay. Just a couple of last questions. You said basically everybody needs to be prepared to experiment, to give things a go, and show initiative, and I guess and command to encourage that. Does that also equate to being prepared to fail? Because I have to say my observations is that Defence, by and large, is a pretty risk-averse organisation.
Yes and yes, ma'am. We need to be prepared to fail, and yes, it is a conservative institution, and we need to change that mindset. I think the outcomes from the Defence Strategic Review validate that we need to change in that regard, and whether that's how we procure ships through to how we fight.
What does that look like in practice, though, being more prepared to fail?
It is designing, in terms of my space, which is the raise, train, sustain within Fleet Command, it's designing our exercises to have experimentation phases so that you can't run away from it. It's about that. And to do experimentation, the best place you can get the ideas is from your sailors.
Okay. And can I ask just one last question, going back to health and wellbeing, not specifically burnout, not specifically mental health, but say, for example, a sailor has had some incidents, low-level incident, disciplinary kind of issues raised associated with alcohol use or drug, substance. Well, no, let's leave it at alcohol use. It's been sent off for some treatment, comes back. How much does Navy actually look below the surface to understand what might be what might be contributing to that alcohol use? Same with mental health. You send them off to the health people, hope they'll fix the problem, but how much do you actually understand whatever it is that might be contributing to the problem in the first place?
Take it from a few different directions. In itself, every one of these transgressions in terms of alcohol requires them to be counselled by an alcohol and drug counsellor. In that, the report comes back to the commanding officer of their findings from that counselling about whether they consider this to be an alcohol dependence issue, whether it's temporal, whether it's binge drinking, and other circumstances that they get out of that interview. Alongside that, is the accompanying is, in going to that interview, there would have been a divisional officer's report that supports that interview taking place. So in terms of that localisation of about what the cause and effect that happens within there, and obviously as you get up to more than one, as you get into the second, third offences, the questions being asked become much more significant. And it's also, what is the behaviour around it? Is it simply blowing over and being 0.06, or is it you crashed your car and you did this, or there's an AVO out that's associated with it? All these things come with different mechanisms for managing the behaviour. But the fourth strike is a notice to show cause termination. Along that has been notice to show causes for formal warnings and stuff like that. Along that process equals a very intrusive conversation and questioning about how this occurred. What would normally occur, and certainly I would expect, is that we've had this person, they've just had two, CWO, what is going on with this person, and sending my command warrant officer down the bearing to understand the situation better than I'm hearing it. So I'll get the divisional officer, but as a commanding officer, there's my divisional team, and then I've got my champion of the divisional team, which is my command warrant officer, and sending down bearing is a typical thing that I expect all commanding officers to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you, Commodore. I noticed in your biography that between October 2017 and January 2020, you were Chief of the Defence Force Liaison Officer to the US Indo-Pacific Command.
Yes, Commissioner.
Is that a cross-service post?
Yes, Commissioner.
Did it give you any opportunity to observe what the Americans were doing in this area of attempting to decrease suicide or suicidality?
Not in terms of understanding. If I look at it, there was a few things that they were doing. First of all, their problem was tremendous. It's a huge problem. And some of their behavioural issues that we're dealing with made me feel insignificant in comparison to there was some significant behavioural traits and cultures that they had to deal with across a force so big. So under COM-INDO-PACOM, the forces that across Navy, Army and Air Force, 500,000 people were under his command. It's a big, big challenge, and how they were dealing with this is challenging. Some of the stuff that they did in terms of, again as a macro level, was the welfare systems that they had in place, and certainly ones that we leveraged off. There is, whether it's on their bases and being remote, you would not feel it. They've got their own shopping centres, they've got their own car lots. You can go and hire, your family are very, very much included in it. So the schools are on the bases, childcare is on the bases. There are the recreational facilities available to family are tremendous. And so you could be away for 6, 12 months, but you know very well that your family are in a safe space. They've got good schools, they've got good facilities. They can take a boat out on the weekend from the marine base and go out and swim with the dolphins and come back, and your spouse is trained in how to take that out safely and enjoy those sorts of things. So there was a quality of life to a lot of people that come from a very low socio-economic background, which is something that why would you ever want to leave it? Because it's a great life, notwithstanding the very, very difficult reality of this partner being away on operations.
Were you able to assess, relatively speaking, whether their problem was more significant than ours or differed from ours?
I think it's at least as significant as ours, but probably more so, sir.
And are you able to say anything about the sorts of, say, medical supports that are in place for people who may be suffering?
No, I couldn't. Other than it's available, the hospital systems that they had in Hawaii, where I was based, were tremendously comprehensive. But the conditions that I was over there, I didn't use those hospitals. We were using effectively what's a gold card to use civilian medical support system. So I didn't use theirs personally, and neither did my family. So my experience with them is not a first-hand, other than it is very evident that it's a comprehensive system. Other foreigners that were using that system did speak very well of it.
Part of our terms of reference require us to look into what the other Five Eyes nations are doing in the area we're looking into. Do you have any suggestions for questions that might be worth posing when we do speak to our American cousins?
I think it's important to get the nexus between the welfare systems that they've got more broadly in terms of recreation, and whether that's purpose is for something when it comes to mental health and all those, or whether that is something they've just done as a condition of service for retention purposes. Well, I think it's actually got some mental health benefits to it.
Thanks.
But whether that's incidental, I'm not sure. Sir.
Thanks. Thanks, Commodore.
Thank you, Commodore. I just have a couple of quick issues to raise. You talked about 75% of the complaints which ultimately are not sustained. What's your sense across Navy, at least, over the last, say, 5 years? Is it trending up or down?
The trends, I think the number of complaints is fairly steady. I think there's been, just in the last count, a slight reduction in the amount that was substantiated. And what I need to better understand, and I don't have, that last report I've got is not one that's been briefed to me, it's just been handed to me at this stage. But with that report, is the reduction from, say, I think it used to be 50%, we're not substantiated, and now it's about 75%. Whether that is because the numbers are still right, but is there been a reduction in the seriousness, and I don't say that lightly, but if you know what I mean, of these, that they're not quite underneath that calm definition, or is there some other constituent element that is the cause of that? I'm not sure. We're certainly, what I do get out of it is I do sense that our people are empowered to use the system. Whether they're satisfied with it is another question altogether.
So just leaving aside the last report that you said hasn't been briefed to you, what analysis or examination takes place to determine trends?
So that analysis is done both in Director General Navy People's area, but within Fleet it's done by our Fleet Issues Management Cell, and they reach back into Navy headquarters to get their information.
Thank you. Are you able to, do you have a view, or are you able to express a view in relation to ADF's support of the civil powers and floods and bushfires, the impact it's had operationally and organisationally?
Our people joined the Navy to do things bigger than themselves, to look after the Australian people, whether that's in the defence of it or through that service. So them actually doing that job that's in itself is not the issue, but the problem is it comes at the expense of the other training, preparation and time with loved ones that they're not getting as a consequence of that time, which adds a pressure to the naval service and being able to get on with the day job. So serving, whether it's in that or another one, is not an issue for our people, but the fact is it's taking away time from them and their ability to reconstitute, both them personally and with families, and it diminishes their ability to be prepared to serve on operations elsewhere when it's that time as well.
Thank you for candour. Just two other quick issues. Transition, we haven't really touched on transition much, but just from your perspective in the very senior role that you hold, are you able to say whether there are any people slipping through the cracks at the moment? You'd be aware we've heard some evidence, a lot of evidence, about people who have literally left ADF and didn't have their claims lodged or approved and, ended up being homeless and so on. What's your sense at the moment about whether that's likely to happen to someone transitioning?
100% of people leaving Navy leave from my commands. If that is occurring on my watch, I'll be extremely disappointed, Commissioner.
So your sense is that it doesn't happen? People being left in the lurch, basically, couch surfing, living in cars?
So in terms of making sure that the transition process as it is designed, is implemented, is something very, very important. I expect every commanding officer to be looking at this through 3 prisms. The first thing is making sure the person is mentally ready to go. That can be difficult for involuntary separations, but doing the best you can in that environment is the case. The other one is making sure all their administrative, whether it's personnel, administrative, through the division or its health is being done. And the other bit is making sure that that connection with DVA and the like is in place. My understanding from my human resources team is that that handover to DVA is much more robust and much less of an issue than it was, particularly for the complex cases.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. We, as Commissioner Douglas mentioned, our terms of reference require us to examine the 5 eyes. We're aware that the Canadian Armed Forces had a motto, excuse me, mission first, people always. They've now changed that to people first, mission always. Where does the ADF sit in that scale?
I think it's a question for the Chief of Defence Force to answer it, sir, but...
Where does the Navy sit then?
Where do I sit on it, sir, is that I agree with the Chief of Navy's perspective that it service first, of service before self, but not at the expense of personal or family well-being.
Okay, thank you. Ms Wright, any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just quickly. Commodore Robertson, do you recall some questions from Commissioner Brown about how it might be that a commanding officer is held accountable for ensuring that everybody on the ship has sufficient sleep?
Yes.
And in your answer, you used the phrase workups. Could you just explain to the commissioners, what do you mean by the phrase workups?
So that is so each individual on board a ship has gone through an individual training program at the schools, whatever their category. After they join a ship will go through what is called a workup cycle that usually sets the ship up for the next 2 years in terms of its collective training capability. So it's normally about 5 to 6 weeks. It could be longer if there's a specific mission to be added to it, but it's about having a group out of training force called C Training Group that go on board and they train and assess the ship to be able to execute their roles as as a unit, as a team. It's about the team training, not about the individual skills that they have.
And does the assessment of the commanding officer, what does that involve specifically?
And so the commanding officer will be responsible for it. The management of how that ship is being done will be one of the workup elements, how they're prepared for it and how they manage it. One of the key things that we put in there, and I'm sure it's still in there, so it's not mine anymore, is that it's about the culture and behaviours that are being exhibited within that ship. Because over a 6-week period of a workup, the warrant officers and the lieutenants and the lieutenant commanders that are the mainstays in working up that ship, you can't hide for that long. If there are bad behaviours coming in there, that workup is a good time to find it. And I used to use, when I was captaincy training, as my warrant officers to give me really good advice on how's it really like down there.
And when you undertook that role, would you physically watch the commanding officer undertaking their duties?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Fraser, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Rubigotti, any matters arising?
Yes, if I could just trouble you with one further question arising out of some matters
Certainly.
Commissioner Brown raised. And Commissioner Brown raised the need to consider failure. Connected to that, to what extent is the accommodation of difference important and the need for inclusivity of leadership? I ask that question because we have the National Defence Strategic Review that moves from a one defence to an integrated defence force, and integration of different Air Force, Navy, Army that have different approaches. To what extent should there be inclusivity in an intra-force, so within Navy, in order to accommodate differences within each of the forces.
If I could answer it indirectly initially, maybe you come back at me. My son was a midshipman at ADFA. When those ADFA kids would come around to our place for a barbecue, I could not know the difference between a Navy, Army and Air Force one. If I saw them 10 years later, I could know that's an Army, Air Force and Navy one. We all are, but our similarities are much, much more in common than our differences. These people all start off with the same objective in life, to serve their country, to make their families proud and to do something bigger than themselves. The differences that they go through there is about the environments they work in there. It's about respecting the domain within which you work. And so the maritime domain is our expertise, the land domain and the air domain is where the others are. But that is so it's not about the uniform you're wearing, but your domain experience that you bring to the fight. And we have now ships that encompass that. An LHD, for example, has got Air Force air traffic controllers on board that ship that work, and it has got a ship's army detachment in amongst that ship's company. They're all working, all three services on one platform, 365 days a year, well and without issues. We're practiced at it. It's just not universal yet.
Thank you. And what do you think leadership can do to be more inclusive, to take into account the differences among Navy members?
You need to lean that inclusivity, if you start it within your own ship's company, that you understand. It's in my own report to my team, because our bases are an exemplar of an integrated force, is that overwhelmingly the commanding officer of a base has only functional authority over a small part of it. Overwhelmingly, the effectiveness of that base and his or her responsibility and accountability is through the relationships that they build up and how they manage indirect, or how they influence outcomes as opposed to how they direct them. And through that becomes a trust, and if it's done well, that leads to an inclusive approach. We're all on the same team, and in there I remind them we're all on the same team. SEG, or Army or Air Force or even another Navy element are not the adversary. They're on the same side of us, and making sure we all understand that and occasionally reminding ourselves is important. There are some structural things we have in place that stand us up very well in that regard. Things like ADFA, where all three services train together. Things like the Australian War College, where again all three services and the APS come together to train and workforce at that. And then we do it again at the senior college. Along these lines, we bring and we continue to focus down, and we narrow those that are most likely to get the most senior ranks of coming together. But along that there, so I think we've got the structures in place to do it. We need to have the attitude to do it, and that needs to be an inclusive rather than exclusive one.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. If there's no other issues, is the witness to be excused? Yes. Yep. Thank you. So thank you for your evidence, Commodore, and thank you for the preparation for your evidence today. We know it's significant effort that has to go into it. You're excused from your summons to appear today. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for lunch.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 1:45 p.m. Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Commissioners, you will now hear from Captain Ian Young, AM, Navy Fleet Health Directorate, and Lieutenant Commander Peterson, the Joint Health Unit, Western Australia. They could be sworn and or affirmed.
Captain Ian Young, do you swear by Almighty God the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Lieutenant Commander Melissa Peterson, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Commissioners. Captain Young is the Director of Navy's Fleet Health Directorate, which role he assumed in January 2022. Captain Young's biography may be found at DEF 1195 0001 0004, but I'll briefly note the following. He joined the Royal Australian Navy in December 1998 as a lateral transfer from the Canadian Forces. Captain Young completed advanced training in orthopaedic surgery under the Medical Officer Specialist Training Scheme and commenced as an orthopaedic surgeon in February 2008. Captain Young has deployed in non-combat and land-based and warlike operations. He holds clinical appointments as an orthopaedic surgeon at Frankston Hospital in Melbourne and St Vincent's Hospital in Sydney. And his other professional roles have included Chair of the Military Surgery Section of the Royal Australasian College of Surgeons, member of the Trauma Training Committee with the Australian New Zealand Association for the Surgery of Trauma, international representative on the Board of Directors of the Society of Military Orthopaedic Surgeons, and adjunct senior lecturer for Monash University. On promotion to captain in 2019, he assumed the role of Director Specialist Medical Capability, Navy within the Directorate of Navy Health. Captain Young was appointed as a member of the Order of Australia in the Military Division on the Australian Day 2019 Honours List. I take it that's correct, Captain Young. Thank you. Lieutenant Commander Peterson is the Executive Officer at the Joint Health Unit, Western Australia. Her biography may be found at DEF.1195.0001.0005. Lieutenant Commander Peterson, when did you commence in that role?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
And when did you commence in your role as Executive Officer initially?
In 2019.
Thank you. From 13 March to 24 April 2023, Lieutenant Commander Peterson held the position of Acting Commanding Officer at the Joint Health Unit, Western Australia. Lieutenant Commander Peterson has been in the Royal Australian Navy since July 2009, having joined as a nursing officer. In 2011, Lieutenant Commander Peterson was employed as the Operations Manager at the Cerberus Health Centre. In 2013, she joined the Royal Australian Navy Recruit School as a Divisional Officer in charge. Lieutenant Commander Peterson completed 2 deployments, including Operation Vanuatu Assist in HMAS Tobruk and Operation Fiji Assist in HMAS Canberra. In 2017, Lieutenant Commander Peterson posted to JHUWA as the Stirling Health Centre Health Services Staff Officer and became Health Centre Manager in September of that year. In September 2018, she transferred to SIRCAT 3 and has completed continuous work in a reserve capacity supporting JHUWA. Is that correct? Thank you. Captain Young, please would you tell the Commissioners your full name?
Ian James Young.
Did you prepare a statement in response to NTG-NFH-001 issued to you on 10 April 2023?
I did.
Thank you. Would you display, please, operator DEF.9999.0074.0314? And that is Captain Young's redacted statement. Do you recognise this as the first page of your 46-page statement dated 1 May 2023?
I do.
Thank you. Are there any corrections which you would like to make to the statement?
None.
And you're content that it's true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Captain Young, your statement is redacted to preserve information that has been deemed to be security classified protected. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The protected, unredacted version of your statement is identified, Commissioners, at item 5 of the tender list. The protected version of your statement has the word protected on the top and bottom in red. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Thank you. Are you aware that the protected security policy framework prescribes how Commonwealth documents are to be security classified and thereafter dealt with?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you accept that the author of the document is the primary person responsible for determining whether the classification of the document should be so protected and the author has the final say?
My understanding is that, yes, the author will initially indicate what they consider to be the correct classification. However, the owner of the information truly is the entity. For me, it would be the Royal Australian Navy. So ultimately, I would recommend where I think the protection should be and what level it should be at, but ultimately that information is really determined by command.
I see. And tell me, did you make any recommendation as to any aspect of your statement and whether it should be protected?
I didn't actually make much of a recommendation initially. I just gave the statement as it was.
Yes.
Questions were raised as to whether or not components of it should be considered protected, and then I went into a negotiation process with Fleet Fleet Headquarters to determine that.
And you determined that certain paragraphs indicated in that statement ought to be protected?
That's right. The
Thank you.
decision was made. Yes.
Thank you. By the owner of the document or the information?
By more by committee.
I see.
Yes.
Lieutenant Commander Peterson, please would you tell the Commissioners your full name?
Melissa Lee Peterson.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement in response to NTG.CLM-001?
Yes.
Thank you. Might I display, please, operator DF.9999.0076.0015? Lieutenant Commander Peterson, do you recognise this is the first page of your 102-page statement dated 21 April 2023?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any corrections you would like to make to the statement?
No.
And is it true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, there is a tender list associated with the evidence these witnesses will give. I'll have that displayed, please. And I tender those documents. There is one further document that is not in the Commission's possession. I'll give you an opportunity to deal with this tender first, Commissioner.
Thank you. So as far as the list goes, that'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers, but you have another one, you said.
Thank you. There is one further document that was the subject of a notice that was issued to you, Captain Young, and that was notice NTP-NFH-002. That notice sought information pertaining to this document, namely a copy of the issues paper prepared and or provided by you to the Chief of Navy Australia on or around 2022 in relation to workforce pressures being faced by ADF members in the maritime environment. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Now, in respect of that document, Commissioners, the paper has been produced to the Commission, I should say, albeit it has been produced under a security classification of secret. Is that correct?
Correct. Secret AGAO.
Thank you. It cannot therefore be displayed or its substance presently discussed. Tell me, Captain Young, at the time you prepared that document, did you decide to security classify it as secret, or was that also decision also made in committee as you discussed?
With that was all issue reports are at that secret level for the Chief of Navy, regardless of what the content of it is.
I see. Given that it is going to Chief of Navy.
Given in the way that it's reported, aye.
I see. And are you able to elaborate on the way it is reported without divulging any secret information, as it were?
It's just reported through our Defence Secret Network. We have a template that we utilize to raise the issue to the Chief of Navy, whatever issue that might be.
I see. And are you able to tell the Commissioners, again, without revealing anything that is secret, whether that's contained within the issues paper, I must say, or otherwise, are you aware whether the Chief of Navy has taken any steps in relation to the matters contained in that paper?
I'm unaware of any specific actions taken by Chief of Navy on that. It was not a report that I would expect to receive any feedback from. It was just raising an issue to the Chief of Navy for his or her awareness.
Thank you. Captain Young, I might start with you on some other topics, if I may, and that is in relation to the Navy health support. It's the case, isn't it, that Navy health support in the Navy includes the following elements, just as by way of background to the evidence that you're going to give. So planning health support in maritime operations, is that right?
Correct?
Thank you. And then sustaining the health of Navy personnel for the duration of maritime operations.
Yes, in the maritime environment, yes.
Thank you. And then redeploying and reconstituting force elements post-operations?
In the health sphere, yes.
Yes. And care and recovery of personnel returning from operations?
Not so much our remit, but yes, that's a part of just holistic healthcare, yes.
The broader remit. And you accept that health support is a command responsibility, is that correct?
Oh, I think everything is a command responsibility, but yes, health support is what I deliver for the fleet commander on behalf of Chief of Navy.
Thank you. And commanding officers are responsible for the health and well-being of their personnel, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And how does the Navy Health Service enable commanding officers to meet this responsibility?
In the maritime domain, which is primarily what I'm responsible for, most of our platforms, so when I say platform, I mean ships, submarines, smaller vessels, will have a healthcare provider of some description, and that member or members will provide health support to the personnel within that platform or that ship, vessel, and will be responsible to the commanding officer of that vessel.
Thank you. And within Navy Health Support, are you able to identify to the Commissioners the functional groupings? So I think we have the Directorate of Navy Health, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's also the Fleet Health Division?
Yeah, we now Fleet Health Directorate.
Fleet Health Directorate, and then the Navy Psychology Organisation, is that correct?
Yeah, they mainly fall under Director of Navy Health. Director of Navy Psychology works within that sphere.
Thank you. And Captain Young, you're the Director of Fleet Health, is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. And would you tell the Commissioners, as the Director of Fleet Health, what your responsibilities are?
Commissioners, the Directorate, the Fleet Health Directorate, and my role is to oversee the operational health effect provided to all personnel at sea in the maritime environment. Within my organization, there's the Fleet Medical Officer, whose primary role is to oversee and have that technical oversight of all healthcare provided on the platforms. That role extends to all healthcare providers, be they medical sailors, doctors, nurses, and minor war vessel healthcare providers that are trained up, and extensions of those. Their role essentially is to provide primary healthcare, emergency healthcare, resuscitation when they can, and when we have a higher level of healthcare on some of our platforms that provide a hospital type effect, even up to specialist surgical care, intensive care, emergency management.
Thank you. And do you also manage clinical governance?
Yes, that is a huge part of what we have to do, look at the clinical governance, stay within a quality health service arrangement, ensure that we have an understanding of all the events that occur, and provide that clinical governance and oversight.
Thank you. And that's clinical governance in the maritime environment, is that
correct?
Thank you. And you're responsible to the Director General of the Navy Health Service, is that correct, for the operational arm?
Yes, from a technical, TechCon point of view, yes. The Director General of Navy Health Services is my single point of contact on the chain up to the Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force.
Thank you. And do you support Joint Health Command and Joint Operations Command in the delivery of health support systems to ensure seaworthiness?
We work together. I don't support, say, Joint Health Command, as that's my colleague here.
Yes.
We work together to provide that health effect. When it's Joint Operations Command, that's an entirely different sphere, and we can talk about that in more depth, but rather than me supporting them, it's a difference in who is responsible for that operation or that activity that a ship would be undertaking.
We'll certainly come to explore that, but I would be grateful if you would briefly indicate what Joint Operations Command is, what they are responsible for, if you can do that.
Within my understanding, of course.
Yes,
but
of course.
Joint Operations Command, under the Commander of Joint Operations, provide the joint operational capabilities that are signed outside of Australia, sometimes within Australia, to provide whatever operational effect is expected of the government of the day, the Chief of Defence Force, et cetera. When we have vessels that go to sea, most of the time they would be under the fleet commander, or commander of the Australian fleet, and on behalf of the Chief of Navy to provide that maritime support. When they then go into a joint operations under CJOPS or under Joint Operations Command, the ship and all personnel within that ship become force assigned to that command. So in that vein, from a technical point of view, the Fleet Health Directorate and the personnel within the ships providing healthcare are still under our auspices, but there then is a different reporting requirement and a different set of rules as to how we ensure that the information gets shared, so that CJOPS or the Joint Operations Command are aware of any issues that may arise from healthcare.
Thank you, and we might come to the process of information sharing a little later. But for the moment, might I turn now, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, to you, and you're presently the Executive Officer, that's correct, of Joint Health Unit WA?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you were, for a recent short period, its Acting Commanding Officer.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you be able to explain to the Commissioners what the role of Joint Health Unit WA is, its operations, and for what is it responsible?
Yeah, certainly. Joint Health Unit WA is responsible for primary health services delivery to ADF members within the WA region. We've got 3 facilities, so one located down at HMAS Stirling, being the Stirling Health Centre, one located just in proximity to Campbell Barracks, being Campbell Health Centre, and one located up in RAF Base Pearce, being Pearce Health Centre. And we're responsible for the service delivery within those 3 centres.
Thank you. And Lieutenant Commander Peterson, if I could take you to your statement, please, and operator, might you show DEF.9999.0076.0015 at 0024. This is figure 5.1. What I'm referring you to in due course, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, is the command structure at JHUWA. Just focus on that figure, I'd be most grateful. And it's correct to say, isn't it, that this indicates the command structure? It's indicated there.
Yes, that's correct.
Might you explain to the Commissioners what the unbroken line depicts and what the broken line depicts? Is it operation control, technical control? Could you explore that, please?
Certainly. So the unbroken line shows the operational control, which is the command and control of those components, and that filters down to Stirling Health Centre, Campbell Health Centre and Pearce Health Centre. And the broken line depicts the technical control, which is more of an advisory type role. We also, through Campbell Health Centre, have an advisory and technical role for Taylor Clinic, which is located up at Taylor Barracks in the Pilbara, and that's an Army asset. So the people that work at Taylor Clinic are not part of Joint Health Unit WA. It belongs to Army.
Thank you. And tell me, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, would you explain to the Commissioners, please, the nature of the health services that are provided by JHUWA?
Certainly. So the health services at primary healthcare, we have a number of GPs, we have psychologists, we have dentists, physiotherapists, and each centre has a number of those particular craft groups within each.
Thank you. And is it correct to say that you also offer mental health and psychology services?
Yes.
And mental health screening?
Correct.
Thank you. And that includes periodic mental health screening, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you offer post-operational screening, is that correct?
Yes.
And pre-deployment screening?
Pre-deployment, yes.
Thank you. And then there are some ancillary services such as pathology, ophthalmology and the like.
That's largely off base, but yes.
I see. Thank you. And if I could just focus briefly on HMAS Stirling and the Stirling Health Centre, could you very briefly describe it to the Commissioners? What does it entail? What does it offer?
Certainly. Stirling Health Centre is the largest facility that we have in WA. We have a large group of doctors, psychologists, mental health professionals, a dental department, physiotherapy department, logistics support, and we employ primarily contracted staff mixed with ADF and APS staff also.
Thank you. And tell me, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, I understand that one aspect of the care that's offered at the Stirling Health Centre is healthcare coordination. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please, would you describe that?
We have a position within the health centre, which is the healthcare coordinator position, and that person works collaboratively with other people within the health centre to deliver the healthcare coordination forum, which meets every 2 weeks and discusses complex case management.
Thank you. Are those coordination, is that healthcare coordination unique to the Stirling Health Centre?
No, that exists within every JHU and every facility.
Thank you.
Specifically that role supports not just Stirling Health Centre but also Campbell Health Centre and Pearce Health Centre. We've just recently had a change to our workforce where we'll be bringing in another 0.6 of that position to support north of the river, primarily based on the geographic distance between Stirling Health Centre, Campbell Health Centre and Pearce Health Centre.
I see. And tell me, might you explain to the Commissioners in the circumstances in which a member might be provided with coordinated healthcare and that coordination might be utilised?
Yeah, typically it would be referred by a doctor or a psychologist to the Healthcare Coordination Forum, and it would normally be a complex case. So there are a number of criteria which would need to be met, and that's then assessed by the Healthcare Coordination Forum as to whether or not they will include that person in healthcare coordination.
Thank you. Might I turn now to the way in which Fleet Health Service and JHUWA interact in the delivery of healthcare? And I might put this question first to you, Lieutenant Commander Peterson. In your statement at paragraph 348, and I believe that is .0113 of your statement in answer to question 95, you indicated, you can see that, we'll bring that up, you can just focus on paragraph 348, thank you. In their working together, you say that JHUWA, NFHD and JOC work together by undertaking the activities identified there, so the implementation of health support plans, coordination of area medical evacuations, pre-deployment activities and post-deployment, I think that's activities. Would you be able to provide a little more detail of what that looks like in practice? And in so doing, if you could describe the relationship and discrete remits of the entities identified there.
Certainly. So for health support plans, typically they will be drafted and released by our Joint Operations Command, and within the health centres, and for example Stirling Health Centre, we would then refer to that specific health support plan in the preparedness of ADF members who we're deploying as part of that specific operation. For aeromedical evacuations, we would be receiving typically members who may have been returned to Australia from a fleet unit, and we would be coordinating primarily through JOC AME, and then possibly also the doctor on board, whatever vessel the member is being returned from, in arranging for that person's care to be received to the Stirling Health Centre. Pre-deployment activities would involve supporting the ship's medical crew with usually their responsibilities of having the pre-deployment screenings conducted, and post-deployment activities would be the opposite of that once the ship or submarine returns back, assisting in facilitation of delivering all of the post-deployment activities and screens.
Thank you. And Telvin, I'll put this question to both of you, but perhaps in fact, yes, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, in answering that question, do the definitions of maritime environment and garrison environment feature? If so, perhaps you could define for the Commission what that means and explain how they feature.
Certainly, and the maritime environment exists primarily at sea. So when the ship is away at sea versus the garrison environment, which is ashore. In regards to the phases of what's included there, the health support plans still have a role to play in the maritime environment and will inform how the medics or doctors who are deployed as part of Navy, as part of the crew, support their people, and we will also use that plan as part of the preparedness.
Thank you. And tell me, Captain Young, are there circumstances where you might have overlapping responsibilities in respect of members? And if so, when might that occur? If not, are there points of transfer of care? Could you speak to that topic?
That's a big topic. How long do we have? So I wanted to clarify one thing. The health support plans are not just a JOC-led thing. This is Fleet Health Directorate's main role for all ships leaving the Australian station, so leaving Australia and even within Australia. We have personnel, so our Fleet Health Plans and Personnel member in charge of our health support plans under the Fleet Medical Officer to provide understanding of where the ships are going, what the specific risks are, and what mitigations need to be done, what health support is required, as well as the health intelligence. So that's an important thing to understand, that that's not just a JOC responsibility or Joint Operations Command. They will also have their own health support plan and health support order that would hopefully align with ours, but not necessarily depending on the nature of the operation. So I did want to clarify that. When it comes to, pretty much as Lieutenant Commander Peterson stated, when the ships are at sea in the maritime environment, that is entirely under the personnel that are under Fleet Health Directorate technical control and authority. When the ship vessel is alongside, so meaning tied up to a wharf at a base, they then become like a building. So then become part of that establishment, whether or not they're actually ported out of that base. So we have units that are ported out of Western Australia, out of HMAS Sterling. That would be their home port. We may have ships coming in from the east-based, Fleet Base East, that come over there. And again, once they become alongside, they become like a part of the establishment. What we do, depending on where the ships are. So if we're purely in the maritime environment, the medical sailor will, or medical staff that are on board will provide healthcare. If there's a requirement for that person to be off the ship, if we happen to be in a foreign port, they would then go to a foreign port and get healthcare, and that may affect one of those air medical evacuations as discussed. If we were alongside doing normal work before going out to sea, there would still be a primary healthcare assessment on board the ship. And then if there's something that requires further involvement of Joint Health Command, they would be sent to the local Joint Health Command or Joint Health Unit, Joint Health Center.
Thank you. Because what we're interested in exploring is continuity of care when you have different areas of responsibility and people are moving, sometimes reasonably regularly, between those different areas of responsibility. Before I go into questions regarding that, might you explain to the Commissioners what each of you understand by the term continuity of care, and also for the public who might be watching?
All right, I will take that. So continuity of care, by definition, is the handover of clinical care from one care provider to another. That could be within a facility, if a person's going off shift, or between facilities. For us, if we are in Australia and the ship is alongside in WA as an example to the Sterling Health Centre, then there would be a clinical handover from the healthcare provider on board the vessel platform to the Joint Health Unit. If there was a requirement for them to physically go with the member, they would. If there's other ways of getting them there. So there is an expectation of a full clinical handover of that information. If the ship is at sea, then that handover comes through primarily the Fleet Medical Officer or duty Fleet Medical Officer. We have 24/7 coverage of that by telephone and by signal, by email. That handover happens through a formal process, but initially it might just be by voice communications over the phone to ensure that there's a handover, clinical handover back in Australia, and then the ability for us, if the member's returning from overseas to Australia, through the AOC, the Air and Space Operations Center, Air Medical Evacuation Coordination Center, they will coordinate the destination medical facility, and they would take on that responsibility of doing the clinical handover from the ship to the shore establishment there, then in the transit, and do the handover themselves. There's sometimes opportunity for healthcare providers to directly speak with other professionals, health professionals, at the destination medical facility, but not always due to operational reasons. It's very complex.
And is it correct to distill from what you have just said that really continuity of care is an ideal, as it were, that reflects the ability to provide uninterrupted care, ideally, or service across programs, across practitioners, and across time. Do you think that's accurate?
That's an accurate kind of summary. The continuity of care concept, the thing that's continuous is the member, so the patient. And the care that's provided, there'll be different levels of care provided along the way, as long as the information is transferred, and there will be an actual clinical handover. And that's the concept, that the care is continual, but the handover of responsibility of that care is the key and one of the standards of health services that we must comply with to provide that, not necessarily always a fully continuous care level, but a responsibility of a healthcare provider all the way through, or part of the organization. So there is that, and we do that through a variety of means, be they physical notes, computerized notes, signal traffic, etc.
Thank you. And if you can just elaborate on that, because I'd be grateful if you would explore how continuity of care is advanced, first in the maritime environment, before, during, and after operations.
So continuity of care, it's a term that's very, very difficult to truly define. A member presents with an illness or an injury, they get treatment at the scene, they go to a higher level of care, possibly at the sick bay or wherever to provide better care. They go to a facility ashore, they get care there. That's an escalation of levels of care potentially as required. Then the continuation will be that movement of that member to another facility to get to definitive care, which is ultimately what we're trying to achieve. I guess it's getting quite technical. I don't want to get into jargon, but it is that concept that the member is cared for at the level of capability of that healthcare provider or that facility to the best of their ability, and they identify if that remit or if that ability to care for that member remains within them, or if they need to escalate, or that it's inappropriate for them to maintain the care any longer. So it's that aspect. I'm not sure if I'm truly answering your question, so please reframe me. But it's that aspect that once we have regular updates, we are required to update every time a member moves from one facility to another, anytime there's a significant change, good or bad, in their condition, whether or not they become seriously ill or very seriously ill. These are things that are triggers for our reporting mechanisms that go formally through the signal traffic, informally through email and potentially voice communications, depending on the situation. And that's what's communicated with a plan for care. But we know that those plans are as good as the plan at the time of the assessment, and that there needs ongoing reassessment. And that's the way we manage all health, all trauma, everything that we do. It's not just, it's static. It's going to change, either good, bad, or stay the same. And that's how the nature of it, and it'll just be a continual update on where we're at. Once the handover of care is complete through a formal handover process, then it'll be that next group of healthcare professionals that'll be caring for that member during that time, be they in transit or in a stationary facility.
Thank you. And can you identify, to the extent they exist, challenges to ensuring continuity of care, particularly in the marine environment?
Yeah, the challenges, as with almost every exercise we ever do in the military, is communication. Communication can be challenging to do that, to identify also that the member themselves do need some additional supports. So that would be the biggest challenge, to ensure that the right information maintains its way with the patient as they go through their journey, and that it's well documented, well handed over, and there are no changes in that understanding of that patient's condition all the way along.
And might that encompass the handing over, for example, of clinical notes?
Yes. Now that we are using electronic means, most of the time there is an ability to avoid physical notes, but there is still a requirement for us to do that. We have standard operating procedures that would say what type of paperwork should be going with the casualty as much as we can possibly bring with them. There's always a danger that those notes get misplaced, displaced from the patient. That's always a concern for us, and those are things that, until we get a fully electronic system, we'll always have a concern with.
Is it contemplated that such a system might be implemented, or is that not presently contemplated?
Oh, it's contemplated. When we'll be able to affect that is the future. We do have a new healthcare management database coming through, and in the fullness of time, the intent is for that to be primarily electronically driven, so electronic data transfer. But there's lots of things in the future, innovations in healthcare that will allow for that. I don't know when that would be, but we're always on a continuous improvement journey. That's how we do our planning.
Thank you. Yes, I'm curious to know about the timeline. There's no set timeline. Do I take it from what you've said in relation to that system?
So the healthcare acknowledgement, or HCAM, health acknowledgement, knowledge management, is being delivered. There have been delays in that project. There are phases to that project, and the first phase will be the delivery of primary healthcare modules, both to Joint Health Command and to ships at sea for our primary healthcare needs. And then that will continue on past that to Role 2 or hospital-based in-field care, resuscitation, surgery, that type of thing. And there are timelines for that. That's not my project, but it's the joint project, 2060 Phase 3. Sorry, Phase 4.
And so that initial phase, you're not able to say when it's scheduled to be implemented?
I believe my colleague might have more contemporary knowledge on that, but I believe there have been some delays.
Well, then in that case, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, might I ask you to address that issue?
Certainly. My understanding is that it will be early next year. I'm not sure of the specific date.
Thank you. And subsequent phases?
I don't have any information about that just yet.
No, thank you. And Captain Young, the issues that you have raised regarding continuity care and, of course, the importance of patient documents and clinical handover, they, of course, arise in the transition to and from the maritime environment to the garrison environment.
Yes.
Are there particular challenges or different challenges that attend those transfers, and if so, why?
The main challenge would be the tyranny of distance. The further away we are from a Joint Health Command unit, the more challenging it might be to get that information transmitted. That's, again, when we utilize Joint Operations Command for their air medical evacuation capabilities, we then hand over that care to them, and then they take over that role of the clinical handover at the other end at the destination medical facility. So those are the challenges. There's a lot of steps in the process, but ultimately, as long as the handover is done and done completely from healthcare provider to healthcare provider appropriately, then there aren't too many issues. It's much easier if the ship is not at sea and the ship is alongside at HMAS Sterling and they're just another building, we just can hand them over directly. That is obviously much easier. So the further we are away from Australia, the more challenging it can become.
Thank you. Lieutenant Commander Peterson, if I may take you to your statement at paragraph 67. So this is DEF.9999.006, I should say, .0015 at .0037. It's paragraph 67, Lieutenant Commander Peterson's statement. So when that is brought up, you'll see there, if we focus on 67 and then to see subparagraph A, subparagraph B follows on the next page. I'll give you an opportunity to consider that in the first instance. So you can see what you've indicated there. Tell me, do you see any tension between the aims of A and B? So tensions between operational focused healthcare and person-centred healthcare, and could I explore those with you?
How do you mean tensions?
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear that.
I asked, how did you mean tensions?
Tension. So do you see any conflict between the provision of member-centred care and the provision of care that is directed towards operational effectiveness?
No, not specifically.
Okay, Marta, and in circumstances, might I explore in circumstances, for example, where a member is at sea and might be unwell, and there is a decision to be made between to return that member to shore or to continue on the operation. Might you comment on that?
That would probably be more for Captain Young. In fact, the decision why somebody is at sea would be in the remit of that time while they're in the maritime space.
Well, might I ask you, Captain Young, to see whether there are issues that can arise for presumably command to manage when it comes to healthcare at sea?
Yes, and I'll address the questions here as well. When there is a problem with a member, as mentioned before, it's command priority or it's command responsibility for the healthcare and well-being of all personnel posted under their command. So that is one aspect of the issue. The other issue is that there is going to be a mission imperative, whatever the ship is doing. So the healthcare provider, be they a medical sailor, a doctor, nurse at sea, would provide recommendations to command, and there might be some tension that arises at that stage if that health issue is going to potentially change the mission set. And that's where there would be some concerns from a health problem at sea, whether or not we have to turn the ship around to change the mission parameters, or as command would have to make that decision, the mission comes before the member. So there will be tensions, absolutely, in that regard.
Thank you. And tell me, when those decisions are made, how are they reviewed, if at all? Could you explore that, please?
The decisions made by healthcare providers at sea will ultimately come back to the Fleet Health Directorate through the Fleet Medical Officer, the Duty Fleet Medical Officer phone. If there were conflicts and concerns that the healthcare recommended by a healthcare provider to command were not addressed, we would look at that in its entirety and whether or not there were adverse outcomes to the member because of that. And we would look at that from a clinical governance point of view as an issue to discuss. A lot of these are not an issue most of the time. It is a recommendation, and we certainly understand that in health, that we make a recommendation to command. We do not hold command authority. When we have a good working relationship with our command teams, they will listen and take on board what's been provided to them, and they have the opportunity not only to speak with their organic or on the ship health professionals, but to always reach out to the Fleet Medical Officer, Fleet Health Directorate for further advice and interaction. That would be when they are reviewed, and I guess if there are ever any concerns of bad outcomes from that, we would raise that as a clinical incident.
Thank you. And as you say, that depends on your having a good relationship with command. Have there been times when that relationship has not existed, and what has happened? How do you manage that?
That's a nebulous minefield of a question. Has it ever happened? I'm certain that it has. In my personal experience, it's not been an issue if again, the relationship is built well between command and the clinical person on that ship. Most of the time, and we actually do, part of these commanding officer and executive officer designation course is to have a session between Fleet Health Directorate and them to identify to command what their roles and responsibilities are to their members, what the relationship should be with their health providers that are under their command, and how they can reach out to us for further advice and understanding. That is an open dialogue, and if we do our job well at that stage, they understand, and most of them are very senior at the time of their appointment, or they've been in defence long enough to have an understanding of that. There can be individual personality clashes. If we identify something that is not workable, there might need to be a change, but that would be a very rare circumstance, and I don't have any specifics for you on that.
Thank you. Might I ask whether you're each aware that a new Director General position of a new branch has been created within the Defence People Group?
Yes.
Thank you. And I understand that Brigadier Caitlin Langford has been appointed as Director General of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
I am, yeah.
Thank you. Now, I won't be asking you to direct yourselves to any particular aspect of her role. I'll just provide some information by way of background. Brigadier Langford will be giving evidence in this Royal Commission in the coming days. But as the new Director General, her current functions are to develop a new branch and co-design with the Department of Veteran Affairs the new Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. Are you aware of that? Or not to that level of detail?
Personally, not in a lot of detail. The Defence and Health and Wellbeing Strategy is the one from 2018. Is that one you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm aware of that document. I'm not overly across the new Directorate or Director General role and what their responsibilities are.
Well, you might assume for the moment that that is what has been said about Brigadier Langford's proposed functions, and it is said also that the new branch is intended to provide a point of focus at the enterprise level on mental health and wellbeing policy and programs which support this the defence workforce. And then also support oversight, governance and the coordination of the strategy. So I just mentioned that by way of background. Now, Captain Young, I'd ask you, do you accept that in order to develop and to implement a new strategy of that nature, one that's directed to the mental health and wellbeing of defence members and indeed veterans, it's fundamental that they understand the health and wellbeing issues faced by defence personnel?
I would agree with that.
Yeah. And you also accept that that understanding can only be gained by monitoring and analysing data pertaining to the physical and mental health of defence members, and that includes Navy members, of course.
I accept that.
Now, against that background, might I take you please to your statement at DEF.9999.0074.0314 at 0326. This is paragraph 22 in answer to question 4. And I'll give you an opportunity to read that. And just by way of background, you can see there's a reference to the relevant period in the question. That's from 1 January 2017 to the date of the notice. And what is asked, whether they're asked to describe the physical injury, the mental health care needs. And you have stated there that there is no identified trend to any given platform of physical injury or mental health care needs. And you disclose these matters over a 5-year period, so that's preceding the making of your statement or thereabouts, the notice. There have been an extensive number of presentations for physical injuries and healthcare and mental health care needs. That's correct. Further, the information in respect of those presentations is not analysed to provide trends or trend analysis. No trends have therefore been identified, but this is recognised as an identified area for improvement and work has commenced. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'd like to just qualify some of the statements here, that we do receive this information, we do collate the information. What we lack is in-depth trend analysis. However, we do physically look at the reports as they come in, and if there are concerns, they are raised, but we don't tend to log that, and that's where I struggle to be able to give more detail. So just to let the Commission know that we do get this information from all ships we ask for it, and we identify if there are concerns. But I think we need a more programmatic, systematic approach, and that's something that we are working towards, and more utilizing technology to assist us with this, so that it is more of a push information to us, rather, or a pull, that we can actually look at the data and start looking by ship, by groups of ships, or by ships on a task force, that type of information that we're seeking now.
Thank you, and I think, and indeed you've identified that as an area of improvement and that work has commenced. I'll invite you to describe with some degree of specificity what that work is that has commenced, when it commenced, when it's proposed to be finished, when it might be implemented, to the extent you can say that.
So one of my, I guess, identified issues last year was the amount of work that was being generated by our healthcare providers at sea, and I wanted to ensure that we had a good knowledge of what the health of our ships, all the personnel on the ships were, and what was going on. We are utilizing Smart Analytics, which is an engineering analytic database that provides us with dashboards and drill down information that we use with our seaworthiness assessments for sea release boards and battle worthiness boards. So we commenced work with the project team last year, and we are continuing that work now. It's in a handover period from Director of Fleet Engineering to Director of Fleet Seaworthiness. And from there, we are continuing to grow not just this data, but extra data such as medical allowance lists or medical stuff and our equipment. So we're looking at all of the things that we need to provide an assurance to the commander of the Australian fleet of how the ships are functioning. So that's part of that work, and one aspect of that will be our knowledge of health presentations.
Thank you. Is it the case that all patient presentations at sea, particularly where a member requires medical treatment, are captured in a medical log and that's reported monthly? Is that correct?
That is correct. The details are held within the Defence eHealth system or on a paper copy if we do not have connectivity with the Defence eHealth system. What we ask for in the medical log is a summary of presentations on a certain number of categories, one of which would be mental health, and we identify if there are, what number of presentations are to that level. Anything that's significant is managed in a different way, but this is what the data, the raw data that we're getting is healthcare providers, immunization status, presentations to the sick bay or to the area that is providing primary health care.
Thank you. And tell me, are there some particular features of those logs that make it difficult to analyse them? Is there anything that either pertaining to how they're held or the information contained within them that would be a barrier to their being properly analysed to identify trends?
To make the medical log more user-friendly, it's by definition not terribly detailed. So all we are getting is raw numbers of presentations on a certain number of categories. To me, that's not enough. I would like to be able to investigate that further. So my hope would be that with our new health management database that we have, that we would be able to identify or generate a medical log from that initial raw data rather than being implemented independently by a person saying this is how many presentations we've had. Because then I could look at a subset and say, I want to investigate that a little bit more. I want to double click on that and get more information. De-identified, I don't need to know the actual person who's had these issues, but I'd like to be able to get more information. That's possibly coming. I don't know what that will look like with the new management database that we will get.
So when you say that's possibly coming, that may or may not be a feature of the new system that's being proposed or developed.
I'm not aware of all the details of that database. I've been involved in the project as a clinician providing advice. I know what we were hoping that it will provide, but ultimately we'll know once we receive it, we can start using it.
Yeah, certainly. Relatedly, might I take you to paragraphs 40 to 41 of your statement? And that's on page 0328 through to 0329. And in these paragraphs, as they've been brought up, you answer a question, describe how you monitor and report on the physical injuries and mental health issues facing FHD ADF members. And you refer to the divisional system. Whilst that's been brought up, I just note you say in the answers to the question, you say the divisional office may record, it's been brought up there, in non-enduring divisional notes, various aspects pertaining to the health and wellbeing of members, and will elevate to me as required, especially if the injuries or mental health issues will impact on the member's ability to fulfil their primary role. In that context, might I explore the role of the divisional system. Now, we've heard evidence in relation to the divisional system, and that it is not different from, but is in fact embedded in chain of command. Am I correct in understanding that?
That's correct.
And if I can just have brought up, yes, there we are, thank you very much. Before I address this, perhaps you could assist the Commission and the public with the many acronyms we see there.
I will. I guess I'll address the second question first about the acronyms. So as we're scanning through FHD being Fleet Health Directorate, FMO, Fleet Medical Officer, OIC MOHU is the officer in charge of the Maritime Operational Health Unit. The SMA is precursor Senior Medical Advisor. So AvMed is Aviation Medicine, DiveMed, Diving Medicine, and SubMed, Submarine Medicine. Those are individuals posted under the structure within Fleet Health Directorate that are direct reports to me. This is a really difficult question to answer when we're bringing in divisional system versus healthcare, because when we speak of Fleet Health Directorate, that is an entity within Fleet Headquarters, but also we extend all healthcare providers on seagoing platforms as an extension of us in a technical control, but they're not under our command. So in those instances, health personnel that are posted to other units, fleet units, will be under the command of that commanding officer, and I would not be part of that divisional chain because they already have their divisional system within the ship and the unit. When I'm answering this question, I'm referring primarily to people within the Fleet Health Directorate in Fleet Headquarters and all the subunits of my directorate, and that's why I was identifying it this way. Of all of those units, probably the largest is the Maritime Operational Health Unit, which is situated at HMAS Penguin, which has its own command structure as a base, but these members all come under my divisional system, and therefore I have ultimate responsibility for their divisional health and well-being, and I receive reports from their divisional officers as it comes through to me, usually through my commander level personnel.
Thank you. And I think this paragraph conveys, and it's correct to say, isn't it, as I think we've said before, divisional officers have a responsibility for the health and well-being of those beneath them.
Correct.
And what I wish to explore with you, and I can explore this with each of you, is how effective is that system? I ask that because, for example, you have indicated here that you state there are no requirements to report unless you believe that senior leadership needs to know. Do you think there's some challenges in that insofar it can be discretionary, and that it depends too entirely on the skill, the assessment, the empathy, and the understanding of the relevant divisional officer? How do you deal with those issues, particularly when you're looking at health issues?
So as a baseline, we have to understand the divisional system is a long-standing component of Navy, and is really under the Director General of Navy people, and that is kind of their area of responsibility. So how the divisional system is administered outside of Fleet Health Directorate would be throughout the entire Navy. And I think from my perspective, maybe it's just because I've been in the Navy a long time, I think it's a very good thing. And I believe that all leaders should care for their people anyway. But this is a more formal way. It's not just health and well-being, it's also their career management, their family life, almost like to a mentoring level. And it is all the way along. So a junior sailor will have a more senior sailor. The senior sailors will have a more senior or junior officer. The junior officers will have a more senior officer. And it works that way. And that's what I like about it. When we overlay the fact that in the Fleet Health Directorate, not only are we divisional officers, but most of us are clinicians, or many of us are, I wouldn't say most, that we then have another layer of oversight that we then start taking a nurturing and caring role for our members that would be beyond what would be in the normal divisional system because of our background as healthcare providers. A bit of a bounce around on that. I think that the divisional system works well because of its close relationship with the member, that we see each other very much like a family, and we care for our members. By doing that, it means that we can reach out and engage when need be with their family members. We can interact with them and let them know what's happening to their significant member that's with us at sea or in that unit. So that's our role. It's more broad basing. The reason why there's not a need for reporting is that most of the time it can be managed at our level. If it raises to my level, if there's a concern, and we now know that divisionally this individual is going to have something that's going to make them non-deployable, so they will have a military employment classification downgrade, and we'd have to shift them off of the ship or out of the operational unit. Those are things that have an impact not just on the member, but then on our delivery of healthcare. And that is something that I then will have to raise up through my chain of command, either technical or command, to identify when there will be an issue with the provision of health effect. So you can see where there's not often a requirement to report that level up, but there might be if there's going to be an impact on capability.
And will it only be reported up when there's an impact on capability, or can it also be reported up when the impact is solely on that member?
It's one of those it depends moments. So if it's a health and well-being issue that's going to impact on that member significantly, impact on that member's family, again, you would raise it up a level if you needed that help to that level, or if you felt, because I think discretion is what we do. We trust our people to give us the information when we need it, not just report because of blind reporting. But absolutely, if there are significant issues that I see happening for an individual or a capability, I will raise that where it needs to be raised. But there aren't any specific rules. I know it sounds awful, but you want to have that, it has to happen this way. We don't really have that in a divisional system, but we do have that responsibility to the member to make sure that they're taken care of from a divisional point of view, and we'll let the healthcare be provided by the health providers that provide that healthcare.
Do you think that there's the possibility, or at least that there are some of the challenges in relying upon the skill and the goodwill of the divisional officer in relying on those officers, it might give rise to certain people falling through the cracks, as it were, for a lack of continuity of care? Is that a risk that can arise?
So not continuity of care, I would divorce that from the idea of divisional system, because that's two completely different things. So the majority of divisional system is non-clinical. So aside from the Fleet Health Directorate, if we go broadly, no. Your initial question, though, on can there be an impact if the divisional system is not well addressed? Absolutely. And that would be like any management of anything. If the management is lacking, if the attention to detail or the investment by the leader that should be involved is not paying attention, then yes, people, individuals can fall between the cracks. There also can be problems within the divisional system, and we know that. So there could be personality clashes to your one-up in your divisional chain. There's always an open door policy for all of us, any higher up in the chain, to bypass that individual and seek a higher level within the divisional chain, which is in your chain of command, or alternatively going outside of your chain of command to another trusted, similar level divisional system to elevate that. So there are ways of getting around it, and it does then rely on the member to raise those things, because otherwise we don't know.
I see. Now you say, Captain Young, in your statement there, that you make a reference to non-enduring divisional notes. The divisional officer may record in non-enduring divisional notes and elevate to me as required. What are those non-enduring divisional notes? Why are they non-enduring? Might you explain that?
This is getting a bit outside of my professional realm and my responsibility, and I would refer that more to the Director General of Navy people on how notes are retained. During the course of my career, many of the divisional notes were handwritten in a divisional record that did not get passed on to the next ship or unit because it was internal to that unit, that environment, that individual in that space of time. The way we manage our people will be held in their performance appraisal reports. There'll be other forms of reporting that would be required, but that's why they're non-enduring. It's not a divisional record that stays necessarily with someone. When we transitioned to the electronic versions in a previous way before MAPS, there was the manpower analysis platform. We we're able to identify, is this just a note to remind me of something that we've discussed? Or is this something that I want to hand over to someone who I'm handing over my divisional responsibilities to? And we could check that box. So those are the kinds of things that I was talking about when I talk about non-enduring. It's not a requirement for extensive notes to be taken, but I think most divisional officers in a divisional interview will maintain notes and keep notes. But we're trying to make that a bit more official, but there's no expectation of that. And I would encourage you to seek other advice on exactly the divisional system.
Certainly. Lieutenant Commander Peterson, might I take you please to DEF dot 9999.0076.0015, your statement at 0041. Now, this is your statement in answer to question 17. When it's brought up, you'll see that you're stating in each year from 2017, this is in the table at 17.1 to 2022, you identify the 3 most common injuries that were suffered, and you saw in order of prevalence at the Stirling Health Centre, namely lower back injuries, knee injuries and shoulder injuries. Now, we understand the way in which the data are collected. It prevents you from answering the other parts of the question that were asked. If I can take you back to the whole question. Thank you, operator. And when that's shown, if I can go back to the whole page, please, you'll see that answering it, that those other parts include when and how the injuries occurred, the way in which they occurred, and the like. In being unable to answer that question, what impact do you think this has on the ADF's ability to target injury prevention programs? Do you have a view on that?
Not specifically. I think more so understanding the role of JHUWA in the fact that for me, I'm a user of the electronic health system rather than somebody that can extract reports out, and that the data that we receive from the electronic health system is very much informed by structured and unstructured data. So being able to receive that information in a tabulated way to be able to identify injuries, that would be something that would be helpful, and we would hope that moving into a new electronic system in the future, we will have greater capability to do that, as well as being able to structure our service delivery specifically for what we're finding is the most common causes. We do pick up trends locally within the health centre, and I know that's something that is noting that we do have a regular base of clinicians at Stirling Health Centre as well, where it's identified that if we're seeing presentations from a specific area, that we might then be able to identify and look into that a little bit more.
Thank you. And tell me, am I correct in, do you each hold the view that there is a relationship between, there may be, in certain circumstances, a relationship between physical injury and psychological ill health or mental distress that can follow consequently upon physical injury?
Yes, there may be.
Yeah. And would data of the nature we've just discussed assist you in developing not only rehabilitation strategies, but also strategies for preventative measures when it comes to ensuring the health and well-being of Navy members?
I think certainly at a much higher level than at the Joint Health Unit level. That data would then be able to inform that health services delivery. We're one of 8 Joint Health Units, so the concept is that service delivery is mirrored throughout each of the Joint Health Units rather than specifically tailored to one or the other. However, it would then identify, say, whatever the priority or whatever the primary presenting injury is, that we're tailoring education or continued professional development specifically to the clinicians to ensure that they're focusing on that.
Thank you. And tell me, in the programs that are in development, do you know, and you may not, but do you know whether this might be one aspect of the new systems development or no?
I don't have the information.
Do you know, Captain Young?
I wouldn't say that I know 100%, but I do know that, as mentioned, the ability for the new program to give us more trends and an understanding of reporting of injury might give us more data to work with. But again, data is retrospective looking. We can look at where you need your rehabilitation services to provide. But yes, I'm expecting that there'll be a more comprehensive data available to the health services in general.
And conformably, then with what is being proposed at enterprise level, which is more of a holistic look at the health and well-being of defence members. Because what I'm interested in exploring with you is you have an enterprise approach to health and well-being, but if you find that at the ground level you're not sufficiently equipped to identify trends, identify the relevant data, work out where the problems might be, that there might be a disconnect between what is proposed at the top and what you can, in practice, do.
I guess that's possible. We will wait and see what the new director or the Director General work is going to do to look at that health and well-being. But more data is going to be helpful, there's no question. And whether there's a disconnect or not, I don't think that's necessarily the case. We would always work towards what our senior leadership feel we should be focusing on. Data will inform them on where more resources should be allocated for rehabilitation and to avoid, I think your initial part of the question was the mental health of people with injury and how that affects them. So I do think that there will be an improvement once we get more data to come up to that level, at Brigadier Langford's level, to be able to look at that and go, from a global ADF perspective, this is where we should be focusing on preventive measures, on rehabilitation measures, and support for people with these conditions. Because it's not just the condition. Looking at those numbers, or the high in second and third, as an orthopedic surgeon, it's encouraging, keeps me in business. No, I'm just kidding about that. But the reality is that we know that people injure themselves, and we need to know not only prevention, but how do we manage them, and how do we support them through their time of their healing and their rehabilitation. Because it has an impact on their employability, their deployability. If they're in pain for long periods of time, it has an effect on their mental health, their ability to rest, recuperate, and to cope. So there's so many things that go from that. And so I do believe that this new Defence Health and Wellbeing entity at the enterprise level will be able to inform the Surgeon General and Defence on where we should be going in our efforts for our members.
Thank you. Now, one aspect of or a barrier to the accurate collection of data, we've talked about the systems, but is it fair to say another barrier to the collection of that data is in a failure to report?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in that context, could we address the concept of stigma? So might you elaborate, each of you, on the significance of stigma?
Personally, I think that stigma has reduced over my time as a clinician over 30 years, especially from a mental health perspective, but in general. Depending on the member and the organization, part of the organization that they work in, they may wish to hide the fact that they've got an illness, an injury, a mental health condition, to ensure that they are able to be selected for a deployment or to continue to be employed. There might be that feeling that they do not want to share. I do think that this is reducing, and I think that there have been a lot of positive programs that have been done through Defence to help with that. There's no question that each individual is going to approach their health condition in their own way, and if they feel supported and providing the care that they require, I would hope that they would be more forthcoming, because the longer that they wait for many conditions, the worse that the condition itself can become, or the effect on their mental health, their coping, their strategies. Thank you.
Lieutenant Commander Peterson, do you have a view?
I completely agree with that statement. I think that certainly we find that the access for care is in high demand, but certainly think that stigma can be very individually based as well on each individual's experience with the health system and what's going on within their life. And it differs also, I think, very much so between physical and mental health.
Yes. And tell me, insofar as stigma, particularly as we've talked about physical injury, might impact on a member's ability to proceed to STEE, Do either of you have a sense of how frequently this is occurring? Are the people not reporting or underreporting in order to ensure that they remain deployment ready?
Pretty hard to report a negative. So if I don't know that they've got the problem, unless they, at the end of it, so I think the times we see this will be when people are on the verge of discharging for a variety of reasons, and all of a sudden, all the conditions that they've been managing themselves, keeping from the health system, come out so that we can address them before they leave. That is an individual's right, I suppose. What we try and get to in our is to be trusted with our members, that they come to us, they realize that we work for the organization, but we're there for them. But we can't force them into telling us these things.
Quite, but are there any, do you have any assessments or screenings that might assist you in that task? And I know it's hard if somebody doesn't tell you, they don't tell you, but are there ways of trying to facilitate that conversation?
Some ways that we use, you mentioned earlier about our post-operational health screens. During those, we can revisit with the member potential exposures, injuries, issues that they've had during their deployment that maybe was not captured. So that is one way that we try and address that and gives them an opportunity, because they may not have actually presented to a healthcare provider. It may not be in their defence health record. They may have been on deployment and gone to a coalition facility, so we wouldn't necessarily have all the documentation. So we do try and capture that from an operational side, and that's kind of more in my spheres, looking at the operational healthcare. So we do ask those questions. I don't know if there's a good way to capture a member then coming forward and saying, well, actually, I've had this condition since then, and this is the outcome. That'd be good, and we should find out those things. And that's part of a clinical assessment that each clinician would do. They get the history of the condition, and it'll be in their notes, but not data that's easy to interrogate. But usually the story does come out, and I don't know if there's a way of focusing that.
And I believe in answer to question 18, you say, and that question, I won't bring it up, but it says, outline what has been done by Fleet Health Directive, if anything, to reduce any observed stigma, real or perceived, and improve help seeking and recovery. You say nil specific FHD directed activities. Can you say, to the extent you can, why nothing has been done, and whether there might be some programs or something that can or ought to be done in order to improve that conversation with Navy members?
Again, all we can do is remind individuals to come forward with their healthcare complaints. On ships, we do bulletin boards, we do daily orders, we put out information to the ship's company. When people come and they are going to Joint Health Command Unit, they will go when they feel that they have a need for healthcare. The programs that we would provide, there wouldn't be anything particular, as long as the member knows that their healthcare provider, be it on the ship or if they go to a Joint Health Command Unit, is looking out for their welfare and their healthcare needs. And we're trying to reduce the stigma by saying, you come to us early so that we can help you and maintain your ability to be at sea. There are financial incentives to being at sea. There are career opportunities for being at sea. That's where there is a disincentive for them to be forthright with us and seek healthcare outside of our system. And we desperately try to have that engagement. So at a local unit level, I can't direct a program to tell the medical sailor on that ship to be open. You know, the door is always open in sick bay unless it's closed. And if it's closed, we're probably doing something clinical or we're not there. So we're there to help. And they just need to know that. Now, if there's an educational campaign I could do, maybe something we can look into in the future.
Thank you. Can I turn now to medical sailors? You just mentioned them. Might you indicate what some of the particular stressors that medical sailors face in the working environment?
For the medical sailors at sea on fleet units in the maritime environment, there are great responsibilities that they hold. They provide the healthcare for their entire ship's company. Sometimes they're solo providers in the smaller minor war vessel platforms. In the major fleet units, there'll be usually at least two of them present, one clinical manager and one medical assistant, joint medic, lots of different terms for them, but a more junior medical provider. And sometimes those ships are augmented with medical officers or even the larger ships with higher level medical teams. The stress for let's go say the clinical manager, the person running the primary responsible person for the healthcare of their ship or unit, it's a big job. They are working to whatever their size of crew. They work towards the command chain and the expectations of their command. They have expectations of managing the sick bay or the health effect by their logistics, the medical consumables and pharmaceuticals that come through, the healthcare that they're providing, the equipment that needs to be maintained, the training of their ship medical emergency team that are normal members of the ship's company that we train to a higher level to help out our medical sailors and our professional staff. So they have a lot of work. It will be tied to the operational tempo of the ship or the platform that they're with and the volatility of that. So if they're in a planned maintenance period, maybe less stress. If they're the battle-worthy unit that's going to be going at a short notice and do go at short notice, there are additional stressors. Just like anyone, we're quite busy. When they're at sea, there's a lot of extra demands on their time. And what I am doing currently at the Fleet Health Directorate through our principal staff officers and people there, reaching out, getting information on the amount of work that's being done by the sailors to try and streamline it, reduce it. And that's part of the reason why we've got that smart analytics to look at using IT solutions to support their work so that they're not doing multiple reports multiple times.
Thank you. And you just say in your statement that the workload for medical sailors at sea is high and increasing. Are you able to provide some context to that? Why is that so?
Well, that's part of what I'm investigating. I'm seeing that. This has been part of my evidence that I've been concerned about the welfare of our medical sailor branch and how they're coping and what's happening with the branch as a whole. So I've taken it upon myself to look into those things with my team, because we're a one health team and we want to support one another to identify, well, what is it that is causing the most stress to them so that we can reduce that workload or provide them additional support. So I'm still in that fact-finding component to know what that is. But as we identify things that we can do, and this is also in conjunction with the Director of Navy Health and the whole workplace assessment, is how we can make the job more rewarding, less stressful, to keep them in the Navy, make this an employer of choice. So there's a lot of things going on in that space.
Thank you. And tell me, do you consider that there are retention issues that might be at play here?
Yes, and that was what I was alluding to. So this I identified soon after taking over this role in January, February of 2022. And even prior to that, I was seeing some indicators, and we've raised that the sailor workforce last year, when I did raise it, was at least twice that discharging of the average of Navy. That was a concern to me. Many of these medical sailors I know personally, and I know they are there to do the job and do it well, and I needed to know why they were leaving. So we regularly go around to community engagement. It was, of course, quite difficult during the COVID era. Now that the world has opened up to us again, we are making those inroads to meet, find out, try and fix the problems, and working together with the Director of Navy Health, getting programs in place to assist and keep our sailors in the Navy.
And tell me, what are some of the issues that you have identified thus far?
We've already discussed it's workload. It's a term I don't truly like, this work-life balance. It's a balance, because it's not really, it's my work life and my personal life, but it's all life balance. So it'll be life balance, certainty, times when they know that they're on an operational platform and in an operational unit and they're going to be at 48 hours notice to move, versus times when they can be ashore and have more certainty. They need to have a bit of understanding of that. Their career management, career aspirations, career goals, geographic location. As people go through their lifespan, they then attach themselves to others and then potentially have children or have other reasons why they don't want to move. So there are a lot of stressors to these individuals. Monetary, the remuneration packages, other jobs that are available that are similar but different, that gives them some more stability, are the things that we compete against in the public sector and private sector. So there are a lot of stressors that our individuals go through. I can expand on any of those, and a lot of this I'm free-forming, but this is what we're hearing. So it's life, it's their family, It's their geographic stability, it's their promotion prospects, their career prospects, and oftentimes it will come down to the paycheck as well.
Thank you. And Captain Peterson, in your statement, and I'm referring here to the protected version, and I ask that it not be shown, but in your statement you identify quite a number of you identify vacancies, do you not?
Yes.
In respect of certain roles. So in addition to the impact on the medical sailors themselves and those who are providing more broadly medical services, would you agree that there is, of course, then a knock-on effect to the recipients of those services, the Navy members who are seeking medical care?
So the seeking medical care, no, there's absolutely a knock-on effect, and it's a perfect storm when you have vacancies in positions and only a certain number of people that are medically fit and able and available to deploy versus the ones that aren't. And when we have a reduced availability, which I identified again last year, of personnel that could deploy, that means that the ones that are fit and able to deploy get recycled earlier than expected. So instead of having their time ashore where they're not being deployed, they're now being called back, and many of them they're good team members, and they'll say, yes, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. But there's a risk to them of doing that.
And what's that risk?
The risk is burnout. It is that they no longer have an enjoyment of their job. And once that occurs, we have to find a way of helping them. You mentioned, this one is not just medical sailor vacancies. I have it through my nursing colleagues as well in medical officer positions. It is more profound with the medical sailors because if we don't have enough of them to go to a ship, then the ship may not be able to go to sea. And that's where it really starts to impact on operational capability.
Yes, thank you. Lieutenant Commander Peterson, if I might take you to your statement at 0413, because you too address workforce and some of the workforce challenges. So for the benefit of the operator, it's, you have that, thank you. So 0413. And this is an answer at paragraph 274, an answer to question 72 there. And you're asked to describe the challenges, if any, of the current workforce of JHUWA. That will be brought up, and I might get you to, whilst that's happening, to identify some of those issues and speak to them.
Yes, certainly. Our workforce, as I described earlier, is largely contracted. So gaps in our contracted workforce due to unplanned leave without backfill or planned leave without backfill are primarily one of our biggest issues. We work closely with our prime contractor and subcontractor in regards to ensuring that we're supporting our staff to be able to take leave, but also wanting to be able to support them to take leave and know that somebody's there and that the work is continuing, and that there isn't the pressure that's being put on those other service providers in order to facilitate leave for someone else. Unfortunately, that workforce, we have to work collaboratively with those two service providers to ensure that we've got that balance. And what we find is that on occasion we do have gaps in our workforce. And we also have some, as Captain Young has described, gaps within our ADF workforce. Not currently. At Stirling Health Centre, we have a full complement of our medics and doctors and nurses in positions. But there has been, and in the past, and forecasting some gaps coming up in the future as well. Difficulty recruiting staff due to the time frame largely refers to the time that it takes our contracted employees to move through the AGS for security clearance process. All of our contracted healthcare providers have baseline clearance, and that particularly during COVID was largely affected. So we do what we can to work with those agencies to try and onboard staff as quickly as possible, and sometimes it's not the AGS for delays. It may be more so that their access to training in order to have them ready for on-base induction. And we find, as I've got in there also in regards to challenges being the multiple headcount for some of our positions that are currently filled, that's within the medic workforce, with an issue often in regards to being able to provide within the garrison environment an opportunity for them to work effectively in primary healthcare service delivery with a multidisciplinary team, which are largely contracted, before they go out and deploy. And that for us is a concern. And the high turnover of medics due to the location refers to the fact that they're typically with us for a short period before they go to sea. They'll come back, they may go on course, they'll come back, they may go on another course, a return, and there's not that continuity within the workplace for them to really be able to take full advantage of what they would learn if they were there for a longer period of time.
Thank you. And if I can just address the topic of backfilling, where does JHU backfill from? Do you backfill from other units?
No, so I'm talking primarily around our contract. So prime contractor being Bupa is subcontracted to Serco. Our workforce is largely provided through Serco with some key leadership positions that are filled by Bupa, and it's the responsibility of the contractor and subcontractor to backfill those contracted positions. And where they're not able to, we have mechanisms that we can employ to be able to move our workforce around, either with the contracted workforce from one facility to the other. There's also other mechanisms that we can employ, such as health support requests, where we can ask for assistance through single service ADF. For example, I might be able to request that somebody from Navy, Army or Air Force come and fill a vacancy, say as a dental assistant for a period of time at Stirling Health Centre, which is an example of what we've recently used, and other inventive ways of trying to support those workforce gaps.
Yes, so just to understand, then are they backfilled sometimes using health locums? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you see some challenges in doing that, or using members of other forces insofar they may not have the putting aside members from the other forces, but the health locums, the right sort of training and knowledge, or the region-specific knowledge? Do you see challenges that can arise when you use those health locums?
There's certainly challenges that can arise, but typically I don't think that they do for Stirling Health Centre. As I said before, we do have quite a stable workforce, and it's managed very effectively as well, where we find, particularly with our senior positions, that they will backfill one another and they'll plan their leave accordingly to ensure that we do have that continuity. Where we do find that our largest gaps occur are mainly at the moment for us within our dental assistant workforce and our health clerk workforce. Our doctors and psychologists are largely stable, but finding that, yes, I completely appreciate what you're saying in the fact that where we do have a locum come in that doesn't have that local knowledge, they're parachuted into work as part of an already established team. They do have local clinical supervision as far as senior contractor clinicians to provide that overarching clinical leadership, and also senior mental health advisors and managers to be able to support the psychologists in application of policy or understanding what services are available within our region.
Thank you. And tell me, Captain Young, do you have other circumstances when you need to backfill from other sections or units if you have shortages?
Yes, we, just like any part of the workforce, if we have one of our key people that have an issue that won't let them go to sea, we may need to quickly pull someone else with that same skill set to cover for them. That has an impact on that member. We do that. It's not easy, and we can't use contracted solutions, so this is going to be Navy health personnel coming to the rescue in that situation. When we are providing higher level health care to an operational deployment, be it an exercise or an operational deployment, we may then need to seek support from Joint Health Command personnel that are working with them, or to our total workforce system, so our CERCAT 3 to 5, or part-time workforce, the reserve, or to the other services. So the positions that are vacant in many of our roles, depending on where they are, will only need to be backfilled when they're deployed. And we have a process and mechanism by doing that if it's a planned evolution. If it's an unscheduled crisis that we need to respond to quite quickly, we have a quick mechanism to put out the feelers, find out who we can get to fill those gaps.
Thank you. I want to suggest to you that backfilling is not the solution, because it can stretch finite resources and can ultimately contribute to burnout. Do you have a view on that?
Oh, yes. I would like to see more personnel in uniform. I would like to have all of our positions filled. I'd like to have enough positions to allow for rotation of people from a high readiness capability to a lower readiness capability, a resetting time. We would love that. That's the nirvana. We have the positions made available, and those are often the ones that we speak of because they're then vacant. The idea from a clinical effect point of view, the concept of how we are delivering Role 2 or hospital level care and above, in a deployed setting, this is quite common to be utilizing a total workforce model where you bring people in from the reserve, from the CERCAT part-time workforce, CERCAT 3 to 5 workforce, that then come in and support what we need in a clinical sense. I have no problem with that. That's standard operating procedure right now, and we would expect that as we have operational tempo. That's the only way that we will be able to have sustainable operations to continue to provide the healthcare. But I do agree that the vacancies, when created, be it for one reason or another, is very disruptive for an individual that thought they were doing something else next week, and now they're on a ship going somewhere else.
It's a difficult problem to solve, isn't it? Because you don't always have enough people. That can cause more problems. That can contribute to retention issues. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, and we're trying to address a lot of those issues.
Yes, thank you. Now, in that connection, might I take you to some specific issues concerning healthcare practitioners and that provide clinical services, and I'll go to NFH.1001.0004.001. Now, this is, you can see that the Navy Psychology Research Report. Are you each familiar with this document?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And for the benefit of the commissioners and the public, to what class of documents does it belong? What is a pulse report?
Well, I forgot the acronym. It's a personnel and leadership assessment. I would not get the acronym, but the concept here is that it was looking not just at health, but all areas of Navy, looking at the leadership components within and the strategies that we can utilize. This specific document was looking particularly singly at the medic workforce.
And is it the case that there are reports of this nature in respect of different roles or categories of work of Navy members?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know anything about how the reports are prepared and the information that is conveyed in them? Can you comment on that?
I'll comment with a caveat that this is primarily under the remit of the Director of Navy Psychology. So they do that. I understand that the Director will be coming in a future block. From my understanding, these are voluntary questionnaires, surveys that are sent around to all members that it would apply to. It's not a mandated response. The concept of getting as much of the workforce as possible to contribute to that, so that we can improve things or get an understanding of the challenges that the members have.
Certainly. And operator, if I could ask you to go to 0008 and focus there on the diagram that you see. And you can see in the first column there's an indication of job forces, both positive and negative, with impacts, both positive and negative, and how they relate to the organisational outcomes, organisational impacts. Would you broadly agree with the nature of some of those forces and to the extent that you see them in your workforce and the impacts that they can have on individuals?
This is not my document, but I think this is very well laid out. I agree with the concept of the job forces, individual outcomes, and organisational outcomes. Yes.
And in respect of the workforce that we're considering here, then the medic workforce, the medic work group, I won't go to the detail of the document, but the report discloses a number of adverse impacts on that workforce. It discloses low levels of autonomy and organisational support. This is what has been indicated by those who have been surveyed. Little fairness or communication, workplace hassles, high levels of humiliation or ridicule and exclusion, symptoms of psychological distress, and a risk of high to moderate levels of burnout, and quite a proportion who wish to leave within the next 2 years. You'd accept, wouldn't you, that that's quite a damning assessment to the extent that it accurately captures those experiences of those medics, of their experience within Navy?
I would.
Are you able to say what, if anything, is being done to try and ameliorate some of these problems?
There are a number of processes in our Navy Stay On Board program that we're addressing from a Navy Health workforce. The primary driver of that is really Director of Navy Health, who I also know will be coming in a future block. But we work together in our spheres of where we can implement a lot of the issues that have identified from this pulse survey. The concerns that were raised are valid. These are things that we are seeing and things that we do need to address. And from our workplace and our workforce only, this is a very high thing for me to consider, because this is my workforce is providing that health effect, and these are the people that I care about.
Thank you. And if I can turn to the topic in particular of burnout, and this is a topic you've mentioned before, you say in your statement that burnout is a significant issue for HCP on seagoing platforms in the fleet. For the benefit of the Commission, HCP is
Healthcare provider.
Thank you. And you propose that a reduction in administrative and reporting requirements will be beneficial insofar as it might reduce excessive hours. Is that correct?
That goes back to my previous statements, yes, that looking at the workload that we are asking of, or that is being generated through the healthcare providers at sea, some of them are within my sphere. Sometimes they are ship-related and things that they need to do, but I need to have an understanding of that to help reduce the amount of work that they need to do external to the primary role that they're there is to provide healthcare. But there are some administrative burdens.
Tell me, have you yet identified how things might be done differently, or is that something still for analysis?
It's still ongoing. We already have identified areas that there are redundancies or legacy reporting that have previously been required, have been taken over by other things, and yet in a system where people don't look at it holistically, they don't realize that we've asked for a new report, but that didn't turn off the old report, if that makes sense. Yes. So we're trying to look at all the reporting requirements, all the other management issues that we're asking our medical sailors at sea to attend to, and say, well, what is historical and not required at this stage? What can be changed? How can we generate the same effect of these reports by one report or one data set that we can create that will make it much more streamlined for the sailor?
Thank you. And operator, might you show Captain Young's statement 0314 at 0348? I'm interested in paragraph 123 of that statement. So this is picking up on what I read out, burnouts being a significant issue. And you talk there, you'll see, I'll give you an opportunity to read it. Additional mentoring and support initiatives that are in development or implemented. Might you elaborate on that for the Commission, please?
So this is something that we are working on significantly, but there have been positions created on each coast, so East Coast, West Coast, and in the North as well, as senior sailors to provide support to medics at sea. And it doesn't have to be a very junior medic, but any of the medical sailors that are at sea, we now have mentoring positions. They have been variably filled. So again, there's a vacancy issue where, as a good example, one of the mentors in the North was then having to go to a ship to support a ship because a member at sea needed to be replaced at short notice. But what we're trying to do with that mentoring program is developing that relationship from a shore base to provide mentoring and advice to the more junior, or they don't have to necessarily be junior, just providing advice and mentoring to those individuals. And another aspect that I'm researching and trying to create is a more holistic structure around those mentor positions where we then have a fleet health support unit that their primary role is to support. But this is all in development stage. It is identified that the more support we can provide our personnel at sea, if they feel that they're receiving that support, they will feel less isolated. There are other aspects of that that I'm, again, looking at. How can we provide them with additional resilience training, additional high-performance coaching training? These are all in my plans of trying to improve the support provided to my health workforce at sea.
Thank you. And to the extent there that you talk about ongoing wellness initiatives by Navy are implemented, what are they?
I guess that's a very generic statement, isn't it? So any of the wellness initiatives that we have out there, we look at fatigue management. That is a Navy-wide thing. That will apply equally to biomedical sailors. Many healthcare providers that I know tend to think that it's going to happen to everyone else, not us, that we don't need the rest, but everyone else does. Of course, that's false. So with these ongoing initiatives that have been identified Navy-wide and fleet-wide, we can support our medical sailors by saying, no, you've done enough, it's time for you to have a rest. So those are what I was generically intending in that part of that statement.
And where you say there additional support to HOP is being developed, HOP, might you assist us with that? I think that might be HCP.
Yeah, that would have been HCP, just a typo.
Yes. Those additional supports that are referred to there, are they in the nature of what you've just discussed?
Yes, they are. I'm really looking at ways that we can provide additional support to our healthcare providers.
And Lieutenant Commander Peterson, are you undertaking a similar process, or are you working with Captain Young in that consideration of those additional supports?
Not at the local level for JHUWAs. We have a very small number of Navy medics located at Stirling Health Centre, but there are certainly Navy medics within Joint Health Command all across the country. So as you've noticed in that report, there was specific mention of Joint Health Command. And really also understanding what the issues are that are specific to our remit and understanding what we can do to support Navy members with retention, with burnout, with workplace stress. And again, it's understanding, I suppose, what the specific concerns are to our workplace versus a deployed operational at sea space, and listening to that and then responding accordingly. And that could be something as such as implementing access to a flexible work arrangement or a transition to part-time work at CERCAT 6 for the time that they're posted to the garrison unit, and offering that opportunity for respite. Stirling Health Centre is a very busy facility with a large dependency, so we often find that it isn't an opportunity for respite, and that's something I think that Captain Young is alluding to, in that where we can have more of a redundancy so that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul as far as workforce goes, that if there is a gap in the maritime environment, that we're then pulling that from another workforce and creating gaps elsewhere.
Thank you. And just to assist us, when you say more of a redundancy, what do you mean by that?
A greater number within the workforce, so that we do have the ability to have that bench.
I understand. Tell me, Lieutenant Commander Peterson, does JHUWA conduct screening for burnout?
Not specifically for burnout, however, a number of our screening tools would identify symptoms of burnout. So should somebody present to the health centre and either see a doctor or a psychologist, there are a number of screening tools that they may employ, and I'm not a mental health professional, but I've been informed that a DAS or a matches marker or something may be used by that specific clinician. However, it would be probably the periodic mental health screen that would primarily identify, if not the consult, with that person going in and sitting in front of the clinician, be it through unscheduled care or scheduled care pathway, and a conversation human to human.
Thank you. And separately, Captain Young, do you conduct, does Fleet Health Directorate to conduct screenings for burnout?
Not specific screening, so very similar to what's been mentioned. Any of our personnel that have been on a deployment, when there's specific screening requirements from an operation, return to Australia, psychological screen, post-operational psychological screen, those things will occur. We don't conduct that. That is not part of what we do traditionally. From extension to us, then our healthcare providers that are on the platforms would be doing their own independent assessments of their members, of their ship, and they would report back if they've got any concerns.
Do you think, having regard to some of the workforce challenges that are faced by Navy members, and we've seen, for example, Navy medics, the medic work group, there would be a benefit in conducting burnout specific or tailored screenings?
I guess I can say I suppose. I'm not in a position of knowledge to say that that would be absolutely a required screening tool. That would be something that I would refer to the mental health professionals within our organisation and the Australian Defence Force in general.
Thank you.
I was going to just add also that I think having the avenues, so for the medics to feel comfortable in coming forward and acknowledging the burnout, as we know with screening tools, that they're only as effective as the honesty of the answer that's being provided. So we need to, I think, do more to increase that, the chances that we're going to get an honest answer, and for that person to know a lot of the time that they do have the opportunity to step away if they need to, and that they're not then somehow letting the team down, or that the stigma associated with that would create more of a platform for them to be able to do that.
Thank you. Commissioners, I only have 2 short topics to cover. It might be appropriate to take a break now, however, and come back to those after the break.
Certainly, we'll just take a short break. We do have to stop at the 2-hour mark for the purposes of our transcription staff. Okay. Thank you. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. Captain Young, in your statement you refer to clinical competency requirements that all ADF healthcare providers must meet in order to render care as a healthcare practitioner at sea. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in particular, you refer to clinical assurance and governance meetings as one means for FHD to discuss clinical incidents and corrective actions. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Clinical Governance Committee, yes.
Now, in respect of those meetings or the governance team, could you explain who attends the meetings, give an example of circumstances in which they might be convened, and explain potential corrective actions to the Commission?
Good. The Clinical Governance meeting comes on a schedule, so we do it 3 to 4 times a year. I think it's actually 3 times. And we try to align that to our Navy Health Advisory Committee, that we will provide that to the Navy Health. This will provide information from our subordinate units, so the Maritime Operational Health Unit, the Submarine Underwater Medicine Units East and West, as well as our Aviation Medicine expert and their small team that they've got. The structure of that committee is part of our terms of reference. That's been one of the submitted documents. The number of personnel that are going to be there, I'll be the chair. We have one of our Fleet Health Governance and Policy members as the secretary for that. We have the Fleet Medical Officer or a representative of the Fleet Medical Officer. We will have the officer in charge of the Maritime Operational Health Unit or a representative, and then representatives from each of the senior medical advisors for aviation, diving, and submarine medicine, and the Submarine Underwater Medicine Unit, and others and always a representative from the Director of Navy Health as well.
Thank you. And the circumstances in which they might be convened?
We convene them on a regular basis. It's not reactionary. So it's scheduled. So we give everyone a schedule at the start of the year or for the next one. So we try and, like I say, about every 3 to 4 months.
I understand. And the corrective actions that might be considered for healthcare practitioners, might you address that?
Okay. Actually, I'll step back if that's okay, because really, rather than the Clinical Governance Committee, it's the whole clinical governance structure that we utilize. So any incident that is raised to us as a clinical incident gets investigated by us. So because of the nature of the condition, we don't know what will be reported to us. It could be a problem with healthcare, it could be a problem with medications, it could be a whole host of things. So we need to understand what the clinical incident was, in what sphere of a quality health service it resides, and then what the circumstances behind it was, and our initial investigation that we do clinically. Then from the reporter, it comes to the Fleet Health Clinical or the Governance and Policy member. They then raise that to the Fleet Medical Officer, who looks at it from their perspective as the technical authority of all primary healthcare at sea, or healthcare at sea, and then it comes to me as the commanding officer equivalent for Fleet Health Directorate to understand if there are any corrections that need to be addressed. So if it's a clinical care complaint where there's been an error of care provision, we would look at that, and we would, if there was training or additional counseling to the healthcare member who provided that healthcare, we would do that. If it was a medication error, if it was it just depends on what it was for a corrective action. So there's no one specific thing. We will look at it, we'll make recommendations. Most of the time it's a policy directive that we would provide to mitigate that from the future. The whole idea of clinical governance is that it's designed to be non-persecutory, it's investigative, and to identify what the problems were, be it a near miss or a true clinical incident, to avoid it in the future or reduce the risk as much as possible. So that's the remit of those clinical incident reports. Those all get collated, and we, at the clinical governance meeting, review all of the clinical incidents that have occurred in each of our subunits, so for us at Fleet Headquarters, at Fleet Health Directorate, we will then take that on for all healthcare incidents on all platforms at sea that get reported to us independently.
Thank you. Operator, might you go to DEF.1178.002.0263. Now, this is Navy Health Practice, and I'll refer you to, operator, to 0272 of that document. Now, as to this document, is it correct to say that it describes the document broadly, not just this chapter, practice and policy common across Navy, and it's an authoritative direction to Navy on practices described in the document?
Correct. This document is under the remit of the Director of Navy Health,
Yes.
but it applies broadly to all Navy Health Services. Yes.
Thank you. And you'll see there's a reference, chapter 2, to the remediation framework.
Yes.
Is the remediation framework relevant to the matters we've just been discussing?
It may be. And there have been incidents during my time in this role where we've had to implement that or address that. So when it comes to remediation from a clinical care perspective, if we find that a healthcare provider has demonstrated a lack of ability in certain areas, or we have concerns about their clinical competence, we would then apply the remediation framework as directed by the Director of Navy Health.
So it may or may not need to be connected with clinical incidents or near misses. It's directed just to performance generally, is that right?
Clinical performance, and I think it would be highlighted best if there were, well, not best, it would be more highlighted if there was a clinical incident attached.
Yes.
But if there's a general perception, or if reviewing the clinical readiness journal of that medical sailor as an example, that there were concerns that they weren't maintaining that for whatever reason, whatever inputs we get, and that's with us, we have a variety of personnel that can report to us. We have a fleet clinical manager whose responsibility is looking after the medical sailors as well. So through that position, or through the fleet medical officer, deputy fleet medical officer, however we get that information, if we identify a member of our healthcare provision team that is struggling for whatever reason or has had issues with their competency being raised, we will then address that, and it will make its way into our clinical governance framework.
Thank you. So I think consistently with that, we can go to 2.3 on that page where it says this requirement is supported by a remediation framework that encourages identification and support for uniformed HCPs who fall below the expected clinical standard required to safely deliver health care to ADF members, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's a case, of course, that this ANP, Navy Healthcare Practice, applies to the management of clinical service by FHD.
No, this is broadly for Navy Health Services. We have our own version of the ANP that's called Fleet Health Practice, and that's specific to fleets, what we do, but absolutely we run under the same framework.
So this is the same framework. And tell me, we're talking about remediation. What does that typically involve? Is it retraining? Is it further clinical study? Increased supervision? Could you explore that, please?
It could be all of the above. When we're looking at the circumstances by which we find it, if we identify that the healthcare provision is below that expected, then we would look at what is it about that we need to do. Is it a matter of retraining? Is it a matter of removing them from their current workplace because they're unsafe? So we have to look at safety for our patients first. Is it additional training? Is it clinical placement in a health center? Is it a clinical placement in an emergency department? Is it more training, as you mentioned? Is it just going to the medical school to upskill on their skills, their clinical readiness, that type of thing? So it would be individually based. We'd have to look at what the circumstances were, where the deficiency lay.
I see. And tell me, are there remediation boards that are implemented? And if so, in what circumstances?
So there are remediation boards. Those are, again, under a Director of Navy Health rather than a Director of Fleet Health. The remediation board has a certain scope of what they do, and we would look at the individual and identify their deficiencies in a way forward. So for us, it's not punitive, it's more identifying the issues and addressing them.
And what are the typical triggers for a formal remediation board?
It might be in the document. Again, this is not my document, but the triggers to me would be any reports we get of inadequate performance of duty, and that can be directed to us by a patient, a member, a fellow healthcare provider, command. It could come at us from a variety of ways, or if they're working in other spaces.
Thank you. And tell me, in circumstances where we've addressed issues of pressures on the healthcare workforce, such as increased working pressures, operating in a high tempo environment, burnout, and the like. Is it foreseeable that there might be an assessment under a remediation board that a particular practitioner is lacking in clinical skill, but that assessment is attributable to those workforce pressures? Do you have a view about that? Can that increase the possibility for remediation boards?
We don't have very many of them, so it's hard to understand a trend for that. If I unpick the question, though, we're looking at times when a person's health care provision has fallen below the board. How could that occur? If they're in a clinical space, if they're working on a ship doing clinical work, we would go, but they're doing clinical work every day. But the level of clinical work that they do mightn't be to the level that they needed to do at another event that might then come up to us as a clinical incident where they mismanaged a thing. And we understand, again, it's not punitive. People make mistakes. It happens. We have to learn from those mistakes and move on. If we in our clinical governance committee identified a recurrent trend in this individual or multiple reports of similar, then that would flag it. Once we've identified the problem, we can understand what are the pressures for it. So you ask about the workplace pressures. If the ship is deployed a lot, they're doing low-level operations, they're not doing a lot of clinical workload, and something happens that they have to be up to their game, that might be an issue. In that circumstance, you go, yes. I don't think it's burnout that does that. I think it's being a clinician myself, not being clinically involved on a regular basis at that level is the problem. So one of the things we are looking at currently, again, with Director of Navy Health, is for all of our medical sailors, be they in the fleet or elsewhere, to be provided with opportunity to do additional clinical placement. But to do that, we have to provide them support so that they can leave their workplace if the ship's not deployed to do those things. So it is something, again, that we have identified, and we are working towards a solution, and that has been identified from many, the pulse survey that we spoke of earlier, from the medical sailors themselves indicating that they feel that their clinical skills are eroding, decreasing, and they're not feeling that they're as good clinically as they once were when they were trained. So absolutely things can be aligned, or it could be, there could be a before and after effect for these, a causative effect or a cumulative effect from that.
Thank you. Lieutenant Commander Peterson, if I can just finish the examination by discussing some aspects of command and your recent experiences acting CO. So as you mentioned, you're presently the Executive Officer at Joint Health Unit WA, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you recently had a brief stint as the acting CO at Joint Health Unit WA. Might you explain to the Commission the circumstances concerning your appointment to that position and your removal from that position and return to the EXO position?
Certainly. The reason for appointment was that the appointed commanding officer needed to take a period of leave at short notice. As the executive officer, part of the remit of standing orders within our unit is that I will assume the roles of the commanding officer in any absence. So initially we were looking at a period, what we would possibly be a short period of time, and that was very closely communicated with the headquarters in Canberra in regards to that. And then once it was identified that it was going to be a longer period of time, there was somebody else that was brought in to fill in the role as the acting commanding officer, rather than me continue to be appointed as the commanding officer and bring in somebody to be temporarily appointed as the executive officer. And that was more so around the availability of workforce at the time and just circumstances.
Thank you. And I know you've indicated in your statement that there are some various aspects of healthcare provision that is not within your subject matter expertise, rehabilitation, for example, being one of them, and then certain aspects of mental health care being another. Is that an aspect of your not remaining in the CO position, or is it really connected with the time-limited role that was available?
It's more that I'm not a subject matter expert. So we do have, as part of that clinical advisory group, LIGHT, within our headquarters, subject matter experts who then advise the commanding officer on those specific things such as rehabilitation. We have a regional rehabilitation manager who would be the subject matter expert that for myself as either acting commanding officer or as executive officer, I would go to as the person who would inform me on what is occurring within the rehabilitation space. Likewise with mental health, we have a senior mental health advisor who would be my subject matter expert for mental health issues and who would be the person that I would go to with such questions.
Thank you. And tell me, who's the now acting commanding officer?
Commander Gavin Milkins.
Thank you. And are you able to comment on whether those sort of turnovers and the short periods of time, and it may just be a one-off, whether you have observed them in other command roles or you've experienced them in other roles, and whether it has an impact on your ability effectively to settle in to the role and undertake the responsibilities that are accorded to you?
Personally, I've not had to step in this nature as acting commanding officer. However, I work incredibly closely with the CO as his deputy for my day-to-day job role. So I'm very much aware of what goes on day-to-day for the commanding officer. I am involved largely in the activities of the commanding officer and work hand in hand. So coming into that role, I didn't encounter any challenges as far as a gap in ability to be able to assume that and bringing in or relinquishing that responsibility to another acting commanding officer was more so just in regards to the fact that carrying both roles, being the executive officer and commanding officer role for an extended period of time is not ideal. So as we're aware, doing more than one job is never a good idea. So asking for support and where we had somebody available to come in, and I was very much supported as well by my command that if there was somebody that could come and fill the executive officer position, that I would be empowered to continue as the acting commanding officer. I certainly wasn't made to feel that I was being pushed aside and felt very, very supported through that period of time. The circumstances were very short notice, and this is not a usual occurrence, and it was purely circumstantial that it came to fruition at the time that this activity was also taking place. And so that was really the circumstances around it.
Thank you. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you both for your evidence this afternoon. Captain Young, can I start with you and ask you a question that's not specifically about your evidence, but I think at the beginning you said that all issues papers that go up to the Chief of Navy are classified as secret. Did I hear that correctly?
In the reporting tool that we utilized for that issue report, yes. So I can't say that all issue reports go up to the Chief of Navy are secret, but in this mechanism of reporting, that was how it occurred.
So when you say this mechanism, you're talking about for this particular...
Well, so there's always different ways that we can raise reports and raise concerns. We can do it by email, by minute, by telephone, but when we raise a certain level of concern, be it a risk report or an issue report, I go to my administrative people to tell me, well, how do I get that to the Chief of Navy's attention? And that was, the mechanism was this report, which happens to be in secret.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's kind of, at one level, curious that we have Joint Health Command and the Joint Health Units, we have Fleet Health, and then we have Joint Operations Command with its kind of health people as like the three sections. I was thinking, why do you not just have one? But I guess it's a bit like my world, a health service that's got three hospitals and they all operate separate bits, but they come together somewhere up the line. Obviously, where you have more points of interface and exchange, there's more opportunity for mistakes to occur and, issues, hence my question. But I think I've answered my own question in my own head as to why it is as it is. It just sounds quite complicated. That's
It does, but when we understand that Joint Health Command is providing that garrison health support, primary health care in Australia, that's their remit. In Navy, we provide then the health care in the maritime environment away from that garrison component, still providing the same type of healthcare, the same role of healthcare. With Joint Operations Command, that is an advisory group that works to provide health advice and operational planning, health planning to joint operations. They do not provide any healthcare. They ask us to provide that healthcare in the deployed environment for operational support, health support. And that can be then done through all three services, all the defence health personnel, under the guidance and the direction of the Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force.
And in terms of the clinical governance over those different sections, do you run separate clinical governance processes, or do they all go up?
So from the fleet perspective, all of the subordinate units that report to me have their own clinical governance committee meetings that they run, and then they report to me. They provide me those minutes, and representatives from each of those subunits sit at my clinical governance committee, and then I provide that upwards to the Director General of Navy Health Services. That's within Navy, within Fleet. Joint Health Command have their own clinical governance committee and their own clinical governance structure, and it's all then, I guess the concept would be that if each service is doing that same thing, that it can be jointly administered at a higher level.
So it does come together somewhere way up the line.
That's the intent of it. From my perspective, from Navy, I do that within the Navy Health Advisory Council or Assurance Council Committee. We have a lot of different terms for that one. But we get together for the Director General of Navy Health Services to provide our clinical governance. We provide those minutes, and we have a meeting where we look through that for Navy.
Captain Young, you indicated in response to a question from Ms. Ribagotti that you could always use more positions, more people in uniform. How many more do you need?
That's a great question. We have Director General of Future Navy Workforce that looks into these things from a Navy broad perspective. The Director of Navy Health is our voice from a Navy Health Services into the personnel and development broadly in our future Navy workforce for health workforce. We need to identify, it's always a balance between paid positions and functional outcomes. In context of that answer, it was, well, first up, we don't have enough people for the job currently to deploy. So I have vacancies in deployed health capability. That's not ideal. So the only way I can generate more is to have more people available to deploy. That'll be for the wider Navy workforce to understand, but that was what I was referring to, that there has to be an understanding of where, because we're growing the Navy as well, and we're growing our Navy health workforce to deal with that and provide that health care and the health support. That's where the metrics would come from, as to how many people do we need in a shore-based environment and then a seagoing environment to provide them with what we used to call and still do the sea-shore ratio. It's like, so you have the time of operational deployment where you have a lot of uncertainty, a lot of time away from your family, friends, and supports, versus the time when you're back in Australia with those supports. So we need more people to have that balance between sea and shore, and to ensure that we have enough people available to go to sea to provide the health effect that's required.
So somebody's looking at it, and I take from your answer that with the growth in Navy, ADF generally, there will be more health care provider positions within that. But do you have a sense of just how many more? Are we talking 50% more, 20% more, 100% more to be able to do what you need to do?
It would probably be grabbing a number out of the air. It's not something that I would actually have a good knowledge of. That takes a lot of understanding of the workforce and workforce generation in the time frame that we go. What I can say is that in future Navy workforce, from the health workforce point of view, there are already projections on the positions that we would need to provide the healthcare at sea, and then they would have to look at, when we get those positions filled, how many other positions need to be filled to provide support to garrison health services, to provide support in other areas, and sometimes out of branch areas that we're expected to support as well. that is not in my remit to know and be across that. That would be more in the sphere of Director of Navy Health, working with the Director General, Future Navy Workforce.
Okay. Okay. You indicated that there are, in response to questions about burnout and how you address it, you indicated a few different initiatives that were underway. But it sounded like they were all somewhat in the early stages. Is that a fair comment, or did I not necessarily pick up the...
Through initiatives within ADF and Joint Health Command, there are a number of initiatives already underway or already in place for managing stress, burnout, resilience. Leveraging off of those, what we can look at it from a fleet's perspective and from fleet health, I'm looking at my health workforce and to try and understand that unique work group and how we can best support them, provide them with that care. We've got other programs in place that we're trialing for other aspects of the fleet workforce. They are, from my perspective, the fleet healthcare provider issues are things as we've identified recently raised from that Pulse survey that was actually reported in May of last year. So this is in reaction to that, and there were processes in place already prior to that identifying that we do have an issue. So yes, they are in early stages, but they are in evolution, and we're actively seeking support answers and how we can better support our people.
Okay. And is it your sense that the health needs of members are being prioritised? You know, like, for example, addressing burnout? Because we're in a period where there's incredible demands, I guess, in terms of the available capability. And one could foresee that the health needs may not necessarily be prioritised compared to some of the other operational requirements. Do you think there is a fair balance? And I apologise, this is just a personal opinion. It's a subjective question, I appreciate that. But
So are you referring to the care for our healthcare providers?
yes,
Yeah.
predominantly there, yeah.
So they have access to the care that everyone else would have, and they would then have to identify that they have health needs that they would address in that sense. And I think perhaps what you might be getting to, and something that I'm also attuned with, is care for the caregiver. And these are kind of programs that we identify, I've seen in coalition forces that I've deployed with, other things that we can do to deal with that unique subgroup of people that are there to provide care, and by so doing often neglect their own care. There needs to be maybe a better establishment of that, but that's not something, again, that I'm necessarily going to be driving, but it's absolutely something that I think we need.
Is it something that you could be raising, though?
It has been raised. These are parts of the things that I've been raising about the need to support our healthcare providers at sea. And it is something that needs to be managed, but I can't give you a full answer on that. I'd love to have the answer, but I think we've identified the problem, and we're working our way through the problems that have been identified through our experiences, the Pulse survey, and other interactions that we have with our healthcare providers to get a better sense of that. So I think that there's absolutely room to grow with that, and it is something that's been raised and is being probably at the earliest stages of being addressed, but it's in the suite of packages that we are trying to develop.
Okay. Can I just go to the clinical governance now, just asking, when you have an incident and you describe to us how you have a process for investigating that, etc., can I just inquire whether that process, that investigation process to look at the incident, whether that actually actively engages with the person who was, well, people who were involved in the incident, or is it someone else coming in and kind of looking at what's occurred?
It would really depend on the type of incident that it is. If it's to do with a healthcare provision, then absolutely the healthcare provider that was involved with that issue would be counseled on the outcome of our investigation and what other remediation might need to be done. If it was more of a management issue, we would be raising that back to the ship to say, because oftentimes this is investigated by the ship itself. If it's a stores management issue, medications, near misses, things that involve healthcare and or health material. So again, yes, we will reflect back our findings or our recommendations to the person that's responsible or the person that's raised it. Or again, it really depends on the type of clinical incident that it is.
And my question was more before you get to that stage, in the actual investigation, how actively involved as a member of the investigating team are the people who actually have been involved in the incident, whether it's the person receiving the care or the person delivering the care? Is it someone else coming in and doing the investigation, or are they a member of the team that's actually understanding what's gone wrong?
That comes down to what our investigation managements are for other events that occur in a ship. So, or any establishment that we will do a rapid assessment. It would be someone external if there was external things that needed to be addressed. Whoever raises it, there's no one way. I guess this is my answer, and it's a poorly constructed answer. Whatever complaint, whatever the issue, whatever the clinical incident is, even if it was a near miss, we have to get someone to do an investigation locally. That investigation is done, they report to us, and however that's done, if it's external to the ship, we will do that. If it's internal to the ship, we will get that information. But then that's why I've got one officer responsible for that within the Fleet Health Directorate who's external to that, because we don't provide healthcare in our area, and we will then do the investigating, whatever it takes to find out the information as to what's occurred and where we can identify areas that we can improve or avoid that from the future.
I guess where I'm coming from, I appreciate it might be difficult to be specific, but there's the concept of, historically, I guess the approach to clinical governance was something happened and you had someone else come in and look at it and identify what went wrong.
Yeah.
And then there's an approach where you can actually engage with the people that were directly involved, who are best placed to tell you exactly what the circumstances were when something went wrong. Because most of the time we have to, adapt whatever the policy might say to actually what the circumstances are at the time. And so understanding that is often really critical to making sure that you can minimise the chance it happens again. But anyway, I appreciate that it's a different environment perhaps. Can I just ask, how does your complaints management system feed into your clinical governance system?
The same way, there's a healthcare complaints and compliments mechanism within Joint Health Command that we utilize in the ships as well. So if we receive either compliments or complaints that gets logged, we register that at Fleet Health. They have to be raised to us, and then those are identified and addressed. If there's a complaint that needs to be managed, if it's a compliment, it's a great thing. We can tell our people that they've done a good job. So we do that through on occurrence when it comes to us. Then that will be logged and will be contained in our minutes of the clinical governance meeting. Again, if it's an adverse, if it's a complaint, we then are. It's a requirement for us to look into the nature of that complaint and understand what could be improved, and if there is any clinical outcome or concerns of clinical outcome on that, or if it's just a personality or a communication error, and we'll still then counsel that member on the fact that they received that complaint and whatever that might be, how we can manage them with that.
Okay. And I'm assuming the same within Joint Health Unit?
Yes, that's correct.
So how is the clinical governance managed when the incident occurs during a handover?
We've actually had that exact situation probably multiple times where this one example, a member had a clinical issue on the ship. The ship called through to the health center. It was a different fleet base, so it's not specific to WA. And the member was then seen, but there wasn't a proper clinical handover. that was identified by the Joint Health Unit that reflected back to us that they felt that it was below the level of expectation of the handover from that ship. So then we take that, we investigate the circumstances around that, and we then put out any direction on, for that individual, what they should have done or what they could do better next time, like the issues that need to be addressed. So that would be a great example of a handover, very small scale, but where there was not an appropriate level of clinical handover at the receiving end, where they knew that they knew more stuff that was never provided.
Do you ever bring the two clinical governance committees together to actually investigate an incident that might be in that interface?
Well, as part of the investigation, we would investigate it, whether or not we don't have combined clinical governance meetings necessarily.
Right.
But because where the fleet headquarters is in Fleet Base East, we would have more likelihood of having an engagement with them directly. But we do have resident units over in WA, and if there was a circumstance that came up where there was that concern, we can be involved. But it's not a standard that we do clinical governance meetings with Joint Health Command units. They are a separate command and a separate focus. But absolutely, when it's a clinical handover from a fleet unit to a Joint Health unit, and there's an issue, we will be engaged in that process, and they would probably be raising the complaint through their system, and we raise the complaint through our system, and we hopefully come to the same conclusions.
Okay. And can I ask, do you publish an annual clinical governance report? Do you just have the reports that go to your meetings 3 or 4 times a year?
We don't do an annual report we haven't. I've only been in the job for a year, and we haven't done one that I'm aware of. We give our clinical governance committee minutes each time those occur. So 3 times a year, they go up to the Director General of Navy Health Services.
Okay. And my last question is just in terms of accreditation. Is there an accreditation process for the health services within Navy or ADF, as in, for external to defence, most health services, hospitals, primary care, whatever, are required to be accredited against particular standards. Is there such a process within defence?
I'll take the hit from the fleet side, and I'll hand over to my colleague. In fleet, no. We do not get accredited by a state-based body, but we attempt to achieve as close to an accreditation space as possible. So we have to understand that in the deployed health environment, we may not be able to meet all the standards of the Australian standard because of size of a compartment or equipment available or timeframes, but we come as close as we can. We don't get accredited by civilian organizations for that role. There are times when we will ask for other accreditation within defense for them to come and accredit us or look at and provide us more evidence about how we're doing our business, and we do the same and help them out in their assessments and their evaluations of ability. But no, we do not at this stage go through an accreditation process like a public hospital would.
And Joint Health Unit or Command?
Yes, also for our 3 facilities and across the country, there is no comparable, I suppose, accreditation as what would take place in a GP practice out in the community. However, we do have a clinical assurance program of which is framed around the RACGP guidelines, and we conduct that in an ongoing manner. It had changed over a period of time where we had an auditing tool, and it's moved into a different delivery mode now, where we look at the performance indicators and then have that reported back through more senior levels as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thanks very much for your evidence, and you might be pleased to hear that I only have one question. Early on, there is reference to the development of new medical record software within the Navy, or was it the ADF?
It's the ADF.
Do you know whether it's being designed to be compatible with DVA's programs or software?
The intent behind the project was to have a lifetime of knowledge of a member from the time they join until the time they transition to DVA and beyond. That was the concept. We can only control with what's inside defense, but that was the expectation or the desire of that. It's as far as I know, I'm peripherally aware of that concept, but that was the idea, that we wanted to have a management system that allowed handover to the civilian sector on separation.
Thanks. Lieutenant Commander, can you add anything to that?
No, I think that's probably summarised everything.
Thanks very much.
Thank you both. I just have one issue I just wanted to clarify, and I may have misunderstood the evidence you gave a little bit earlier. We've heard evidence, quite a deal of evidence, about people who may have started out with a physical injury, but through a series of unfortunate events end up with also mental health issues on top of the whether they have to navigate their way through the DVA or otherwise. And I just noticed the table that was brought up earlier in your evidence in relation to the three most common injuries, being lower back, knee and shoulder. It's pretty consistent over the last 5 years, as you saw. I'm just wondering, it wasn't really clear to me, what is in place now, having identified that these are three very common injuries, what is in place now to try and sort of be preventive rather than wait for them to be reported? And if it's not anything in place now, then what's planned? Is it something that's being looked at?
That's an excellent question. I don't know that I have a great answer for you. We have identified the trend, and we know that now you're focusing on physical injury, but when we focus on the top two things that make people unfit to deploy or reasons for issues are mental health and musculoskeletal issues. When we drill down in the physical side, I know that, and perhaps Lieutenant Commander Peterson knows more about the rehabilitation side, they've identified these things, what we can do to reduce risk. That comes through in a variety of ways. So we're looking at the health record, and that was reported from the Defence eHealth system. The other side of the house would be Sentinel, and Sentinel being the reporting of all injuries, be the physical injury exposure and near miss, which is our workplace health and safety system within Defence. Looking at that as well, there are people that look into our workplace health and safety, and that to me is where a lot of this would be developing, to say, well, what is it that is causing these injuries? Because they get a much more broad understanding of the injuries, because many of these injuries don't come to health primarily. We don't see them, and even if we do, that may have been only one aspect of it. We look at the condition, we treat the condition, we give them the pain medication, we do whatever surgery they might need. We provide the clinical work, but the ongoing work of the organization to understand why these injuries occurred, is there a trend? That absolutely happens at the workplace health and safety, which is not within what we do, even though health is in the word, is not our job. We usually will remind the member, put in your Sentinel report so that your chain of command, supervisory staff can identify these issues and start addressing them. And then there are higher level safety and environment boards throughout Navy, Fleet and Navy, and through the ADF that look into these things a bit more holistically.
Lieutenant Commander, anything to add?
No, I completely agree. The mechanism of injury component sits largely in the workplace health and safety space, more so than the Joint Health Command or Joint Health Unit WA or Fleet setting, as far as a remit for investigating and understanding the cause of that mechanism.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wright, anything?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Mr. Fraser, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Rubagotti, anything arising?
Nothing arising.
Okay. If there's no other questions, can the witnesses be excused from their summons to appear?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for the amount of preparation you both had to do. We do appreciate it. It's a great deal of work, but it's very helpful for us. Thank you.
Pleasure.
You're excused from your summons to appear before us. Are there any other issues, Ms. Rubagotti?
Not today.
I understand we're adjourning until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning?
10 a.m. Yes, thank you.
10 a.m. Okay. Thank you. We'll adjourn.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned to 10 a.m. Tuesday, 23 May.